Senhoras e senhores, muito bom dia. Sejam todos muito bem-vindos ao evento final do G20 TechSprint.
This is the final event for G20 TechSprint 2024. Welcome to the Drex Forum as well. This event is taking place in Brasilia, and there's simultaneous translation available between English and Portuguese. It's also being broadcast live on YouTube in the Central Bank and the FENASBAC channels. My name is João Evangelista, and I'm honored to be here hosting this celebration of innovation and technological advancement in the financial sector. G20 TechSprint is a global competition organized by BIS and by the chairmanship of G20. This competition seeks to unite public and private sectors to present technological solutions that can be used to tackle and overcome global challenges identified by the central bank community. Under the G20 presidency, Banco Central do Brasil, the Brazilian Central Bank, and the Center for Innovation of BIS Innovation Hub Hong Kong have come together to seek out solutions based on innovative technologies that can address common challenges and also address the priorities of the community of central banks and other regulatory bodies. This year, the objective was to stimulate the development of sustainable finance with challenges closely aligned to the current priorities of the G20, which include climate change, environmental degradation, and the reduction of poverty. This international competition is well aligned with the technological efforts of the Central Bank of Brazil, as well as the strategic priority assigned to our sustainability agenda in our institution. This is the 5th edition of G20 TechSprint, and for that we have support from the Inter-American Development Bank, IDB, and FENASBAC. To get the session started, I'd like to invite the Head of International Affairs and Management of Corporate Risks at Banco do Brasil, Professor Paulo Piketty, for his opening remarks. Good morning. Dear guests, colleagues, innovators, I'm here to welcome you to Brazil's Central Bank and to this auditorium. This auditorium has hosted a number of important events crucial to Brazil's economy over the years. Now, I wanted to point that out to you because I think today is one such occasion, one such important event. Now, before I joined the bank, I used to be a university professor. I still am a professor and will continue to be a professor going forward. So I feel right at home in an environment like this. I'm very glad to see so many ideas, so many initiatives, all geared towards the same objective, which is the development of Brazil and the entire world. So I'm pleased to welcome you all to the Joint TechSprint 2024 by the G20, as well as the Drex Annual Forum event. This is not just a global cooperation initiative, it's also a concrete call to action so that we may build together a more sustainable, inclusive, and dynamic future. I'd like to begin by thanking all of the finalists of the G20 TechSprint. You are the essence of this event. Your ideas, your dedication, and your creativity are the driving force behind all the solutions we'll be discussing and exploring throughout the day. I'd also like to thank the jurors who have taken on the challenge, the Herculean challenge of assessing so many high-quality proposals. Now, your work is key to ensuring that these solutions can be recognized and duly celebrated. Last but not least, I'd also like to thank all the Brazilian officials and foreign guests who are here with us today. Your contribution, your input are absolutely crucial towards driving us in the direction of the progress we need to achieve. This event is the culmination of collective efforts by many, many minds who are centered around a single objective, which is to transform or to change challenges into opportunities with responsibility and sustainability. This is the 5th edition of G20 TechSprint, and it is an icon of cooperation and global ingenuity. This is being carried out in partnership with the Central Bank of Brazil, and the focus is to develop solutions for sustainable financing in a way that is aligned with the Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations. We have received over 110 proposals from all around the world. And this shows just how committed we are as a society with innovation and sustainability. It should also be pointed out that this edition would never have been successful without the efforts of over 80 people who were directly involved in organizing and carrying out this event. Preparations took over 1 year. We've been at this since 2016. Now we have 15 finalists who have been selected, and we're here to celebrate ideas and also drive concrete actions forward. The Drex Annual Forum represents the Central Bank of Brazil's commitment to digital financial transformation. Drex is our digital currency, and it's not just a technological landmark, but also a powerful financial inclusion tool, because it allows individuals who have little or no access to banking to join the formal banking system, and in doing so we're ensuring progress involves everyone. Now, Drex is not an end in of itself. It's actually integrated with a number of sustainable financing initiatives, and this goes to show just how technology can and should be shaped in a way to preserve social equity and preserve the environment as well, in addition to many other changes and transformations.
We hope this event is not only a single point in time, but just a starting point for many other fronts and lines of work, because the digital era offers and provides opportunities to face climate change and to promote social inclusion. Through initiatives such as the G20 TechSprint, we can foster technologies that incentivize investment in biodiversity, protection of the environment, and sustainable development. The learning process coming from events like in projects like RIFT, our lab for technological innovation, this event will be fundamental to change actions that are fundamental for a sensible agenda and changes that we want to implement in the COP30, which is scheduled to be held in Belém in Brazil next year. I would like to address a few words to the participants of the TechSprint. Your work is not only inspiring, it is also transforming. The solutions you have proposed address fundamental issues, from nature-based solutions up to improvement of the ESG projects and the fulfillment of the SDGs. These are not just concepts, but seeds for the future benefits we will reap to society. And lastly, I'd like to congratulate the finalists for their important contributions and the members of the jury for their dedication and assessment, and Brazilian and international officials for the continuous support and vision of the future. In the next few hours, we will be presented with solutions that can inspire and transform. These solutions address fundamental issues, from nature-based solutions up to improvement in the quality of the ESG data. These projects are not just concepts, they are seeds for future benefits and concrete benefits to society. Together, we can overcome our most complex challenges, and we can build a fair, just and more sustainable banking system. The TechSprint and Drex and other efforts that will be developed in the next years will unfold not only sustainable changes, but we will be actively helping to shape the future. Thank you very much. I wish you all an inspiring and productive event.
Agradecemos ao diretor, professor Paulo Piketty.
Thank you, Director Paulo Piketty, for your inspiring words and transforming actions. I'd like to call upon Mr. Paulo Stein, President of the National Federation of Central Bank Officials Associations, FENASBAC, to share his vision with us. Good morning, all. Ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, dear colleagues and partners. It is a great honor to be in this event today with such important initiatives. G20 TechSprint 2024 and the annual Drex Forum symbolize a higher purpose: to build bridges between innovation, regulation, sustainability, and inclusion. Spaces and moments, events like this remind us that behind each idea of a new technology there is a potential to transform lives and build a more sustainable and equitable future. I want to thank the authorities that spoke before me in the opening, the Director of International Affairs and Corporate Assets, Mr. Paulo Piketty. Thank you very much, sir, for your opening remarks, highlighting the importance of innovation and sustainability. I would like to take the opportunity to greet the President of the Central Bank, Mr. Roberto Campos Neto, and the President of the IDB, Mr. Ilan Rotman, former President of this House as well, and Gabriel Galípolo, Director of Monetary Policy and future President of this institution. And I would like to thank the presence of all of the other authorities that are following us in the media and other social networks for the participation in this space. FENASBAC, since its foundation has the purpose of generating impactful initiatives in projects like LIFT and RECIPT. We engage not only in technical debates, but also strategic debates. We believe that innovation is a powerful means towards building a fair future. And in addition to believing, we work every day to materialize this purpose. Today, alongside representatives from all over the world, we know that our solutions may create not only local impacts, but also create global impacts and open pathways towards a greener and more sustainable economy. The G20 TechSprint is an example of that. The solutions here presented can be global solutions that are possible and urgent, and we together can bring together technology and practices that respect the environment and promote social inclusion. This promotion of social inclusion goes through, as we know, the creation and adoption of digital public infrastructures such as the Drex, CBDCN, and so on. Drex, such as PIX, is more than a technological innovation. It represents a structural transformation that will open up pathways for millions of Brazilians to access the banking systems and thus promoting more equity. We are at the avant-garde of the transformation of these aspects that challenge us on how to make financial services more humane, more accessible and sustainable. And I hope that we all together can continue to respond to these challenges, delivering true impact to society. Each and every one of us should be an ambassador for this vision of the future in our organizations, communities, and projects. FENASBAC is committed to continuing promoting these connections, transforming ideas into realities and challenges into opportunities. Our reminder today is that the future that we want is not born from isolated ideas, but in the reunion of visions, technologies, and shared view. Future is not something we hope for, it's something that we create. Thank you.
Agradecemos ao Sr. Paulo Stein.
We would like to thank Mr. Paulo Stein for your contribution and permanent contribution with the Central Bank of Brazil through FENASBAC. We will now have three panels that will cover the three challenges of the G20 TechSprint 2024, addressing the following topics: nature-based solutions, NBS, environmental, social, and governance factors, ESG in English, and SDG, the Sustainable Development Goals. At the level of the United Nations organizations, the UN, it's part of the 2030 agenda. At the beginning of each panel, we will present a video with a summary of the solutions proposed by each and every one of the finalists of this contest. The videos will be in English, and Portuguese translation will be available through your radio devices. In each one of the dialogues, we'll have the presence of one moderator, which is an expert in the theme, and members of the jury panel for the TechSprint 2024. The first theme discussed in our events is nature-based solutions. This panel will explore the manners through which these solutions can be integrated in around and into a sustainable global financial system. We would like to welcome the speakers who will be asked to share their ideas and innovations about this important topic. I would like to invite to the stage Ms. Isabela Damaso, Head of Sustainability and Relationship with International Investors in the Central Bank of Brazil. Ms. Maria Neto, Executive Director of the Institute Clima e Sociedade, ICS, and also a member of the jury of this contest.
Para aquecer a discussão,
to warm up the debate, we have a video that summarizes the main solutions presented to
nature-based solutions originate from the ground up. In Brazil, with its massive smallholder farming community, it is not only a question of feeding the nation, but also restoring land and ecosystems. Econavi, through its dynamic agroforestry network and dozens of successful pilots in planting and reporting, has built an interface bridging impact investment with the protagonists in the field. Our ISSB-backed methodology brings planters' fieldwork and reporting up to ESG market norms. All impact data goes on EVM-compatible blockchains in line with Brazil's CBDC. The investor can see what is planted, the environmental and social impact, and what can be traded as a real-world asset. A high-trust, low-cost solution for impact efforts, where green economic value will be activated and incentivized, bringing unseen nature-based capital to light, enhancing Brazil's global leadership of sustainable development and climate resilience.
What if we could make conservation of the Amazon rainforest more financially attractive than exploitation? Introducing One Amazon. Our mission is to incentivize the conservation of the Amazon through the One Amazon coin, a secure, financially regulated nature asset with each token backed by 1 hectare of preserved rainforest. This initiative relies on 2 key components: Blockchain technology ensures regulatory security and transparency for investors, while our Internet of Forest network gathers validated data to monitor the health of the rainforest in real time. Each hectare will be equipped with sensors supported by drones and satellites, providing crucial insights into environmental conditions. In partnership with and with respect for local and ancestral communities, as well as NGOs, One Amazon will unlock the planetary value of the Amazon rainforest, establishing a model that is both scalable and adaptable for the preservation of other ecosystems facing similar threats. The One Amazon investment vehicle aims to lead in for-profit ESG impact investing, with 85% of token sale value remaining in the originating country. Through DAO voting, the community influences project selection, ensuring decisions align with shared values. One Amazon, where profit meets purpose and what if becomes reality.
Violet, Vert Capital and Prodizindo Certa joined forces to solve green financing with smart contracts. The consortium provides a business-enabling solution by natively issuing assets on the blockchain. This ensures transparency, traceability, and security, fostering trust in investments like reforestation and wildlife protection. Our platform harnesses the power of smart contracts to automate compliance with strict ESG criteria. This minimizes the risk of greenwashing and guarantees that only projects meeting the highest environmental and social standards receive funding. With composable smart contracts, our group integrate essential processes like debt issuance and securitization into a seamless and scalable ecosystem. This reduces operational costs and enhances efficiency. These solutions contribute to mobilizing public and private funding for nature-positive projects by increasing transparency and facilitating blended finance vehicles, helping bridge the gap to a sustainable future.
We are Netto, accelerating the global transition to net zero. The race is on, but with 93% of companies off track, the stakes couldn't be higher. At Netto, we believe innovation is the key to turning the tide. Our platform connects companies to high-quality future carbon credits. With AI, blockchain, and satellite monitoring, we ensure traceability, transparency, and delivery, guaranteeing impactful and secure investments. The reality is that 80% of nature-based carbon capture projects are not financially viable, limiting the solutions we need to combat climate change. Netto changes this by enabling these projects to achieve financial sustainability without costly loans or loss of ownership. For companies, this means locked-in prices, assured quality, and guaranteed delivery, helping them confidently meet their decarbonization goals. Netto, empowering the net zero transition with certainty, innovation, and impact.
Stellar Green is a green finance platform solution for lifecycle management of nature-based solutions. Utilizing multimodal satellite-based space air-ground sensing network and proprietary AI analytical algorithms, Stellar Green computes the key performance indices for the nature-based solutions, such as above-ground biomass, carbon stocks, and biodiversities. With these KPIs, Stellar Green provides accurate monitoring, transparent verification and assurance, and certification with the compliance of IUCN and standards throughout the project lifecycle in an accurate, objective, and cost-effective manner. With such science-backed analysis, Stellar Green increases investors' confidence with quantifiable impact assessment and incentivize sustainable investment by offering efficient decision-making with quantified return proof.
The round of applause for the nature-based solutions hereby presented. The devisers of the solutions are present with us. With the floor, Isabela Damaso. Good day, everyone. It is a great pleasure for me to be here in the closing event of the TechSprint, taking place alongside the annual meeting of Drex to bring together technology and sustainability. Well, these are two main strategies of the central bank. So very happy to be here. And as Director Paulo said, this edition of the TechSprint 2024 received a record of proposals. 110 proposals have been analyzed, from which 50 were directed to this first theme, nature-based solutions. So considering the examples you've seen in the video, you might imagine that it was no easy task to select only 5 finalists from the 50 nature-based solution projects. So I consider that all of the finalists are already to be congratulated. It is inspiring to see your work in building a financial system that contains sustainability in its core. And also addressing this topic, nature-based solutions, we should say that it is an extremely relevant topic, especially in this initial stage during which many technologies are being developed. And Brazil has an extremely relevant role because the composition of the emissions is very much related to use of land and deforestation. Also, we have a lot of biodiversity in forests that can contribute a lot with the nature-based solutions for the decarbonization process. We face several challenges. Nevertheless, we still have many challenges that need to be overcome so that we can actually use these solutions at a large scale and fulfill our higher goals. I have here with me Maria Neto. She's an expert in this topic, and she's the executive director of the Institute for Climate and Society. She gave us the honor of being a member of the jury in the TechSprint Challenge. So without further ado, I'll give the floor to Maria Neto for her initial remarks.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to be here. It was really interesting to be one of the jurors for this particular exercise. And as we said, all of the proposals we received show that there's a combination of multiple solutions. That means we have a lot to do when it comes to thinking about innovation and sustainability. We want to increase the scale of funding and financing for nature-based solutions. NBSs are crucial to Brazil. Our economy is highly dependent on ecosystems. At the end of the day, our economy is mostly agricultural. We are dependent on renewable energies. We also require fuel, which comes from nature. I recently attended an event at COP26 on biodiversity, and the Deputy Minister of Finance from Colombia was saying that they took a look at their GDP, and over 60% of the Colombian economy depends on ecosystems. And I think Brazil is in a very similar position. Now, we need to view this as an opportunity, something we need to place value on, and we depend on nature. We depend on natural resources. Now, according to the IPCC, over 30% of what we need to do to stabilize our temperature on Earth and also to reduce the amount of GHGs going into the atmosphere, over 30% of what we need to do in that direction is tied or are tied to nature-based solutions. And these are the most cost-effective solutions available. Often when we say that we need to reduce emissions, we often focus a lot on energy transition, renewable fuels, and the like, but we don't pay enough attention to the potential of nature-based solutions. Now, Brazil, as well as many Global South countries, have a lot of potential to produce domestic and international solutions. Now, at COP16 in Colombia, we made significant headway on our discussions on the Convention on Biodiversity. Now, it took us a while to get there, but In Canada, we signed the Cumin Protocol, and this protocol was the first ever protocol to focus on how to leverage and bring private investment towards the promotion of biodiversity. In addition to GHGs, we also need to protect our biodiversity. Our biodiversity is at risk. Our economy is largely dependent on our biodiversity, and sometimes we don't even notice that. Internationally, the situation is similar. We're seeing more and more people trying to find ways to address these risks in their portfolios, and I'm referring to banks, to investors, and the like. At the G20 meeting, I think one of the most important parts was Brazil's role in leading the discussion on the importance of NBS. Now, there's a working group called the Sustainable Finance Working Group, and one of the topics discussed by that WG was how to unlock nature-based investments and solutions. Now, Weeks actually supported this work. There were 12 case studies around the world which include forest restoration, sustainable agriculture, forest conservation opportunities, and also the economies of the seas, as well as other nature promotion opportunities. We found a lot of opportunities, but we also ran into a few difficulties. And these digital solutions may help us overcome them. At the G20, we also innovated significantly with our bioeconomy initiative. This was launched by Brazil, and it was then adopted by the G20. It's important that we acknowledge the importance of bioeconomy. It's composed of 10 different principles accepted by all G20 countries, which is no easy task. And we recognize that the economy can encompass science, technology, and also traditional knowledge. For bioeconomy, we need to think about new business models, new ways of production, new ways of consumption. And there's a lot of potential when it comes to innovation technologies. All of these initiatives we're engaged in are ways to strengthen the overall conclusions of the G20. We're trying to find solutions for NBSs and for the bioeconomy. Now, I'm about to conclude. I just wanted to mention why digitalization is so important. We know that there's a big potential. Brazil has 40 million hectares that could be recovered from a forest perspective. And this is a huge supply that can help us reduce greenhouse gases, improve productivity, create new jobs, and lead to more growth. However, these investments are difficult to make. When we had a discussion on NBS at the G20 and also in Brazil, we often come across multiple challenges, multiple barriers. Now, for this to happen at scale, we need proper infrastructure, seeds, technical capacity, and a whole pre-market structure set up. But there are still a few challenges. For example, such investments may command a large capex, and the return for a growing forest may only come after 7-8 years. And there's a big risk involved because we don't know what the final price of the product we are investing on is going to be. Because halfway through, if there's a plague, for example, if there's a fire, you will ultimately lose out on your investment. And we don't have the necessary tools to address these problems. This is something that financial regulators need to address. And we've got an innovation laboratory for nature. This is a culmination of efforts by multiple banks, including Itaú and Bloomberg. We're discussing that situation because there's no insurance policy available for the years between the actual investment and the ROI. We don't have any guarantees for off-taking contracts. It's difficult to find a way to monetize this kind of investment because it requires a significant initial investment to be made. How do we place value on this particular product? At the end of the day, restoration can be productive. There are multiple opportunities like macaúba, like cocoa. We can use those for second-generation fuels, also dende oil. There's a way to place even more value by using credit, carbon credit, biodiversity credit. There are other ways of monetizing those assets. This complexity requires that we facilitate the financing process by means of data and information. Now, in the case of credit and biodiversity, how do we handle so much information about different species, different growth trajectories, different risks in different biomes and regions? How do we standardize all that? How do we make things easier for investors? How do we facilitate their understanding of the risks involved in their investment? We've discussed a few examples. Tokenization is one. It will allow monitoring to be possible during the execution of the project. Also, smart contracts can also ensure the present value remains and help us understand what's going on in the front lines. These are just ways through which we can monitor our advancement. Now, as an institute focused on technology and philanthropy, we're here to help. We're here to foster nature-based solution investments. And it's great that we had 50 candidates, and we hope that many of them will be Brazilian, because we want to continue to support solutions like these. Okay, that was great, Maria. I wanted to pose a question for you, and I think this is relevant for everyone involved in financing operations. When we think about nature-based solutions, conservation and forest protection often comes to mind right away, as well as a notion of rebuilding degraded areas. Now, everyone knows that a standing forest is far more valuable than trees that have been cut down. However, it's tough to put an actual price on that. And it's tough to engage local populations that make their living off nature. How can we put a price on reconstruction, on maintaining, preserving the forest? Because at the end of the day, this is a global asset. Protecting the forests, maintaining the forests in the southeast of Brazil and in the Amazon, this benefits the world as a whole, and trees, when they're cut down, don't help in that regard. All right, well, about pricing the forest, that's a major topic, right? Cost and opportunities. Opportunities are global because this is a public asset. Now, we looked at multiple examples. Many of the finalists show this. The first challenge we run into is to show the advantage of having the forest remain standing. It's biodiverse. It absorbs carbon. There are multiple aspects we need to focus on about a standing forest that we can use to showcase the importance of biodiversity. Biodiversity is important because it preserves the water. It also preserves local living conditions. And if we were to raise it to the ground, the impact would be huge. It would lead to droughts in Brazil and would actually increase inflation because lots of crops would be lost as a result. So first we need to understand how much carbon we're absorbing, how much biodiversity we're preserving, and we need to also quantify the benefits of all this to the local populations. In the case of bioeconomy or social bioeconomy projects, often people say that the objective is, for example, to promote local cocoa, macaúba, or dende production. And they often ask why this is tied to an economic transformation, because it's such a small project? Well, it is a small project, but it keeps people in the land. It makes them promote that land, and they won't be willing to engage in criminal activity or destructive activity if they make their living off the land. So this requires that we make different elements of the forest more visible to those who live in it. The fact that we have digital solutions that can help us monitor the territory is absolutely great. Now, this has to be standardized, and it also needs to be facilitated. Investors, for example, a bank may say, look, I do want to issue a biodiversity credit. I want to place more stock on a carbon credit because I want to compensate emissions or offset emissions. It could also be the government. The government can also pay for environmental services. However, there are challenges. In addition to placing a price, another challenge is having a proper management system to enable us to standardize these amounts, these prices, and also a system that enables proper monitoring and innovation. We mentioned blended finance earlier. There could be a way to invest, for example, and base results and finance based on results. We have sustainable linked loans in the financial market. We can also have sustainability linked bonds, which means we'll be paying for results. Now, if we are to innovate in this kind of financing instrument, we need monetization. So there are two sides to this coin. First, how do we find digital solutions that can value different value aspects tied to the forest, and also how to use all this to increase standardization and to facilitate financial innovation, to facilitate the monitoring process for projects when they're carried out. Now, we spoke about standardization. This is absolutely crucial to ensuring we can scale up our projects. We often come across interesting projects, but these projects may be difficult to achieve, to get off the ground. We have big problems and we need a big solution. So in addition to standardization, how else can we achieve the necessary scale for this kind of solution? That's a good point. We discussed it at G20. There are many NBSs, and we're getting a lot of experience with our innovation laboratory. We eventually want to scale up our solutions. That is indeed a problem. We have a number of incipient small projects that are not yet good business models, so the transaction costs for them is very high. We need to standardize a number of contracts, off-taking contracts, for example. Risk assessment needs to be standardized. Monitoring needs to be standardized. And for investors, it's important that they be given a blueprint. Now, this is different. In the case of NBS, a restoration project is one thing, and it's different from a preservation project. And it's different from regenerative agriculture. There are different problems that may require different solutions. However, standardization in monitoring and also when it comes to monetization is really important. Our business models, our contracts, our risks, all of this has to be standardized. And if we do that, transaction costs may go down significantly. Of course, there are many other things that we need to do to ensure scale in addition to digitalization. Financing itself may increase scale. For example, performance guarantees are important ways of unlocking uncertainties about risk. Ensuring or creating new insurance or assurance mechanisms is also good, but all of these mechanisms will require data and will require examples. So we need to work in order to develop these programs as pilots, yes, but in a way that they can be scaled up later on if they're successful. There's also a public policy and a regulation issue that really helps. We recently passed a new regulation for the carbon market. So the carbon market can be put to use for restoration purposes. For example, if biodiversity credit takes off, then there will be other public policies to favor that kind of market, and this might also result in a number of different incentives for scaling up. Now, our bioeconomy initiative actually enables us to think about the economy in a more ambitious fashion. The returns from the forest may also be based on forest products. Now, it's a combination of different aspects. Innovation and digitalization together are really, really relevant factors for this particular type of project. Here at the Central Bank, we believe that the innovation agenda is deeply rooted in innovative technologies. Hopefully, these technologies can help us put in place the necessary infrastructure to enable a speedier development of this kind of solution via greater information integrity, reduced costs, by getting rid of many of the middlemen, many of the intermediaries in that process. This includes proper monitoring of all the information required throughout the project. The risk isn't just in the beginning. Usually these processes take a long time, and there are risks scattered throughout. Multiple types of technologies could be put to use. For example, Internet of Things, tokenization, blockchain. We mentioned that on multiple occasions. So, do you believe this combination can help us address the problem of unlocking finance and having the necessary funding to make headway in all of our initiatives, all of our solutions? Well, unlocking financing, there are many challenges and opportunities involved. The scale of NBS will require innovative instruments, and the public banks and philanthropy funds do have a role to play, because that money is needed to make sense of the information, to interpret it, to incentivize results. In the case of the private sector, private investors are not willing to go into very risky investments if they fail to see the potential return. It's a risk-return ratio issue. So we need to be much, much more transparent in conveying the risks of a given investment. And we also need to make sure investors understand the potential returns. This, however, will require innovation. You mentioned blockchain. That's one way of going about this, of determining how far along the project is. We often speak of QR codes. It's not just a static project where we expect a single result. No, we're investing in an ever-changing asset, and that's what's innovative here. This kind of investment will change over time, much like nature does. Trees grow, returns change, so it's important that we understand the opportunity.
And there's also the value chain aspect. How can we look at different stakeholders of the market to put together, to bring together instruments depending on the point of the value chain we are addressing? When we are considering, for example, consortium for the economy, we need to unlock access to credit, tools, financial inclusion, of enabling small businesses to access markets. When the value chain is a bit further along the way, and we are talking about large-scale restoration projects, we might be talking about anchor investments, big corporate businesses, and then they have a barrier of the risk. They need to be certain that they will have a return on investment. So financial support solutions and the form we design it really depends on the perspective we have at the moment and what type of entities we should help. And I think we should think of solutions for everyone, from the small farmers to scaled-up restoration projects for big areas, including public areas that Brazil needs to address. There are millions of hectares in the Amazon to be restored. The Forestry Service is trying to create a system for solutions, but these nature-based solutions are not interesting for the private sector in large scale because they see a lot of the risk and they cannot see how to make sure of the return so far. So even these big projects can benefit from social and environmentally friendly projects and digital solutions as well. So we're coming to the final minutes of our panel. I'd like to know if you have any closing remarks or anything to say to the finalists and participants at large, of the participants of this TechSprint, something as to leave as an inspiration for the future steps, because this effort, this initiative, is not ending here. It's not closing anything here. We continue to engage in this topic, and the central bank will continue to promote these discussions. The proposals we have reviewed are very nice, and it's a pity that we have to choose one, but it was interesting to see that we had a lot of digital solutions and nature-based solutions. We had projects for regenerative agriculture, projects dedicated to restoration, conservation of the forest. It was very interesting to see, as almost all proposals consider it normal, the usage of GPS and georeferencing. It was interesting to see how many proposals considered monetization and the difficulty of working out the aspect of transforming what is very complex into something simple and standardizing innovation so that investors and farmers and businesses can easily operate. And many of the proposals try to do that. And we should have friendly ways of devising all of those solutions. So for me, all of the proposals were very interesting. All of the projects were brilliant. And we in Brazil have supported these projects, and it would be very interesting to continue the conversation with the central bank to promote this digitization. And we should also consider the creation of new financial instruments to unlock it. And in this investment lab, we have a major opportunity to continue working on those topics. Next week we'll have a secret announcement that whoever applied for these projects in Brazil will have new opportunities in no time. Stay tuned. Thank you very much, Professor, for sharing with us your experience in initiatives such as this one. And thank you very much for the partnership, Isabella.
Encerrada a discussão sobre soluções baseadas na
With that, we close the discussion about nature-based solutions. Thank you, Isabella Damasmaia and Maria Neto, for your valuable contributions. Now, for the next two panels, we will migrate the main language of this event into English. We have simultaneous translation equipment.
We will switch the main language from Portuguese to English. We will now start the panel on ESG. This panel will address the main challenges and opportunities of integrating environmental, social, and governance practices in the financial and business sectors. I am pleased to welcome Mr. Ankur Singh, Advisor for the BIS Innovation Hub, Hong Kong, and judge members, Ms. Eva Chaki, Chief Executive Officer of the Global Inclusive Economy Society, and Ms. Marianne Ha, Nature-Related Finance Director of the Global Canopy and leader of the Task Force on Nature-Related Financial Disclosures, TNFD. warm up this discussion, a short video that summarizes the top 5 solutions for this problem statement.
We get it. Managing sustainability can be overwhelming. Like navigating a maze of fragmented platforms and disjointed data, relying on bit-part solutions to piece together a cohesive strategy. It's easy to wonder, is it even worth it? Because when companies lose touch with sustainability, they face not just risk, but a ton of challenges. From new regulations to ever-increasing data and staying on top of research and trends. We believe there's a better way. At TESE, we see a direct link between business, people, and our planet's vitality, getting your ESG strategy to work for you by tackling all aspects of ESG, not just carbon emissions. Connecting the dots, simplifying the process, and helping you get results in real time. TESE brings everything together into one ecosystem. Manage your ESG performance, purchase verified solutions, get access to sustainable finance, stay up to date with the green market, and so much more. When others see the difference that One Planet solutions can make, they'll run in too, creating more opportunities to scale up, collaborate, and grow to empower the world to make with Earth, not just from it, and make sustainable business just business.
Clara ESG is a groundbreaking platform for tokenized green bonds with integrated impact ratings, designed to enhance transparency and accountability in the ESG and green finance sector. Our innovative solution streamlines resource management and impact tracking, ensuring compliance with international sustainability standards. By embedding sustainability disclosures directly into the token's digital metadata, we create a robust framework that not only boosts investor confidence, but also optimizes resource allocation for the green transition. This framework can be applied to any public or private green debt instrument, ensuring clarity and transparency throughout. Our first prototype leverages the framework for Brazilian sustainable sovereign bonds, presenting a tokenized asset that incorporates essential ESG metrics into its core. Clara ESG also integrates reporting for key sustainability financial disclosures, such as IFRS S1 and S2, aligning environmental project ratings and bond metrics seamlessly. As we gather at this pivotal Drex event, our straightforward integration will empower us to finance what truly matters through transparent digital financial instruments with built-in ESG compliance. Join us in transforming the future of green finance with Clara ESG.
Let us walk you through one of the Sattva Trust products, Finance Pro, designed to power decisions and manage climate and credit risks for financial institutions. The platform runs the detailed analysis of the prospect client's emissions performance, as well as of each vessel in the client's fleet for the required period. Sattva Trusted Emissions Performance Score, or STEPS, is the central part of the data analytics. As a lender, you can assess the carbon emissions of the prospect client over any historical period associated with the prospect client. With Finance Pro, lenders can also actively engage with their existing clients. The lender can assess the operational efficiency of the client. Finance Pro is inspired by responsible financial institutions but designed for anyone who aspires to sustainable investing and lending practices. Finance Pro supports lenders who value their time and resources to achieve sustainable climate goals without compromising the profitability.
Everything we use, from cars and smartphones to clothes, comes from raw materials moving through complex supply chains. A cotton t-shirt might involve cotton grown in India, spun in China, and stitched in Vietnam. A single product can involve thousands of suppliers. By 2026, legislation will require 60,000 companies worldwide to report carbon emissions from every supplier. These are called Scope 3 emissions, which make up the majority of a company's carbon footprint. Tracking these emissions across thousands of suppliers is a huge manual and cost challenge for companies. That's where Composite comes in. We enable companies to upload their supplier lists and instantly access insights into their suppliers' environmental practices. By eliminating costly manual tracking, we help businesses save at least $250,000 per year, gaining greater visibility into their supply chains and mitigate future climate risks, all while staying ahead of evolving regulations. At Composite, we believe simplifying this process is crucial for a sustainable future. We're thrilled to be a part of the G20 TechSprint and excited for what the future holds. Thank you.
A round of applause to all finalist teams. Teams are present with us here today. Mr. Singh, the floor is yours. We wish you all a fruitful debate.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, bon dia. So ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor and a privilege to be here and opening this panel. Today, in my opinion, is a historic day because it's a culmination of more than 10 months of collaborative effort between the BIS Innovation Hub and Banco Central do Brasil. For most of the people sitting here and around the world, the TechSprint started much later. But for us, it started much earlier when we started discussing with the central bank about the problem statements that we're going to choose for this year's TechSprint. You know that this is the 5th edition, and very carefully we shortlisted these 3 problem statements which were focused around sustainability, because we believe that this is one of the most important and critical issues of current time. And that's why we shortlisted these problem statements of nature-based solutions, ESG, and SDG. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we live in a very, very critical and important time. As the world moves towards sustainability and we try to align our economic goals with sustainability, it's a challenge not just for people, but for the governments, the central banks, the investors, and of course, the innovators. And that's why we decided to have this problem statement, the second problem statement, focus around ESG, that how technological solutions can improve the quality, reliability, and granularity of ESG factors. The ESG factors are becoming critical in the financial decision making. We have to align our thought processes. We have to align our entire process of supply chains, of financial innovations around these things. So that's why we chose this problem statement as the second problem statement. Now we have 2 judges who supported us in this journey, because you know, as Isabella mentioned, that we received 110 proposals, which is a record number of proposals that we have received in any of the TechSprints. And we were able to bring it down to 15, 5 in each category. And then those 5 were left to our knowledgeable judges to decide that who is going to be the winner of this year's TechSprint in each of these categories. Now, to Eva, my first question would be to you, because you know that the problem statement was looking for solutions which can cater to the needs of diverse stakeholders, right? To central banks, to SMEs, to innovators, to policies, as well as how we can bring finance into this entire ESG aspect. Now, do you think that the solutions were able to cater to all of these stakeholders? What was your experience about this entire evaluation process? And what technologies or frameworks do you think were most relevant to SMEs Because I think you have been doing a lot of work in this area. So what's your opinion on that?
Thank you so much for that question. And first and foremost, I want to thank all the organizers for this amazing event and this contest. We have been so impressed with the quality of the solutions, and amazing that you were able to get that many applications. And congratulations for all the shortlisted finalists. Again, it's very clear that amazing work and brilliance have gone into them. I'm honored to be part of this conversation because it is clear that climate action is very urgent. And when you look at our financial system, there are $175 trillion, more or less, in capital markets. And currently, less than 2 trillion of that can be considered sustainable finance. And that's considering all the different buckets of sustainable finance. So we have a really, really long way to go, because we know that the private funds are out there. They are in the private capital markets looking for investments, but they are not going into sustainable finance right now. Of the 2 trillion that is going into sustainable finance, a lot of it is public money, not private money. So I think this is such an important problem statement. And again, I would like to acknowledge the organizers who made the decision to make this a problem statement this year, because it's really getting at that problem. How do we address the underlying issues that are preventing private capital from going into sustainable finance and ultimately supporting sustainable solutions? SMEs are critical, as all of you know it. Over 90% of all businesses around the world are SMEs, and most importantly, they account for about 60% of jobs. And SMEs have been struggling. This is in part because obviously COVID hit SMEs very badly, but also the structure of the global economy has changed in profound ways over the last 20 years. We have experienced an increase in concentration. And as this corporate concentration has increased, as 90% of global trade is now going through global value chains, that has important consequences for SMEs. A lot of SMEs have not been able to keep up. These corporate value chains have standards for good reasons, and they have lots of benefits. But SMEs often face hurdles when it comes to keeping up and meeting those requirements. And so what we have seen is over the last 20 years, SMEs have really been struggling, and that includes medium-sized companies. So now, on top of that, we have this urgent mandate and priority of sustainability and tackling the climate crisis, which are bringing in additional requirements and regulations and standards. So how do we actually empower these SMEs to thrive in this environment and take full advantage? And they have a lot going for them. They are agile. They can move very often in much more innovative ways than their larger counterparts. But they do face some challenges. In a study that actually was done for another G20 presidency when I was with the IFC, we actually identified 12 areas, 12 key barriers to sustainable finance as far as SMEs are concerned. And I was just thrilled to see the solutions that we had the opportunity to review, because they were all addressing some of those major barriers. And that is very exciting. As far as stakeholders are concerned, I think it is pretty much impossible to come up with a solution that addresses all the stakeholders, but it was very clear that each of these solutions were targeting some key stakeholder and the needs and the requirements of that key stakeholders in a way that it can be beneficial for other stakeholders as well. There is one last comment. Hopefully I'm not going over my 5 minutes. I'd like to point out something that I think doesn't get discussed enough, and I just would like to plant the seed here. When we talk about this topic and we talk about ESG, ultimately, when we want to leverage technology, it comes down to data. Data is absolutely critical, and the quality of the data. We can have the most sophisticated technology, but if the data we are using is not good data, then really the analysis and the output and the outcomes are questionable. The exciting development over the last year or two is that on environmental factors, we have really great granular data. Satellite images are being used in a very, very granular basis. We have the computational power to actually work with that data. On governance, the G piece, it's so-so, right? I mean, some of the internal variables on governance can be reasonably tracked. Some of the external ones, like the community impact, stakeholder engagement, gets a little bit more gray. But when it comes to social data, I am very concerned that we do not have good social data. Very often our social data comes from a very, very outdated instrument called a survey. And when you look into the methodology of some surveys and the response rates to surveys, those are really, how representative they are, it's very questionable. So I would like to plant a seed and maybe start a conversation around how do we generate better social data? When you think about it, even in the least developed countries, almost everybody has a cell phone. Increasingly so, they have smartphones. That technology is in the hands of people. It's in the hands of households. We have ways, innovative ways to leverage that to actually start collecting very high quality social data. So right now that is not happening. It is happening in little buckets, and I think there is benefit to sharing some of those examples and best practices, but it is not happening in any systematic ways. So I'd like to make that as my final point.
Right. Thank you, Eva. A very, very important point about this social data, but very encouraging to see that innovations are happening to facilitate SMEs, which are one of the biggest employers around the world. Now, let's move to another activity, supply chains. Now, it is one of the core activities, and even at the Innovation Hub, we have one of the projects going on, Project Insight, which is trying to look at supply chains and how they impact the monetary policy, or they can impact that. But let's look at the transition part of it. It's one of the core activities which requires a massive transition, isn't it? And what's your opinion about that? Do you think that the solutions presented in the TechSprint were able to cater to that? How was your experience with this entire evaluation? Marianne, your views, please.
Thank you so much, and I can only echo Eva's point on what a beautiful landscape of solutions. Really, really incredible. So I think, the supply chains with the S2 standard now issued by the ISSB, and also regulation in a number of jurisdictions that makes it either voluntary or mandated to disclose your financed emissions or your Scope 3 emissions. What is super interesting here was that we saw the landscape actually starting to respond with intelligent technology solutions to be able to move to Scope 3 or financed emissions. Because what we saw before, that became very clearly communicated by the regulatory community, was that AI was basically leveraged, or most corporates in their value chains or financial service institutions, they would use sector averages to come out with these carbon emissions or intensity scores, and that can only get you so far. So the way they did leverage AI when it was not mandated was to say, okay, let's take the current accounts of an SME, let's have the AI classify the expenditures per sector, let's then use carbon emission factors to ascribe a carbon footprint per sector expenditure of that SME. And that's all based, of course, on sector averages. So it's very difficult for financial service institutions to use that data to then structure financial products to enable that SME to go on a transition pathway. Because if you're using sector averages, you can't show performance over time of decarbonization. So what was super interesting with this landscape was that it's obvious that the entrepreneurial landscape are responding to these clearer regulatory signals. So instead of using AI to come up with automatic calculations on spent-based accounting, they actually went into consumption-based accounting. Most of them. So they leverage IoT data, so basically smart meters for energy use or water use at the SME level, to make that assets of the SME smart and be able to harvest automatically energy use data and then link that with the energy mix data to come up with an accurate emission for that SME. And that then enables the banks to say, okay, if you have this emissions today, we will finance you to implement these and these efficiency measures in your building, retrofit your windows, retrofit your structures, etc. We can move you on an energy efficient pathway that will then be able for you to live up to your transition plan and for us to live up to our net zero targets as a bank. And it's not about only disclosures, right? It's about transition risks for banks, because we see now with this introduction of carbon adjustment tax in a number of jurisdictions that research shows that over 75% of multinationals are ready to shift their SME suppliers if they don't help them reach their net zero goals. And especially for emerging markets, they are ready to change more than 45% of emerging market suppliers that do not help them live up to transition plans. So it's a real transition risk on the balance sheet of especially emerging market banks because of this. So I think it was super interesting to see, as you saw on the screen, we had GreenFi, we had Tesse, etc., leveraging these smart assets, and not only leveraging them, because you can't go into a lot of jurisdictions and find smart meters in all the real estates of all your SME clients. Most of them use dumb meters, right? So it's not all jurisdictions that actually have this. And I think so some of the entrepreneurs, the fintech entrepreneurs, went that extra mile to make these partnerships with technology companies to actually help to roll out the smart meters to make the assets smart. And I think that's super interesting to see that a fintech goes in to work on rollout of smart meters to make them able to be read remotely. So I think we are definitely moving into carbon accounting 2.0, which is much more digitized, much more on consumption rather than spent-based data, and much more usable to create carbon-linked or net zero-linked type financial credits. Yeah.
That's really encouraging to hear, Marianne. Okay, let me follow back on that. And see, one of the important goals of this problem statement was to minimize the risk of greenwashing and fraud. Now, did you see any of these technologies like AI, big data, blockchain, addressing this, and how do you think that were any of the solutions able to cater to that aspect? And how do you see the future about it?
Yeah, I think we didn't see any solutions in the solution landscape that were sort of specifically for the RegTech use case. We didn't see any that were using AI, IoT, etc., to take disclosure reports and then verify the disclosures. We didn't see that. But we did see, of course, since we saw a lot of use of IoT, that's inherently more auditable, that you can get the IoT, the consumption data, and you can then get the energy mix data, and then you can audit whether that algorithm or that model is correctly calculated. So in that sense, it's much more auditable. We also had some solutions that were going into the supply chain transportation. We had one solution that you saw here, but it mirrors sort of a general trend that with this increased scope 3 emissions and financed emissions, that we also need to look at the transport links in the supply chains and what's the emissions from that. And there we saw this solution that actually was super interesting because it took and repurposed technology, which was actually is a regulatory requirement on vessels to have automated information systems. So it was a regulatory requirement by the IMO, the International Maritime Organization, so vessel wouldn't collide, right? So we wouldn't have accidents on sea. But now that's been repurposed for green finance, which is super interesting. So you can get real-time tracking through satellite and AI of all vessel movements at all times. And what is happening is that you can then ascribe, of course, automatically a carbon footprint, and that's completely real-time. And in that sense, you can say that it's not self-reported. It's reported directly from that asset, from the vessel. And of course, that makes it much more auditable. And I think from my world, and just linking to the previous discussion on nature-related risks, what becomes super important is that the next frontier is, of course, to say, now we have these data solutions for automated carbon accounting, but banks don't want a data solution for automated carbon accounting and then one for nature-related risk accounting or impact accounting. They want everything in one solution through the Bloomberg terminal, right? So how can we, and what we're seeing at the frontier is to taking these solutions and adding on to that data stack the nature-related impact measurements. So you can quite easily take this real-time routes of the vessels that gives you the carbon footprint and overlay that with marine protected areas. So how long a distance, how long time is the vessel spending in marine protected areas? How much noise pollution does that create so it affects the survival rates of the marine mammals? You can overlay it with marine migratory pathways, etc. So I think just that's the next frontier, and linking to the nature-based discussion for these solutions is to say, how can we increase that data stack also with the nature-related data layer so that we can become even more relevant and more future-proof and give the banks also and the financial markets more opportunities to innovate on nature-linked and climate-linked finance. Yeah.
Interesting, really interesting. Yeah. Now, the regulations around the world are evolving, right? While in some of the jurisdictions it's mandatory, while in another it's voluntary, and but what we are missing maybe is how do we incentivize this ESG reporting? Right, the companies or the corporates or the SMEs need to be incentivized to report this. Eva, did you see that any of the solutions try to bridge this gap between ESG reporting and financial decision making? Were the solutions able to cater to this need of the industry?
I think all of these solutions have that potential. And that's very exciting to see, because I think we live in an era where smart policy is so important, where things are changing very fast. The regulatory process can be very slow, and often by the time a regulation is in place, maybe it's not the best way to address a particular problem, which is why this whole movement of smart policy is so important. And smart policy is being enabled by technology. The smart policy is really about building in feedback loops, systematically collecting the experiences, evidence, and data, evaluating it on an ongoing basis, adjust course accordingly, and again, just feedback loop, feedback loop, feedback loop. And the amazing thing about the solutions that we looked at is they can pretty much all be used in that fashion. That's not how they were necessarily designed. Maybe that is not the original intention of the entrepreneurs or solution designers, but they all have the potential to be applied and utilized in that fashion. And I think that's something that policymakers can, it's a great opportunity for policymakers to partner up with some of these solution providers.
Very rightly said. Opportunity to participate together. And on that note, Marianne, how about the collaborative efforts between various stakeholders? Do you think that the solutions are able to cater to that, bring together various stakeholders and somehow build a solution which can cater to the needs of everyone and moving in this direction?
Yeah, I think what I mentioned about that some of these fintech innovators suddenly create these partnerships with technology companies to roll out smart meters, right? You wouldn't see that necessarily as a sort of fintech core business. Mm-hmm. So I think that's just because of the fact that in these markets, there's currently no regulatory requirement for remote reading of these types of data sets. So that was definitely walking that extra mile. I think we also saw in the whole sort of asset tokenization, the tokenized bond, which was a different type of solution, that was leveraging a number of data sets, which were Earth observation data sets and satellite data sets, which super innovative to try to link Earth observation to a blockchain ledger. That's not easy. And thereby, of course, leveraging a lot of that satellite data is open source, it's public finance, it's from public missions. So I think there's a lot more that can be done in that space. But I completely agree with Eva that this is where we need policymakers and regulators to step in. Because the entrepreneurs can, of course, go so far to deliver technological solutions, and they will start to solve what the policymakers and regulators are not trying to solve. So if the policymakers and regulators are too slow to decide high integrity, for instance, biodiversity credit markets, the technology solutions will come out there and try to come up with all kinds of governance models, which may not be the best for the local communities or for the national economy. So I think we need to have many more jurisdictions that come in and start to build those guardrails around what is a high integrity carbon credit, who can trade them, do we need to structure them in the same way as we did the carbon markets? You are now just issuing here an emission trading scheme. They were built, at least in where I come from, Europe, they were built as super opaque. It's not very cost efficient to issue a carbon credit, for instance. You know, you need handheld paper-based verification, all of this stuff. How can we get regulators to come in and think about, can we try to make some of these instruments born digital? Both the biodiversity credits, but what would that need in terms of verification? Can we have technology completely be the verifier? Or do we also need some handheld verification? So I think we need definitely regulators and also mandatory transition plans. I think that's key because then we can have AI automatically track your transition plan and against your smart meters and say what pathway, science-based from the IPCC are you on, etc. Because otherwise the market's going to come up with all their own ratings and what it looks like, and it's going to be very difficult to manage. So I think it's exactly what the regulators need to standardize, to create the demand through the transition plans, etc. Currently there's no demand for biodiversity credits because there's no requirements for net gains of company behavior. And I think that's where we need to get to. And then doing what Brazil is doing, developing digital public infrastructure, like we see in India with the AgriStack, like we see here with the Drex, etc., where you come out and you create that minimum infrastructure that all the innovators can come on, where you have a certain minimum of integrity, data sharing standards, etc., then the innovation can happen. Otherwise, it's complete chaos. Yeah.
Very important. I mean, it's a call to action to all the policymakers around the world that before the private sector comes into the picture, maybe policymakers need to fill this gap and create these guardrails. Yes, very important. Now, Eva, probably the last question of this panel, and on a very light note, how easy or how difficult it was to evaluate these solutions and decide upon a winner? Do you think it was easy or difficult? And what more do you want to see from innovators in this area?
We had such a hard time, and apparently it was our group in particular, but we loved all the solutions, and they each had advocates, I would say, on the panel, and I think the organizers did a good job of bringing together people with very diverse backgrounds and with diverse set of expertise. But I think that also meant that, we each had different connections to the different proposals. And they were also good, but they were very, very different. The truth is, even though we had evaluation criteria, and we were all scoring and spreadsheeting and aggregating the spreadsheets and calculating. The truth is, they were all so different and all brilliant. So yeah, it was a very difficult process, to be honest.
We still have time, so Marianne, your views, please.
Yeah, we had to have several meetings because we couldn't agree. So also because there's such a different degree of digitization of the real economy and where these solutions are. So is it the most sophisticated that's in the market with the highest degree of digitization, or is it that one that's in an emerging market really trying to drive the demand side as well? You know, that was what really created the challenge for us. But so we came up with a winner, but we think they're all winners, really, because they cater to very different product market fits. And in different constraints. Some are in super constrained markets, some are in less constrained markets.
Thank you so much. So ladies and gentlemen, Eva and Marianne, two of the judges of this problem statement, they share their views, they share their experience about this entire evaluation. It was indeed a wonderful experience. Just to have these 5 shortlist teams over here, you saw the solutions, you saw their videos. They were exciting, exhilarating, and the innovations that we are seeing in this area, it's very encouraging. It is for the future, and we would continue to work in this area, right? We would continue to collaborate with central banks. And thank you so much to the organizers. Thank you so much to the participants. Thank you so much, and I congratulate in advance to the winner, whosoever he is. Thanks a lot.
Our thanks to the moderator and panelists for this enlightening dialogue. We have just held the panels on NBS and ESG, and we will now have a coffee break. We shall be ready to start the next panel at 11:03, 3 minutes past 11. Our next panel will address the SDG theme and will be conducted in English. Do enjoy your break. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back from the coffee break. And you had an extra 12 minutes for networking. We will now start the panel on the Sustainable Development Goals, SDG. I hope you enjoy the discussions. I am pleased to welcome Mr. Ronaldo Vieira da Silva, Deputy Head of Banco Central do Brasil's Department for Financial Citizenship Promotion. And judge members, Ms. Caitlin Nash, member of the National Steering Committee of the South Africa Startup Act movement. And Mr. Chao Jiang Zhang, Executive Director for the AI 2030 and Chief Executive Officer of the FinTech for Good. Before the dialogue begins, a short video presenting the top 5 solutions for this problem statement.
Over 400 million nano and micro enterprises, many women-owned, lack access to affordable credit, deepening poverty. Financial exclusion hinders progress toward UN SDGs like no poverty, gender equality, and sustainable communities. Chi-Score democratized finance for the informal sector by accurately predicting default risk, reducing rejection rates, and enabling progressive loan upgrades. Chi-View is an advanced portfolio risk management tool with automated insights and early warning signals. It brings new-to-credit customers into the formal system using alternative data sources. Powered by AI ML, Chi-Score delivers real-time credit decisions with low-code APIs, advanced risk assessment tools, and models trained on 30+ million unique customer records. It boosts approvals by 20 to 30% and enhances customer selection by 3 to 5 times. Chi-Score has underwritten 5.3 million customers, unlocking $3.4 billion in credit, 98% of whom are women. Creating a future of inclusive finance for everyone, everywhere.
The planet faces urgent challenges, requiring $275 trillion in investments by 2050 to limit global warming. Moreover, addressing waste management, enhancing water resilience, and protecting ecosystems demand substantial additional resources. In this context, environmental markets play a pivotal role by offering cost-effective solutions to reduce emissions, optimize resources, and promote sustainable practices. Green Tracker transforms the environmental landscape with cutting-edge technologies like Internet of Things and artificial intelligence to automate monitoring, reporting, and verification processes. Combined with blockchain-based tokenization, it ensures that positive environmental impacts are traceable, transparent, verified, and monetizable. By turning results like CO2 reductions, water savings, and material recycling into tradable assets, Green Tracker empowers companies and governments to achieve sustainability goals and unlock new financing opportunities. Our technology fosters trust, eliminates double counting, and maximizes profitability, serving as a cornerstone for scaling up environmental markets. Take action now. Turn your environmental data into tangible and valuable assets with Green Tracker.
Founded to serve those in the fringes of the financial system, Pérola is a credit association that connects micro-entrepreneurs to the capital market. Through our digital platform, Pérola app, we provide inclusive and accessible credit to those who need it most. The project will use advanced technologies such as artificial intelligence and blockchain to ensure secure and efficient operations, fostering innovation in the financial sector and in scaling the solution to provide more people with easy access. Our platform is built on a robust and reliable technological foundation, using secure processes and solid market tools to ensure greater security and maintainability. The sky's the limit for what can be achieved with more investments in technology. This has the real potential to positively transform Brazil's reality.
Datavaran is a climate finance ecosystem for accelerating renewable energy growth in India and beyond. The name Datavaran comes from Vatavaran, a word originating from Sanskrit and meaning environment. Datavaran is a concept and a community bringing together three sets of actors: state and local governments, institutional and non-institutional investors, and clean tech providers. Datavaran users can interact with 4 modules within the platform: Energy Dashboard, the State Readiness Index, the Green Screen module, and the Geospatial Analyzer. Visit the About page to learn about the project's goals and the team page to get to know the people behind Datavaran. Datavaran, unlocking clean energy investment opportunities.
Over 25 million climate-related articles are published every year. This volume makes analyzing and predicting climate investment trends increasingly complex. Introducing the Climate Finance AI Assistant. Discover relevant articles on your topics of interest, paired with concise summaries to keep you informed and ahead. Monitor key areas and get fresh insights delivered right when you need them. Customized reports are generated periodically, providing key trends and insights. Add or remove details to shape future reports. As the reports evolve over time, uncover emerging trends and make more effective climate investments. Climate Finance AI Assistant, empowering smarter, faster decisions for impactful climate action.
Congratulations to all finalist teams who are present here with us today. Ronaldo, the floor is yours. We wish you a fruitful discussion.
Thank you. And I'd like to start by thanking Isabella and her team for the invitation. For myself and my team at the Financial Citizenship Department, is a great honor to take part of this celebration. So before I pass the word to my esteemed panelists, I'd like to make some comments. The panel is focused on the problem statement number 3, which is the Sustainable Development Goals. And as you know, Brazil has always had like central role in major efforts towards sustainability. And it goes back to 1992 with Rio 92, and then Rio Plus 20 into 2012. And also with the COPs, and you know, Brazil has always been a big participant of the meetings. The essence of the SDGs lies in the comprehensive approach to global challenges. And the objectives are a universal call to action to end poverty, protect the planet, and ensure that all people enjoy peace and prosperity by 2030. This year, the G20 Rio de Janeiro Leaders Declaration highlight the central role and importance of the SDGs. I'm not sure if you know that, but the SDGs were mentioned 13 times throughout the declaration. So one specific statement says that the leaders recognize the significant role of financial inclusion in improving financial well-being and achieving the SDGs. The G20 believes that financial inclusion is a vital enabler of the SDGs, serving as a powerful engine driving economic growth and fostering social progress. And here it's where I would like to make a link to the work done by the GPFI, the Global Partnership for Financial Inclusion, which, I'm sorry, but my team was leading the work together with, of course, other colleagues from the Central Bank. The GPFI has the mandate to foster digital financial inclusion and also for people and MSMEs. And this year, under the Brazilian presidency, we are able to finalize 2 important reports, two important documents, and that we call deliverables. The first one is a report with policy options for reaching the last mile segments of the population with quality financial inclusion. And the second one, which was the Brazil's priority, is a policy note on financial well-being. All right, so we have a compromise from countries, but you are the specialists here, and we are only 5 years. We have only 5 years to go, right? I mean, 2030 is right on the corner, and we are lagging behind with goals. So I think that's why we were very glad to see that for the problem statement number 3 received 28 high-quality projects, and that they were covering like different statements of the SDGs. And of course, it was no easy task to narrow down to the 5 finalist projects and that we have just watched, and also I imagine to decide for the the winner. So the matter is urgent, and there's no time to waste. So with that, I'd like to pass the word to maybe Kathleen for initial words, and then Xiaoqin. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much for having me. As introduced, my name is Caitlin Nash, and I am based out of South Africa, where South Africa will be the host for the G20 next year. So it really is an honor and an extraordinary opportunity to be here with the delegates and the teams that have run this initiative, and for South Africa to be able to build on it. And certainly we've seen that the conversation around SDGs has moved to post-SDG targets beyond 2030. And that's really what I hear in rooms nowadays. It's not even the SDG targets, just us talking about what's next. So I'm very happy for us to analyze and talk about what we experienced as part of this G20 TechSprint. There really is a remarkable caliber of expertise and humans in this room. And I would strongly urge everyone to make the most out of being in such close physical proximity, because it's in these moments that plans are made and those plans turn into something magical. But over to my colleague.
Thank you. Yeah, my name is Xiaoqin Jiang, and I'm now based in Chicago. And thank you. First, I would really want to say that for TechSprint, how important it is, and this is I think the 5th edition, and in the technology community in general, that's each TechSprint is such an important avenue where that's to really identify what is the next level of innovation, which can just help financial institutions to take more responsibility or just do better in terms of solving the bigger, larger problems that we face. And within the last 5 editions, that's 2 times focus on climate change. That's show that financial institutions definitely have a very important role to play. And that role itself is yet to be clear to many organizations. So from TechSprint, I think many just find answer. And then within that, I think several the judge panel were involved in. One of the work was UN high-level panel on digital financing for SDGs. So we worked. There was a report released by the UN panel, and which was listed a number of things. But in general, when you look at the digitalization, what role can it play for SDGs? SDG in general, the biggest problem is that number one, it's complex. Number 2 is, there's a large financial gap, and 5 trillion to 7 trillion a year, and naturally that's, where are the money and how to just bring more especially private sector investment into this effectively to reducing cost. So what digitalization, especially, digital financing, what digital financing can do is not around, to innovate, to just create a next generation of energy or energy efficiency, or it's climate smart agricultural product or a solution. More importantly is how to leveraging digital financing to just make those technology commercially viable, and that if we can just reducing cost of climate change or SDG, and naturally more money will come into that, and then adoption will just happen that way. The second part of that is definitely how to leveraging or just blending private sector money into this. And many times we talk about SDG financing. The short of SDG financing is from that private sector have concern that the money used in SDG doesn't generate the result that they are looking for, and how we can, through digital financing or digital technology, to really bring that, reducing the cost of monetary evaluation, bring more solid evidence that, $1 achieve $1 of impact. So, I'm very happy to see that, for all the solutions that we have seen in this, TechSprint, really are along the line. That's how to just make the existing technology solution commercially viable, or how to just make certain high potential financial instruments which are good for SDG to be scalable, and then to make sure that then they are cost effective, and then to give confidence to the investors. So I'm very happy to get involved in this. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Xiaoqian and Caitlin. So, as a first question, I'd like to explore your experience as judges of the problem statement number 3. And financial inclusion and financial education, we consider that they are pivotal to achieving many of the SDGs. And so I'd like to ask you, how did the shortlisted solutions address these aspects, particularly for the underserved communities? And also, what innovative approaches did you observe? Like, if you can go through these very quickly. Thank you.
My takeout from COP28, I became obsessive with how is this green finance going to trickle down to the entrepreneur on the ground? How does the SME or the MSME benefit from this when they are the backbone of most emerging economies? I think what is fascinating about the solutions we saw is that thinking seems to be permeating in many accelerators or incubators or founders. It seems to be more talked about now, and of course what we need is less talking and more action around it, a more concrete plan. So what I found with the solutions that we evaluated was, to put it in our climate terms, there were solutions that were mitigating, who were trying to fix current problems, and there were those that are future thinking, so trying to foster a new way of doing things. In this space, we have to have both. We have to be able to fix those points of friction that are the barriers to implementation, and those solutions serve a critical purpose to moving implementation forward. In parallel, we have to support the solutions that are thinking ahead. If you want to build a healthy society, government invests money in early childhood development so that the children grow up thinking correctly and their formative years are shaped correctly. This is where we find ourselves now, is there will be a huge wave of new businesses across the globe, and there is an opportunity for it to be built right from the start, so that we're not stuck in this loop of fixing businesses. In terms of the solutions themselves, what I found energizing was that they were very pragmatic, so less removed. And I think everyone's feeling that need. They were tangible. They were opportunities that you can implement and feel the results. The microcredit solutions is getting money into the hands of the most who need it the most. The solution where they're scanning the overwhelm of climate information is helping to distill key insights so that leaders can make better informed decisions faster and can help contribute towards the narrative so that it stays non-biased. The innovation that I took out of it, there were probably two that, for me, working across Africa and working with entrepreneurs and businesses that side, was Kaleidoscope had something called the key factor. Now, essentially what they're doing is they are trying to build an alternative credit scoring model. And many countries around the world are trying to crack this idea of the alternative credit scoring model. And there is a technology part involved in that. How do we usually assess credit risk at the moment? We say, where's your salary, how much do you earn? Now, in a world of gig workers, who is permanently employed all the time? Not even me. Then you say, okay, well, you can borrow against what you've got, asset-based. Immediately cuts out most women, because most women don't have land or assets. 2, also moving into an era where assets are tokenized or shared or fractionalized. So how can you then leverage your assets for loans from an advanced point of view? So fundamentally, when we talk about financial inclusion, is it about the tech stack? Is it about the financial flows? Is it critically about changing our scoring model for the underserved communities? Because once they're in the system, they then have the opportunity to build up a credit score, which is just as valuable as accessing that initial state of money. So this was fascinating, this business. I mean, they were overlaying data around how long women have lived in that area, how long migration patterns in specific communities, really extending themselves beyond just financial scores and telecoms. And that, for me, was absolutely the start of something incredible that could be incredible for other countries. The second one I also really enjoyed, Parola, is you can have the best solution in the world, and you touched on commercialization is critical, but adoption is really where we see the rubber hit the road. And I really was impressed with Parola's human-centered innovation. The way they think, the way they deploy is really human-centered at the front. And we need to see a lot more of that for solutions that serve underprivileged communities. So in general, I mean, what I really took out is we can build a huge amount of data through these solutions, data that we don't have. And that's really what is going to be the next step.
Yeah, so from my side, that's, when you just look at it, innovation doesn't happen in a vacuum. And we'll always, whoever are working in the innovation space, you're always afraid that someone who have the technology trying to find a problem, and then they do something, have a new technology, but it doesn't solve anyone's problem. So what I see in this, challenge and then the solution, SDG provided the best problems because you have so many problems to be solved. And then when you just go to financial service sector specifically, and in general that innovation can help 3 players, because innovation have to serve somebody. Who are the somebody? And one part is who provide financing, right? The bankers, the investors who want to bring money. That money is so important. But unfortunately, that's, a lot of financial institutions are not just, established to do climate change, to do SDG. There's a knowledge gap. They are in lack of tools to make decisions. And then, bankers are very, used to use, the input, output, and cost-benefit analysis and all that. In SDG side, that's, how, if those tools are not available, then they don't have really the tools to make decisions. And of course, then they will not bring the right capital into that. So the right solution need to enable or empower, financial institutions, investors to do that. And we see several solutions are along that, like provide better data, provide better platform, provide better, access, to the value chain. And I think that is very critical. The second part is the recipients, right? And if we want to, the SDG is about people. It's about, how your human development is just being empowered that way. So a lot of time that, go back to the financial inclusion side, that's financial exclusion are caused, from different reasons. And some are just, banking institutions think that they are just too costly to serve them because they don't know, they're not credit worthy. Or they just don't have sufficient data to, have a customer profile, and then without customer profile, and naturally you cannot serve them. Or that's, there's other, they are not, a lot of time we just can translate that into the cost of serving them is too high. And we have seen several solutions which are really just looking at alternative way, leveraging AI, blockchain, new emerging technology to create better credit score. And where that's those social economic data, which can just create value, and then those value just contributing to a better scoring system, and using that to just enable them to access better finance. Of course, that's in between from the investor and the beneficiary. Then there's the intermediaries. We always I used to do CDM validation, and so from the project origination to validation to certification to just phase out credits and all that. So from that process, so many intermediaries play a role there, and then each one of them are charging a fee that make 1 ton of CO2 emission reduction becoming very costly, and then that gave very limited incentive for project owner to just develop a SDG or climate projects. So how you can just using blockchain, AI, and other emerging technology to really reducing costs and taking intermediaries out, and then the data come to the blockchain without the third-party validator to validate that, and without the third-party verifier, and then that's already verified. Everyone in the project can access to that. With all that, and you effectively take the third party out of that, or fourth party, fifth party out of that. You make each $8 of CO2 emission and $5 or $7 go to the final beneficiary. Naturally, that's the investors will be very happy to just bring more capital to into the project. But if within $8 per ton and then $6 go to the intermediary, and of course that's the climate benefits will be very limited, and then you provide less incentive for them. So I see again that's the solutions we have seen and really are addressing the right problem with the right technologies.
Okay, thank you, Xiaojian. And I'll take from one point that you said, and to mention a little bit about the last mile report that I just mentioned, because there's a struggle. We have 75% of the adult population in the world already included in the financial system. So we can say, oh, it's only 25%. But that's the 25% that are excluded. They are the hardest to reach. So there's no way we can reach them unless we think out of the box, right? And that's the importance of innovation. That's the importance of, we look to like all these, like in fintechs and other companies that are working in this field of innovation, because if we just keep doing the same things that we've done in the past in terms of financial inclusion, I could say, it's not enough. If it was enough, we would be like covering 99%, but it's not. So that's very interesting. So now looking forward, I'd like to ask you you think that are the key challenges or opportunities you foresee for scaling the SDG-focused solutions. Especially, I think it's important that we could think that, especially in terms of the adoption in financially underserved regions. So maybe start with Caitlin.
Yes. How much time do we have? 2 days? 8 minutes. Oh, okay. 8 minutes. All right. Perhaps I want to touch on, I think Ava spoke about global supply chains, but Africa will have 13 out of 20 of the world's biggest cities on its continent. And before the turn of the century, 1 in 4 people in the world will be from Africa. So essentially the youth component of Africa will be the population that other companies will have to trade and transact with, whether that's at a labor point of view or a trade partner. Now, interestingly, 66% of Africans are still unbanked. So it's a global problem, right? Because Africa is a global asset. So solving for this is not just solving for your country. It's solving for this global supply chain and making sure that everyone can participate in that trade. In terms of the barriers and the opportunities that these types of SDG solutions face, I think I'm going to address my comments to leaders in this room. So whether you lead a team or you're a government official or you run an accelerator program, I feel that a lot of the scaling problem is a leadership issue. And leadership needs to be called to account for that. I think we have got very smart, creative, tech-savvy, driven climate tech innovators, and they can only scale their solution through partnerships. So I have a couple of rules that I like to encourage leaders to think about. First is build, don't block. So the first issue these SDG solutions will have coming into market is they won't have any market credibility because they're new and they won't have that trust. And it will take organizations that have worked with them to collaborate with them to accelerate their credibility in the market. Now, I'm not saying you have to take your logo and slap it on their product and naively back them up. No, there's really, really practical ways to do this. Be faster at running POCs with them. Quick, lightweight POCs. Just test the product, run it, get the data. Consider your case studies as dynamic. Don't see them as one big report that you publish once a year. The more you run short sprints with them, the more you can verify what their credibility is in the market. And that is truly valuable to the startup to cross-check that they are solving the right pain points. At the same time, you don't have to commit huge amounts of budget, but if you have got budget available, that budget can help pay for the next part of their product development that they're needing to push for, which means they don't stay stagnant while trying to raise VC money. These are practical things that are not difficult to implement by any organization. The second is nudge, don't judge. So oftentimes the solution comes through the door and 70, 80% of the solution is great and 20% there's a flaw or something was overlooked. That's normal. Don't judge, just nudge them in the right direction. This is a huge problem. Innovators cannot know every single part of every single policy, all right? There's no space for cancel culture in this room. The third, I would say, for aggregators is to say we need to normalize schools of solutions. So a lot of what I hear in the market is, oh, we've got a tool that does that. Oh, we already paid money on a tool. We're not going to spend on another tool, which I find curious. My take on it, Ronaldo, is that the truth is we need specialized solutions. And the more you push specialized solutions to become a one-stop shop for everything, the more you're going to dilute the specialist solution they were providing. Specialist solutions can accelerate faster and deeper into what they're solving for, and they should be protected within their stream. So you should think about having clusters of solutions, schools of solutions. So championing specialist solutions that solve a specific problem. Then you can find a way to stack them to create a meaningful proposition for your company or for your country. So I'm encouraging that because a lot of people seem to cancel out people without embracing or encouraging their specialism. I then would say just two other quick things, especially for banks, big commercial companies, anyone that already has reach. I think we are entering an era where you need to actively open and prepare your distribution channels to share with these SDG solutions. They cannot scale through a B2C model, it's too expensive. They need to be able to partner with somebody that can quickly take them to market at scale. So a lot of these organizations aren't used to sharing. So banks and governments need to get used to sharing. My last ask is we have to, as leaders, protect climate innovators. We have to protect our climate innovators. They need to be seen as national and global assets. If you have worked in innovation zones, cities, hotspots around the world, you will know that these are still humans that burn out, that lose energy. When we find climate innovators that are smart, that are driven, that are relentless, that are committed, that are bringing to the fore the type of creative and critical thinking that we don't have the headspace for, they become a national and global priority. And I don't think we're doing enough just to protect and support them, not necessarily through money, but through fellowship and through structured programs to guide them. So many opportunities and a big call to leadership to pick it up.
Yeah, so for me, that's, there are different level of things need to happen. And the number one is that, in this room, probably, some of us working this issue for 10 years, 20 years, 30 years. The number one, challenge is that if you just listen to the answer to this question 10 years ago, 20 years ago, 30 years ago, and the answers are very similar, which means that, the progress is still not made, enough, fast enough. And the way how to address that is, number one is that I think that is really to depoliticize of SDG and climate issues. And, this issue becoming like with the political election cycle, when this person, come into power, and then this issue becoming more important, and then the budget go there, and the next time another person, and then all that's, climate SDG need the long term. And then short term cannot give the right signal, and finally that's no long-term signal, and you always come back again and again repeating the same thing. How we can, as a global community, to depoliticize the issue, and then to de-link SDG and climate with the broader political dynamic, I think that itself is really critical. The second part is that, when you look at the funding to innovators, and again, when we just look at the innovators, they are actually not comfortable. And many innovators are surviving. And they are the ones who are really comfortable are larger institutions. And there should be, more financing and as a, financial instrument available for, leveraging, because a lot of times startup financing is very limited. And what kind of mechanism available for them, instrument available for them, and then those are a lot of time changed based on many different factors. And VC funding are club-driven, so lack of funding is really one of the key things for innovator to scale. And because SDG is complex, climate is complex, and a lot of traditional investors don't have expertise even to engage. So that's why you have a small portion of investors who have the knowledge invested heavily in this. And even for them, then they only use those financial instruments which are being used for a long time. And how we can just really leveraging emerging technology to develop more financing mechanism instruments really tailored to innovators, like bring bonds and all other, interesting financial to specific supporting global, SDG related innovator, and that is, very critical. The third part is that startup fail when they, we are talking about scaling, but before we talk about scaling, the first thing is, how to survive. And there are 1,000 reasons why a startup fail. And a lot of time is that, whether the number one thing to support a startup to succeed is the ecosystem. And if, for example, in Brazil, if, we wanted the climate SDG startup to, thrive in Brazil or in another emerging market, and naturally how to curate this, ecosystem. And looking at the life cycle of a startup, where that, there's the technology need, there's the data need, there's the policy need, there's human capital need, there's the investment need, all the need. There should be some provider who are curated and then to support them. And just this year that, I'm running the 1871 Innovation Labs, and just within a year we supported around over 200 startups in Chicago and globally. There, that's in that, when we talk to the startups, what they like the most is not we bring investors or we bring, the corporate, is we bring everyone. So if you bring everyone, and then in the corridor, after a conversation, then they get something. And because innovators or startups are eager, they know what they want. If you bring the right people in front of them, you are guaranteed things will happen. So then, but those who are comfortable, who have the position, need to really start, bring the right ecosystem, and then they will be able to scale.
Okay, thank you. And well, before we finish, because it's a very short panel, I'd like to mention that we are very excited that the G20 is going to South Africa, because I think it's going, as we were talking earlier, it's going to be like this very big opportunity for us to learn more, for the world to learn more about not only in South Africa, but the whole continent, and all the innovation that is going on over there that we actually do not know about. So we're very excited to go there. I can wait. And with that, I'd like to ask you to go very quickly, less than 1 minute, if possible, with your last words. Why do you think that is very important for us to keep in our minds in terms of all of these, innovations regarding the SDGs? So,
I'm actually going to repeat the conversation you and I had over coffee just now, which is selecting the finalists and the winner for the G20 TechSprint was never intended to be finding the ultimate solution. It's a signal to the market, it's a signal to government that we are bridging the innovation world to policy and to government and to corporates, and that this world should no longer be fragmented. So I think it's critical that an initiative like this continues at G20, continues at the next COP, so that it becomes mainstreamed and the thinking and the issues stay at the table at the same time.
Yeah, and I work on AI, and when you just look at in the AI side, that all AI try to solve African problem, but no African data is being used in training AI. So I think in next G20, if we can just really leveraging G20 to shape the agenda, really just having, for example, if you really solve an African problem, and at least your AI have 50% of the data coming from the diversity data, and make sure that that need innovation, that need policy, that need market creation. So I think that is a very good continuation from the Brazil to Africa for the next G20. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Chen and Caitlin, for this panel, and I think that's it. Thank you very much, everyone.
Our thanks to the moderator and panelists for this excellent discussion. We are now switching the language to Portuguese once again. Should you need headphones, they are available at the back of the auditorium. Agradecemos mais uma vez, Ronaldo, e aos participantes pelo excelente painel. E encerramos aqui os painéis que
I would like to thank Ronaldo and our panelists for the excellent discussions. We have addressed the panels covering the challenges approached or addressed by the G20 TechSprint 2024. We will now have a panel organized by Comissão de Valores Mobiliários, CVM, that will address the role of technology and innovation and the Securities and Exchange Capital. It is by the CVM, the Securities Exchange Commission in Brazil. We have the honor of inviting the president of the Securities Exchange Commission, Mr. João Pedro Nascimento. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to highlight the importance of this event in the central bank, and it is an immense honor to be here by many reasons. The first reason is that the CVM and the central bank work hand in hand all across Brazil, and this partnership has many outcomes, many good outcomes throughout the years. I'd like to greet the representatives of the central bank and to say that CVM will continue to work with the central bank. When I started in my position in the CVM, I said that the future is green and digital. This TechSprint 2024 reinforces these two pillars that are greatly important for Brazil and a great opportunity for the securities market. And I would like to congratulate everyone that spoke before me. I learned a lot, and you really conveyed messages that are fundamental. We have a pathway in the securities and exchange market. We have the open capital market, which is to give continuity of the work that was initiated by the central bank in open banking, that evolved into open finance, and now is producing effects in other regulatory spheres, such as the case of the capital market regulation. As we have TechSprint, we see a lot of opportunities for the use of technology, so I would like to talk a little bit more about the open capital market. It is a democratizing initiative of including in the capital market more issuers and investors. This is done through many coordinated activities in the sense of looking at segments of the industry that are very important in the economy but were underrepresented in the capital markets. And I should say once again, the future is green and digital. This country needs to be a protagonist, a main stakeholder in sustainable finance. We have achieved a lot of international attention and achievements, and we have other initiatives in the capital market, such as crypto economy, tokenization, the use of technology for traditional solutions in the financial market and the capital market in general, and all of that in an organized manner, so that we can preserve the principles of safety and well-functioning of the market. We understand that the market participants that adhere to regulation, even though they come from other industries that are still underrepresented in the capital market, more than welcome into our environment. And CVM is very happy to see the results of the work it started to develop with open capital markets. So in terms of joint agendas of CVM and Central Bank, I should mention, for example, our rule of portability of investments, which is known as the PIX of capital market, or the PIX of investments, which is to connect the capital market in the pathway of open finance and facilitating investors to transfer custody and thus migrating their investments to different portfolios. This will have a continuity, and this program will gain in size and robustness. And we could also mention the central registry system. So CVM and Central Bank, looking at the two regulated environments, should have a context of a single unified registry that will simplify the journey of the user of the capital market and the traditional finance system, but also protecting and guaranteeing and safeguarding all of the values that are fundamental to the work we are developing. I would like to take the opportunity to once again thank for inviting us. I will have the pleasure of being moderated by Nathalie Individual, our Director of Sustainable Finances, and colleagues like Antonio Berbani, which has been fundamental in the innovation work, and Pedro Castelar, which is much more than a head of cabinet. He's a great leader in our institution with modern ideas and youth to bring to the panel. Thank you for the opportunity. I wish us all a fruitful debate. We would like to thank João Pedro Nascimento, President of the Securities and Exchange Commission, for his inspiring speech. As the President announced, he will give us the honor of attending the next panel, and he has taken his seat at the panel. And to moderate the discussion about the initiatives and technological innovation projects built by CVM in search of modernization, efficiency, and inclusion in the capital market, we have the satisfaction of inviting Nathalie Individual, Superintendent of Guidance to Investors and Sustainable Finance at CVM. And panelists, Antonio Behrwanger, Superintendent of Market Development for CVM, Rodrigo Henriques, Director for Innovation and Strategy in FENASBAC, and Ms. Gabriela Goulart, External Consultant of the Inter-American Development Bank, the IDB, Coordinator of the Working Group FinTech of the Financial Innovation Lab. We now give the floor to our moderator. With the floor, our moderator, Nathalie Vidual. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Before beginning our chat, I'd like to express my gratitude to the Central Bank on behalf of CVM for the opportunity that was given to collaborate to project TechSprint. It has been a very enriching experience. We've learned a lot, and we got the chance to analyze 30 proposals of problem statement 2. Thank you very much. After this brief introduction, I think we can begin our dialogue. The theme is the role of technology and innovation in the capital market. The purpose of our conversation today is to highlight the main initiatives of CVM in this agenda of innovation and technology, and how that has how has that helped us to modernize the capital market, bringing forth more efficiency as well as making this same market more democratized. And CVM has undertaken a lot of efforts in this front, and one aspect to be addressed here has to do with how CVM intends to integrate all of these efforts so that we can optimize and potentialize the deliveries and to ensure the impacts of such projects. So, Gabriela, I would like to start with you, because I believe that the first major step of CVM in terms of fostering this innovation and technology agenda was actually the creation of the Financial Innovation Lab. For those who are not aware, the lab is multi-sectoral, multi-stakeholder, and it was founded by CVM, IDB, and BDE, and its mission is to foster innovation and sustainable finance in Brazil at the level of the financial market, the capital market. So all of the institutions that are part of the financial system in the country participate in it. So we, in fact, build collective knowledge. Lab works through working groups, and one of the working groups is called FinTech. It's the FinTech working group, and it's coordinated by Gabriela, who does an outstanding work. So, Gabriela, I would like you to please explain the purpose of the working group FinTech, and what is the representativity of the working group in terms of the diversity of the members of the working group, and also, if you could address the main initiatives and projects that were developed by your working group until this moment, and that have had results in the capital market. Thank you, Natalia. First, I would like to thank you for inviting me and to congratulate the organizers of TechSprint and also the Drex that we'll have this afternoon, the Drex event. Well, we have participants of the lab. It's always very nice to see, to meet up. And the purpose of the lab is to foster innovative solutions, and they should bring more efficiency, reduction of costs, and foster competitiveness, and so on. But we should never lose sight of the fact that these innovative projects need to bring forth financial inclusion, and they need to contribute with ESG targets in the financial and capital markets. So the future is green and digital, as our President João Pedro said. This is exactly what we believe in our working group. And in terms of the composition of our group, we bring diversity and representative. We have government, ministries, regulators, CVM, Central Bank, SUSEP, Previc, and we also have financial institutions, both public and private financial institutions. Of course, we have the fintechs. It's, after all, the fintech working group. We have hubs, we have law firms, academia. So I'm narrating here a number of stakeholders to show you the diversity of our representatives. Because with that, we can put on the table, different perspectives, points of view. With that, we can reach consensus, considering such different stakeholders with very diverse perspectives, and oftentimes we do not reach consensus, but we can have a good perspective, a good outlook of the problem. And in terms of the initiatives, I should highlight some of them. In 2018, when the working group FinTech started, we were commissioned to talk about the regulatory aspect. They were not regulated in the country at that point, and it was a joint initiative with the Central Bank, and we have discussed and we have brought forth different lessons learned with the Central Bank. And we also talked about RegTech, which is the use of technology for the fulfilling of regulation. The regulation is very extensive, so technology is important to help users in fulfilling their regulatory obligations. So we made a survey, research of what was going on around the world and what were the categories of businesses in the country. We also have a big action with the public banks, understanding that they are providers of credit in terms of sustainability and development. So we also try to bring forth some modernization. We work with digital competence, digital skills, connection with fintechs, and also AI. We are also beginning to work with tokenization. We had a first paper on securities and exchange using DLT, define digital identity and how that can work in our context, and we are very close to the Drex discussion as well, to start thinking about standards that can help us. And we also have a front of sustainable fintechs. So we have partnership with the Zurich University and trying to understand how we could help to foster that part as well. Thank you, Gabriela. And since you mentioned the sandbox, the regulatory sandbox, CVM has released this program in 2020 with the purpose of bringing CVM closer to innovative business models, doing so in a controlled and safe environment. And Antonio here is a great expert in this topic, and he has dedicated a lot of his time to this project. And Antonio, I would like you to address the main challenges that CVM has faced in the implementation of the regulatory sandbox. And in practice, how are these challenges translated into practice from this moment on? Thank you, Nathalie. Good day to you all. It's my pleasure to be here with you talking about sustainable finance and sharing my experience with the regulatory sandbox. The regulatory sandbox was an initiative by CVM alongside other regulators in Brazil, each and every one of them with their own perspectives. We have started this initiative of promoting innovative projects. And in the capital market, we've had a screening process, admission process, 33 proposals, and we approved 4 of them to participate in the sandbox, and 3 of them are still operating with a temporary license of exercising regulated activities in the capital market with specific regulatory waivers. I'm here to address 2 of the projects, but I think it's worth sharing with you that in 2020 we had a big theme, the most requested theme by Brazilian innovators was the development of blockchain solutions. And we call it, broadly speaking, tokenization, and in securities and exchange that involves issuing, public bidding and negotiation, and after the negotiation of the securities that would include many different steps and activities. Various activities can be placed in this package of tokenization for the Commission. And these are being very interesting learning processes for CVM, and we'll see how that is translated into proposals of changes in our regulatory agenda. We'll see that further ahead in the panel. But in the context of the sandbox, what I can say is that there was a lot of learning in the conduction of this process as well. I would like to share 3 big lessons. First lesson is that the proposals were very different, especially for a regulator like CVM. We worked with many different activities. For example, Nubank is willing to use artificial intelligence for managing portfolios and is asking for authorization with tokenization. So it involves public bidding and intermediary, and trading is a market administrator. Post-trading is the custody owner. So how can you work with such different proposals and come up with metrics to compare them? This is a major challenge, and in thesis you have no restriction of possession. So you have since projects that use PowerPoint for people who work in universities up to the 5 major banks in Brazil. So it's very complex to analyze such different proposals, and this is an additional challenge in the context of the Brazilian public service. So one major lesson learned, one lesson we learned initially is that the proposals are very different, and the sandbox then becomes a tool to foster innovation for those who are very, very, very ready to operate. Because sandbox actually grants an authorization for action. It's not a fictional activity, it's a real activity, regulated activity. You have a customer, you will engage in commercial agreements with partners, so you operate in real life.
So the lesson we learned is that we needed some sort of innovation solution for lower levels, but we're not necessarily ready for that. We're not ready to receive the authorization and to start working along those lines. Now, there's another take we can get from this, which is to further segment initiatives. This includes having topics, entire topics, that will allow us to conduct a more homogeneous type of assessment. These are proposals that address the same topic or the same activities. Now, in the topic, well, in the context of RSEC, this is really important, and it's a lesson we wanted to share. Also, sandboxes last longer. And this is because companies are operating in real life. They must convince customers to use their product. They also need to form partnerships with other companies, develop new technologies to carry out these activities. So the sandbox time cycle often is longer than other initiatives that are meant to develop a prototype, for example, or to design a POC. We saw that quite clearly because we had to extend the authorizations granted to our sandboxes, because 2 years was simply not enough for these initiatives to mature, and also because CVM also needs time to collect all the information to inform any changes in the legislation. Lastly, in public service, we're often constrained in what we can do, which usually keeps us from engaging in too many initiatives like this one. The selection process and criteria are very robust, and indeed, it was quite a tall order for the jurors to select the finalists, or at least a short list. Because, you see, in our own legal system, we need to be prepared for all questions and for all challenges. This entails a lot of discussion, previous discussion, with all the stakeholders who may not agree with everything, who might need changes to be made. And sometimes that takes way more work than we had initially envisioned. This is why we need to leverage partnerships as much as possible. And, well, that's what we've been doing. The fact that our colleague Rodrigo is here has to do with that. We've recently signed a partnership with FENASBAC so they can help us along the way. We wanted their help in the sandbox stage. Like I said, that's the last stage, but also we needed their help in other projects, in other processes that might involve companies who are not very mature at the moment. So generally speaking, that's what I had for you as my opening remarks.
Obrigada, Antônio. Eu acho que esses desafios que você comentou aqui,
Okay, that's great.
né, e aí
Thank you for the different challenges. Now, let's talk about lessons learned. What can we learn from all this? How can we find new solutions? We had the idea of migrating our regulatory sandbox to the lab environment. And from that point on, we sought to implement a more agile methodology which can work with different topics, maybe reach more participants. Now, to make that framework a reality, we must work with our implementing partners. This group of partners includes FENASBAC. They're going to play a crucial role in making everything operational and also in coordinating this new project. We're calling it CVM Experimental Laboratories. This is going to be in a lab environment, which is not just restricted to sandboxes. It will also cover a previous stage for less mature projects where testing and learning can be possible. So, Rodrigo, you have a lot of experience at LIFT in working with the central bank. In fact, we've been designing this partnership since the beginning of this year. It's rather complex. But as we know, LIFT is a catalyst for innovation in the financial system. So my question to you is, based on your previous experience, how do you expect to help CVM and other such organizations with the experimental labs? And also, what do you expect from our collaboration? Because this collaboration exists as a result of our cooperation agreement. Okay, I'd like to begin by saying that I'm actually honored to be here. I'm here representing the National Association of Civil Servants who work at the Central Bank. Now, I was asked earlier if I was tense, if I was nervous at attending the panel, and I said no. I might not have enough time to answer the questions, however. There's a famous letter by Goethe. He wrote it to a friend, and he said, "I'm sorry, this letter is way too long. I didn't have the time to make it shorter." So, with that in mind, I'll try to summarize my answer as much as possible. I think we've learned a lot over the last few years. The Financial and Technological Innovation Laboratory, LIFT, at the Central Bank actually came about after the lab. The lab, the LAB, came about in 2017, so we have a lot of experience already. Many civil servants working at the Central Bank have been a part of this construction process. Inaregi, André Siqueira, Aristides, Veruska, Fabio, and so many others. So the idea is to constantly enhance our environmental ecosystem. Eva was here, she spoke about smart policies, and she said that they're simply feedback cycles. That's all they are. So what we've learned between 2018 and now is how to promote feedback cycles. We know that intelligence is based on feedback. That's how machines learn. And what we've been proposing and learning over the last few years is that you start an innovation laboratory without knowing that it is an innovation laboratory. When you first start, you have the right intentions, you have the right partners, and you know where you're headed, and you know what you expect from it, but you don't know for sure what the lab's going to look like from a structural perspective. There are governance processes, there are different roles and responsibilities, but the main intent, and Bergwanger said this, the main idea for the lab is learning. It's all about testing and learning. And you need to do that before you make any changes to the regulations. A regulatory sandbox is an important tool for all regulators. However, it is a complex tool because we're assuming that that's going to go into operation. You're also looking at the consequences of making a given piece of regulation more flexible, for example. It helps us understand how society will absorb all this. There's a paper by the IDB on this, on innovative instruments. It starts with a round table. It says that a round table is an innovative instrument. I mean, 50,000 years ago, we were doing that already. We were building bonfires and sitting around it to chat. Now we move from round table to accelerators to an innovation hub and then to a regulatory sandbox. That's the ladder. So this is great. CVM has taken a great step, and we're honored to be a part of this. They're looking at the entire ecosystem with different levels of complexity and maturity. Now, Caitlin spoke about this. She talked about POC and rapid sprint cycles. Now, that generates a lot of knowledge for the market, and it allows regulated parties and regulators to know a lot more about each other, and that means that regulatory sandboxes are of the utmost importance. So this is a catalyst. Our lab, our experimental lab, is based on and inspired by LIFT, and this actually puts CVM in a much better position because the capital market regulator, CVM, and the central bank, when we work together, we can achieve a lot. this year, both agencies worked together a lot to an unprecedented degree. We were talking to a colleague outside, and we were saying that 2025 is indeed the year of Brazil when it comes to designing our banking system and our financial system. I'm not trying to exaggerate, no. I think we are both innovators and regulators here in our institutions, and this is unprecedented. Okay? Whenever we hear from you, we're convinced that we're with the right partners to conduct our experimental labs and make sure that they soar. Next up is João Pedro. He's going to come up front. Like I said, CVM has multiple fronts working on innovation and technology. So, João Pedro, I'd like you to talk a little bit about recent partnerships signed between CVM and Finance Lab, represented here by Ricardo Paixão. Can you tell us about the main objectives of your collaboration initiative, what CVM expects to see as results, and how will it foster innovation in the capital market? Okay. Well, I actually wanted to address this in a bit more of an open fashion. Technology and innovation are deeply tied to our mandate at CVM. When we arrived at CVM, we had very lofty goals for a state agency with limited funding. And by limited funding, limited resources, I'm referring to both financial resources and human resources. We don't have many of either. So we try to make the best of what we have, what we can, and leverage technology to do some of the work that would otherwise be in the hands of civil servants elsewhere. The Finance Lab is one of many initiatives by CVM. These initiatives can be split into three major stages. The first such stage involves all the studies conducted by the Brazilian Digital Finance Institute, headed by Ricardo Paixão. And this actually brings to CVM some of the experiences amassed with the LIFT experience. Then we move on to our partnership with FENASBAC that was crucial towards helping us develop our sandbox. All these stages have something in common, the certainty that the use of technology should cut across the different areas of CVM. The capitals market regulator wants to continue to use technology, use more and more technology, so that its oversight and regulatory work can be done more effectively. We also want to bring in private partners to make sure we carry out our public policy. That will increase efficiency and reduce the amount of funds that will go into making it all a reality. If you have private partners monitoring private partners, and private partners also bringing in solutions to implement new ideas, innovative ideas. When we have the private sector help the public sector, the deliverables become much more substantial. And in doing this, we hope to expand the scope and include as much as we can in our regulatory sandbox. We also want to allow good ideas to mature in our experimental labs, so that when they get to the sandbox level, they're much more well developed. Thank you, JP. Okay, we'll have a second round of questions now, and I hope you'll be a bit more tangible about the topics we'll discuss. GT FinTech this year has developed an interesting initiative called the Pitch Lab. So, Gabriela, can you tell us a bit more about the Pitch Lab experience you've developed at the lab? Sure. Thank you, Natalie. Now, how did we get to this initiative? When we first mapped out the sustainable fintechs, we asked what their bottlenecks were. They mentioned regulatory issues, funding issues, and one of the problems they faced was finding the right client, someone who required those services. And we also tried to bring public banks closer together to fintechs, and one such case involved BASA. There was an interesting case. They were hiring a fintech to georeference family agriculture information, and in doing so, they could provide an answer to a credit request in just about 4 days, much less time than would take if the assessment had to be performed manually. So we went down from 4 months to 4 days, and the use of this technology has actually expanded our business by about 40%, because now we were able to grant family farming credit much more easily to those who requested it. So by looking at all of these experiences at FinTech, we decided to create a new initiative called the Pitch Lab. So from the perspective of financial institutions, we wanted to know what they needed, what were the challenges, what did they need from fintechs? And once we knew that, we reached out to the market for solutions. The first stage was to qualify the challenge. We did that extensively, because the more we could narrow down the challenge, the easier it would be for the startup or fintech company to provide said solution. We spoke to many lab institutions. We actually had a public consultation going for qualification purposes, and we eventually reached 12 challenges across 3 fields. Data collection, because there were dispersed data that could change the layout. Much of the data was also outdated by 10 years. Some of the data were offline. They had to come from customers, and if that was the case, how to ensure the data is real or not. Now, in the case of public banks, is it possible to share that data? Because, of course, BNDES may want to share the information with other banks, and it's the same risk level. And also the data and how it should be used. How do we process data? How do we measure impact? And also other correlated activities. Now, RagTag also has an educational component to it. This is not publicly listed companies only, those in the stock exchange. Sometimes we deal with small and medium-sized companies that can't even calculate their own emissions under Scope 3. So those were some of our challenges. Now, in partnership with SEBRAE and BDE, we put out a public call in January of this year, a request for proposals. We had 48 such proposals, and it was tough to assess all the solutions. There were no awards, however, because we were not actually ranking them at the lab, but we needed to look more closely at the different alternatives. So we put together a group of 16 jurors, and we were able to narrow down the list to about 28 different solutions that applied to the scenario at hand. Then we applied the solutions. We presented them over a course of 3 days. We had multiple pitches. Each solution had 5 minutes for its pitch, and then that was followed by a Q&A session. And then we sort of compiled all of these solutions into a catalog. We'd seen a similar catalog in Hong Kong by the FinTech Association of Hong Kong, so that's how we showcased our solutions. Now, to conclude, I wanted to say that the main outputs of an initiative like this is to bridge gaps, get people connected. In some cases, fintechs had already been invited to attend some of the rounds with suppliers. Others were using the RFP and copying it. In fact, we had a report of a company not from the financial industry that was also using the same suppliers. We had a lot of exchanges with the team from TechSprint. We also make sure everyone in the pitches was aware of TechSprint. Now, I'm almost done. I just wanted to mention that there are short and medium-term impacts, but also long-term impacts come out of this connection. Because you see, some of the challenges have no solution. ESG data sharing, for example. That's a big sign for the tech market that's a current demand, at least for the financial sector, according to our mapping exercise. So by looking at the situation and determining who offers solutions and who requires those solutions, we can actually leave behind a roadmap of technology development. We know that many of these companies can develop this because many of those who answered our request are not even from the financial sector, so they can indeed do it. That's why exercises like pitches are very, very useful, because it actually allows us to compile a list of demands, at least a list of what we need to develop in the near future.
Thank you, Gabi. And Rodrigo, considering that Gabriela brought forth a lot of projects and experiences of the working group FinTech, the lab has over 360 members and 1,300 representatives, many of whom are here, and we're now bringing the CVM experiments into the lab environment. There will be some independence of the infrastructures to preserve business secrecy, but despite this independence, would there be any possibility of interaction between the two arrangements, that is, the FinTech working group and the experimental labs? So based on your experience with LIFT, how do you think that would work, and do you think it's actually possible? Thank you for the question. FENASBAC is part of the lab, and I am personally a part of the FinTech working group. We try to be in as many panels as we can, and considering the quality of the members, it seems very promising. So you have 360, we have 360 experts interested in discussing in depth the designing of a green and digital financial system for the future that will ensure the inclusion of the population, that ensures the competitiveness, and the right word is actually pricing of the services, because we should have more and more people using the financial system and making a benefit of it. We have 360 experts. When you compare it to LIFT, every project from LIFT receives a GAP with GAP, which is the project support group. This group is composed of experts of the regulated area, but we also have technological partners that bring the experts to the discussions, and we make very special invitations to academia for Brazilian universities. So the idea that we are putting together an innovation ecosystem, and as you said, Nathalie, they are under a broad umbrella. They are different, but they are open to knowledge. So it's a permeable membrane, if you will. So the exchange of knowledge among these groups is intense, and it will be expanded. We are in a G20 event, and we called Isabella and Fabio Araújo to help us design this. And we also released a task force of regulation for public policies for the Startup 20. So G20, Startup 20, universities, GT, FinTech. So we should take advantage of all of the knowledge we have here. And it's not knowledge in Brazil. It's knowledge that is looking at Brazil, and I'm sure that all of the members of the FinTech working group will be called upon to contribute with the discussion. And we will benefit a lot in the projects, in the sandbox, and the designing of the solutions, and testing and learning before improving legislation. So we have a Brazilian solution. I am a defender of the jabuticaba, which is a fruit that only exists in Brazil. If you haven't tasted it, we are at the proper moment for that. It is wonderful, and as a jabuticaba is a Brazilian, an all-Brazilian solution. And I'd like to bring another aspect, which is the challenges in learning processes with the sandbox. And I would also like to know of the fruits that were reaped, because we have a successful sandbox experience so far. So can you explain the results? What are the outcomes? Do they have any impact in the regulation, starting from the experiences of the sandbox? Thank you, Nathalie. Sandbox is thought as a regulatory solution, but we in fact should have results and implement the learning processes in the regulation. The regulation was thought out initially for very big institutions. And when we talk about innovators, that doesn't actually fit, doesn't match the regulation. So we have 3 projects that are working with globalized and tokenized markets. We have markets in Brazil that negotiate tokens of assets for small and medium enterprises. One for up to 300 million, one for the segment of crowdfunding of 20 million, 40 now. Recently, there was a change. So, and also debt or debentures in funds. So we have 3 markets that are authorized to trade tokens, and when they receive authorizations, there was a concession of regulatory waivers and discounts for them to operate, because the logic, the rationale of regulation was not devised for SMEs. And when we have regulated markets, we think about the big stock market companies. So one of the learning processes we had is that other markets could be implemented in Brazil through these learning processes. What have we granted as in terms of waivers, in terms of in the projects that can be implemented definitively, so that other markets come to Brazil, with or without tokens? We should not only allow for the grantees to operate in the Brazilian market, but also they can learn with the experience of the previous investments that were made to assess went right in or not. So this is one direction. We have a normative project for the regulatory agenda of CVM that has this outlook to organized markets. So basically organized markets, but also stock market. And the second result has to do with the issuers. And we talked a lot about SMEs here, and it is a problem, right? Innovation comes to solve problems, and one problem is access to capital. And with issuers of tokens, this is the proposed solution. So there was a very strong echo in our admission process, and many projects have this direction, and regulation is not necessarily prepared for that. Historically, incorporations in the country are big incorporations, and businesses. We had a recent change, and businesses that have a value of up to 40 billion reais, they also need to have access to credit. But we have promoted recently a public consultation process, and it's going up to December, of a regimen that we call Fácil, which stands for easy in English. It is for the incorporation of SMEs with turnover or earnings of up to 500 million or 500,000, and it is facilitated, and the entities that are administrators of the market will facilitate the entry of the businesses in the market. So it is a project for facilitating access to capital and listings that are today under public consultation. That was the first big outcome, a big result as a result of the regulatory outcome. So we're trying to come up with a favorable environment so that the SMEs with earnings up to 500,000 reais can have access to capital, and after this capturing, you have their value negotiated and stock market. So this is in course, and it's one of the projects we're very proud to announce and to promote in the Brazilian capital market. Antonio, so we can conclude that the regulatory sandbox has been capable of influencing regulatory changes, positively impacting the capital market. Can I say that? Yes, absolutely. And there is also a baby born from it, which is the fácil, as I said, the easy access, which is a space that Brazil has never managed to create properly, and now we have that for small and medium-sized enterprises. We have been provoked to talk about SMEs in many different environments, so it's difficult to include them in the capital market, but it is a good result of this sandbox. Well, since you already have the microphone, Pedro, let us close this panel with the final question. Tell us a little bit about your institutional vision for us to manage to integrate efficiently all of the efforts. What is the mechanism you foresee? How do you intend to integrate these different fronts of work? Antonio was joking with the acronym FÁCIL, which stands for easy. I like acronyms. I think that they convey message that are catchy. They bring forth good messages in terms of public policies. And there is another acronym, which is CRIA, which is our Center for Regulation and Innovation. So Applied Innovation and Regulation, it's called CRIA, which in Portuguese would stand for create, to create. So studies, applied labs, and environments with experimental regulatory discounts, the sandbox. We understand that these pathways coexist very well within CRIA, and CRIA also creates better internal organization and better governance for innovation initiatives, and they span across all areas of development in CVM. CRIA in Rio de Janeiro being something else. It's the locals in Rio. And also the word CRIA would stand for our creations. So we are looking at the capital market of Brazil, and not a long time ago we didn't have 20 million investors. Not even a million. We have 6 million investors, and we are trying to reach 10 million. It's a small number because we have almost 200 million people. So that goes through our efforts as well. Thank you. With that, we reached the end of our panel. Thank you for your attention. I hope you have enjoyed it. Thank you, moderator Nathalie Vidual, and dear panelists, for this excellent dialogue. And once again, we would like to express our gratitude to the President João Pedro Nascimento for his permanent collaboration with the Central Bank of Brazil. We hereby close this morning's agenda. We'll now have a lunch break. Lunch will be served in the hall for all participants, and we should reconvene at 2 p.m. with a panel on governance of smart contracts. Have a good lunch.
welcome back from lunch. I hope you have had a good time. Please note that the next panel will be conducted in Portuguese. Headphones and translation devices are available at the back of the auditorium. If you're watching us on YouTube, you can select audio either in English or in Portuguese. There are two channels. Senhoras e senhores, sejam bem-vindos de volta ao evento.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to our final event of the G20 TechSprint 2024 plus Forum Drex. I hope you had a good lunch and a good networking. The next two panels will be conducted in Portuguese. I'd like to remind you that we have simultaneous translation equipment available at the back of the room. We'll now have a panel on the governance of smart contracts. So our smart contract governance will be moderated by Mr. Rodrigo Henriques, Innovation Director with FENASBAC. We would also like to invite our experts, Mr. Nayam Hanashiro, consultant with LACChain, the global alliance led by the Innovation Lab of the IDB. Mr. Gladstone Arantes Jr., blockchain expert with the National Bank of Social and Economic Development, BNDES. Mr. Italo Borsato, consultant for the BIS Innovation Hub in Hong Kong.
Rodrigo, esperamos a vinheta e você começa.
Mr. Rodrigo, you have the floor. Good afternoon. It's great to see you all. Welcome back from lunch. We'll have a conversation that I consider of the utmost importance. Recently, that has gained importance, and it is a crucial topic. When you imagine a process of tokenization of the economy, you are talking about the capacity for planning for all of that process and the governance of smart contracts. It's a critical aspect that is still not well explored in panels around the world. We are talking about a safe transition of economic change, and in this programmability model, especially with regards to smart contracts, we need to have conversations such as prevention and resolution of bugs and exploits. So out of standard executions, we need to address fund recovery, for example. And there is an issue connected to the authority to do that in a network that has different possibilities of networks: open, public, permissioned networks, private networks, and non-permissioned networks. So we have more than one scenario. I had the opportunity to talk to the panelists, and we are actually happy that we do not have total agreement about what should be done. So it's the diversity of perspectives that enriches the debate. And we'll have initial remarks for the speakers to introduce themselves, and then we'll have questions by me, and at the end we can collect questions from the room. Fabio Araújo said that he has difficult questions for us. So Italo, I'll start with you, not only because you're furthest from me, but because it's important to have a BIS perspective and the innovation hub perspective. Good part of the regulatory innovation in Brazil are taking place through instruments like regulatory sandboxes, innovation hubs, and so on. So I'd like to start with you. Italo will speak freely, and then our panelists will have some backing slides as well for us. Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here, and I'm proud as a Brazilian to be here talking to you about the updates on the smart contract governance. The BIS, for those who don't know, is a bank. It's the bank of the central banks. And since 2019, we have a department called the BIS Innovation Hub, and we explore innovation for central banks. We have over 90 central banks represented from around the world, and if central banks are already very cautious in their decisions, you can imagine how cautious the BIS is. So I will review what the BIS sees in terms of governance, and this discussion is very novel, but we have been discussing projects that we have internally as well. But the BIS Innovation Hub is composed of 7 innovation centers around the world, and I am based in Hong Kong, and we always run experiments and projects with a proof of concept, prototypes, and just testing new technologies that can be implemented by central banks. We have Subtech, RegTech, FME+, CBDC, Open Finance, Cybersecurity, and Green Finance. We've had over 40 projects so far, many of which have involved CBDC. We have discussed governance, but not a lot was published so far. And the reason for that is the caution we have. If you consider projects of the Innovation Hub, there is the Mandala project that mentions the usage of smart contracts, but we have not gone into details in terms of governance models. We just used the technology showing that it is possible to update smart contracts with random governance. But there are many papers by the BIS. I will cite a few of them. Well, just take notes if you want to check them in details. One paper was a research in 2023 with central banks, and it helps you understand the pathway central banks are choosing to take. When you read this paper, you will see that most of them are concerned with interoperability, which brings forth a level of complexity to smart contracts, which is much larger, because you need to be much more transparent with the participants of this contract. This is BIS paper 147. There is the BIS paper 146. That addresses the trust in money. One interesting thing they do in this study, all of these papers I'm mentioning are not from the Innovation Hub, but for the Monetary and Economics Department. Paper 146 addresses the need of transparency for governance purposes, which is very much highlighted in moments of crisis, and this paper shows in history situations in which transparency was important and also situations in which there was no transparency, thus results were not as good. Our general manager in 2023 gave a speech talking about the unified ledgers. 5 months later, there was another idea, which is the Finternet, that covers interoperability among networks. Which also brings forth the issue of governance. If you do not prepare for interoperability, you can do something more centralized domestically, and the challenges are reduced, but we need to consider interoperability, because it's a tendency of central banks. And after this paper of Internet, there was the BIS Bulletin 87, where you see a lot of aspects similar to what's going to take place with Drex, tokenized entries, CBDC, retail, or actually stock market CBDCs, and we're starting a project now. If you look it up, you will not find a lot of details in terms of what we are addressing here with smart contracts, but my form of contribution is more related to the Brazilian experience. So I worked with blockchain a few years ago. I joined BIS 1.5 years ago, so my background is not an economic one, as most people do have. But I have a lot of experience in the DeFi world, and we have a lot of learning to do, because these types of contracts are more exposed to be hacked, and the robustness of the solutions is very difficult to achieve just by doing audits of smart contracts. When you run audits, you of course want to prevent problems in the introduction of the contract, and but when you have smart contracts running and other people are sharing and using it, then you can see if there's something that went right through the audit process. So I'll bring what I see in the DeFi market and technology-related solutions. When we talk about smart contract governance, we cannot neglect the underlying layers. You have to consider security protocols, and because if two countries, A and B, are implementing interoperability, they need to trust the network that is being used. So in your governance, need to make it very transparent, even how you manage your keys, because if you have a governance that allows for the updating of the smart contracts and changes in the contract's behavior, that means that the rules of the game can change as the game is being played. And if you change the rules of the game and you have no safety mechanism to safeguard the changing of the rules, you expose everyone that is using this smart contract to the same security risks you are exposed. So when the different parties involved in the usage of solutions with smart contracts, you have to make sure that they understand that it's not just a matter of having access to the open code, but they should also understand how the smart contracts can be updated. And what happens oftentimes when these matters are discussed in a production environment, and you decide that you should have this smart contract governance in place, at first, you will need to cover the gap between the automation that you have and the security, the safety of this governance. You will need legal agreements, and I think that in due time we can migrate all of those legal agreements to smart contracts. This is something I foresee for the evolution of governance. Well, I have several topics in mind, but we can continue, we can move on with our discussions. Well, you mentioned important elements, so updatable smart contracts are very interesting, and that changes the perception of audit. How can I audit? Can I audit during the process? So you mentioned the changing of the rules of the game, the interoperability also should be considered. It means that I have multiple partners in a process, in a network. So the scale of interoperability and this scale and this range of partners, we are used to think about the Brazilian scale, but eventually we might be talking about a global unified network, or multiple peers and participants in the same network, which means that the transparency to generate trust is that they participate on the network, and the governance of this process is very important as well. Network protocols should never be considered in isolation. So that actually complicates things for our next two speakers, Gladstone and Nayam. Gladstone, I might be mistaken, but I think it's now Gladstone. We have some slides. Well, let's find out in the slides. No, it's an honor for me. To pass your slides if you need. So, okay, so yes, it's Gladstone. Thank you. It's my pleasure to be here with my friends, long-time friends. I am with the BNDES and I'm an expert in blockchain. I took my PhD in distributed algorithms at a time where that was no fun at all. And it was not fashionable, and my intention here is to show that I'm not Fabio Araújo, and this is not a Drex meeting yet. Once and for all, I'm not Fabio Araújo. Okay, stop mixing me up with him. So RBB is a different type of animal. So I have some slides and I'll try to be very brief in explaining what is RBB. It's not a financial network. You probably heard about blockchain being the trust machine. And RBB was actually born out of this same perspective, because in the end of 2017 we won a contest of innovation in the BNDES where we wanted to fight the problem of the implosion of trust, which is clear today, but at the time it was starting to become clear that was not a problem of Brazil. It was a global problem, but a problem with which Brazil has been leading for a longer time. So the lack of trust in Brazil is not only because of the decisions that are made, but is the money going where it should? Is the line has the line this line being violated somehow? So there is mistrust that is shared by other nations as well. So what we proposed was the BNDES token. To make it clear, we used public ethereal, where the money was going to. In a very summarized manner, we used Ethereum. And that was how BNDES entered the blockchain market. It was due to transparency and trust. I'd like to say that it is because of transparency, but it's more than that. And the thing is, governments using public blockchains is so uncommon that I'm not sure I have heard of any other cases, actually. So in 2019, we've had some use cases that are typical of this phenomenon we were faced with long ago, was tracking of public expenditure, custody chains, notary, and safeguarding of integrity, and also identities and credentials in a decentralized manner. So when we're talking about credentials, we're talking about pads, diplomas, and many other possibilities of things that you run in a blockchain, and you can increase the level of trust that the population in general will have in terms of what's going on within the walls of the government. It's the non-neglectable part of the paranoids should also be considered, because they are also citizens.
So in 2019, this wasn't, by the way, a decision that the BNDES made alone, but together with other institutions. We came to the conclusion that using a blockchain, a public blockchain, especially for the government, that would be going a bit too far. It would be too much. And all the government's use cases involved private blockchains, which is not a problem. I mean, that's actually a very valid use case. Even Drex is a private blockchain in itself. But the potential to reduce transparency, that would actually not be possible in that context, because you'd be looking at a different type of application. So we decided that a public and permitted blockchain would yield a number of possibilities. We had a number of inspirations, and we concluded that the public permitted blockchains would be something different, meaning that it is public in terms of access, but it requires a permission for you to make any changes to it, and that changes on a case-by-case basis. We thought that was going to be an interesting alternative. Now, in terms of a blockchain, it's not an infrastructure issue. You do need to address a public legal issue, because most of these companies are public. You also need to address governance issues, because you need to start making decisions for many, many people, and that's no easy task. And there's also infrastructure that you would need to operate. The idea for RBB was to be a decentralized blockchain as much as possible. BNDES does not own RBB, and TCU, the Federal Court of Accounts, who's been our long-term partners, they also don't own RBB. They're just the first few participants, those who got the ball rolling, if you will. Now, the issue of decentralization is really important, because trust in blockchain comes from encryption, decentralization, and transparency. So what kind of centralization are we talking about? It's BNDES, it's TCU. Yeah, but the participation from the three branches of government at the different levels of government, federal, municipal, and state is positive. This is actually much more decentralized than the three miners that are mining and could disappear with all the Bitcoin, because they hold 51% of the processing power. So yeah, it is a decentralized blockchain, and we've been trying to keep it that way since the very beginning. So what was it meant to do from the very beginning? First, it was supposed to promote innovation in the interest of the public, and it's not just for public interest, it's in the interest of the public. And we also wanted to foster trust. That's what we're looking for. Who's part of that network? Well, we're there. TCU, BNDES, DataPrev, Serpro, IBICT, Prodengi from Minas Gerais, the Secretariat in charge of Transparency from Minas Gerais, the Municipality of Araguarina, and CDE, RNP, CPQD, and PUCRJ. So we're waiting for someone from the judicial branch to join as well, but from an institutional perspective, we hope to have as many pieces of the puzzle as possible. Now, this is Bezo, meaning it uses EVM. It does not require cryptocurrency to be used, and anyone can upload a node and connect it to the rest of the blockchain. It's actually available in our GitHub. You can go there and see instructions on how to upload your node. You don't need to talk to anyone or identify yourself. There's no KYC needed. We're also working to have on-chain governance, meaning that decisions can be made on-chain somehow, or at least represented on-chain, because in doing so, we can achieve greater transparency transparency and public trust. Now, this is a new slide I've added to the presentation. I wanted to make it clear that RBB is indeed a public network, but it's got three characteristics that differ it from the public network. First, know your sender. It's KYS. It's like KYC, but in this case, if someone messes up, you know exactly who it was. Of course, all this information has to be on-chain because otherwise data protection people will come after me. So you know exactly who deployed the smart contracts, who uploaded the node. There's also a stop button. If the authorities say that a given transaction goes against the law, then with decentralized shared governance, you can just push a button and end the smart contract right there, and public interest. These three characteristics make the network legally actionable. And that's what sets it apart from a public network. And I wish that would be the only difference, in addition, of course, to public interest. Well, we've been doing governance work with CPQD, our colleague Fernando Marinho who just walked in. They have they're based on the IEEE model for blockchain governance, and basically, my role is to answer questions. This is the RBB repository on GitHub. If you'd like to upload your own node, you can do so over there. And my LinkedIn profile is open to everyone. You can visit it at your leisure. It took me 8 minutes and 5 seconds to say all that. That was great. So his LinkedIn is Gladyston, and it's not Fábio Araújo. Great presentation, full of very important points. Yes? Now, public permission blockchain running on consensus and on trust is absolutely fabulous. Also important is a discussion on decentralization. To what extent are these networks truly decentralized? At some point during Drex, we actually helped coin a new expression, as decentralized as possible. People, unfortunately, don't use that term. We're trying to get as decentralized as possible. That's the idea. And then we can each discuss the possibilities for the network. Now, a public network is becoming decentralized, while at the same time is becoming more secure in view of institutional variability. Of course, stop button is important. Fabio was smiling ear to ear when he heard that. So there are a few good applications for a stop button, and we know this is a critical issue, especially in the case of a permissioned network. Now, I know I don't have the floor anymore. I just wanted to say something.
Mas essa é uma discussão dentro da... Isso não está totalmente definido dentro da RBB, né?
Now, this is still an ongoing discussion at RBB, but we do have the possibility of being a public network, but one that is nonetheless reachable by the law. If that could be the case, it would be ideal. Anything else you'd like to add? No. That's it. No, code's law and... Code is law, and law is law. Code is not a law. Law is the law. Code is just an instrument, and it needs to be designed as well as possible. So I'll give you 9 minutes, because Gladyston spoke for 9 minutes. You get to do the same. So let's give the floor now to Lanyan for his presentation. Hello, it's an honor to be here. And, well, this is quite an illustrious panel. Now, we're here after lunch, so it's a bit tough to stay awake. Thank you so much for the invitation. Thanks to the organizers. This is a fantastic event. I have a few questions I wanted to share with you. This is undoubtedly one of the most interesting panels, because there are many open questions that we get to try to answer, and also it's an opportunity to talk about what BID Lab does. We're the IDB Lab. In English, BID means IDB. It's the Inter-American Development Bank. So LACchain was a trend that emerged back in 2017 to 2019, where we saw the formation of international alliances that were then creating ecosystems to expedite and speed up the adoption of blockchains and the like. So we decided to follow suit, and we created our own alliance in 2019. We created the panel of donors for BidLab because we wanted to create new ecosystems that could be applied to the entire region. Now, the first question we asked ourselves at that point was, how do we make sure we're not doing everything for the victory? Why not just sit around and discuss the full potential of Web3? We don't want that. We actually want to go beyond and offer an actual channel of communication and an ecosystem that's open and fosters conversations, one that can add fuel to the movement. The decision was to go with two pillars. One of the pillars was a community. We wanted an open dialogue with the government, with the private sector, and the third sector. And there was also a technological foundation that was needed, because we wanted this not to be just a talk or a conversation. We wanted all of this to be applicable in practice. So right away we proposed these two dimensions for LAC-chain. Now we know this is going to involve multiple jurisdictions, different countries. So we decided to go with ISO certification, more specifically Technical Committee 307, to address some of what Gladstone was discussing. What does it mean to be permissioned? What does it mean to be public or private? We wanted to come up with definition for all of these terms. And we have. There's a clear definition of what permission and non-permission chains are, and there's also one that's called public and permissioned network, which is somewhere in the middle. Now, these are the dimensions, these are the definitions that the ISO technical group came up with. So, when it comes to infrastructure, we made the decision to use EVM-compatible Hyperledger to come up with a public permissioned network. And any coincidence, any similarities is no simple coincidence, because there was a lot of information being exchanged at that time, even before I joined. This individual was already a part of this and was collaborating with LAC-chain. So this was truly a joint effort. Once all of that had been defined, we moved to the second question. We're about to create a new digital asset, a new digital good. So what are we going to do with it? BidLab, the innovation and venture capital arm of the IDB, would it be in charge of operating and orchestrating the entire blockchain network? That prompted an intense discussion at the bank, and ultimately it concluded that it made no sense for BidLab to take on that responsibility. It was also clear at that point that neutrality was important. If this is a digital public asset that's open to everyone, we need to make sure it remains neutral. We need to ensure neutrality. That's when we decided to create a new entity. This is a not-for-profit entity called LACnet. It's got nothing to do with LACTIM, which is an ecosystem. So as part of the global alliance and in collaboration with BidLab, because BidLab is in charge of the blockchain initiative, this was actually founded by two neutral agents in Latin America and the Caribbean. First, the Clara Network. This is the American Network on Advanced Network Collaboration, and RBB is a member of that, and it works to promote educational initiatives across the region, and they also focus on connectivity. And LACNIP, which is the IPv6 and IPv4 assigner agency for the Latin American region. So these are two entities, two different entities. The Claro Network is not-for-profit, whereas LACNIU is a civilian organization, also not-for-profit. So it took some conversation to get to where we are today. That's when we created a spin-off, or a new entity, which had to be neutral enough to give the initiative the credibility it required, and also to make sure everything was done in an unbiased fashion. Now, this the headquarters of Lacneti and Lacni, they're all in Uruguay. Now there's an ISO directive 23635 which focuses on governance directives, and based on those directives LACNet came up with a number of terms to make it all tangible. It was actually constituting itself. It included the terms and conditions for using the network, also information about association access and support, legal requirements for new members to join the network, also technical operational specifications. All of that had to be listed and put on paper with a lot of input from IDB, from LACNet, but they all contributed to this norm, which we know today as 23635. So what is the roadmap for LACNet? How far does its responsibility go? There are questions that we've answered, others that we haven't, but it is in charge of onboarding and helping with technical support for new members, also maintaining the network, an impact dashboard. By using off-ledger information, you can tell exactly who is doing what in our system, what is the vertical, the type of application, and also the impact that results from it. This is reality, by the way. This already exists. We use on-chain and off-chain data, and we concluded that the total number of impacted individuals is 9.3 million, and the IDB's mission is just that. Now, we've only included social projects. In this case, sorry, I'm out of time. So we drew away from, to an extent, from our initial expectations to what we were going to do in Latin America and the Caribbean. We were expecting to serve 1 million people, but actually the total number of beneficiaries was closer to 9 million. And this is great. LACNet and LACchain is an ecosystem with over 1,400 members, active participants, with over 120 solutions on-chain. This includes mainnet, testnet, and a host of other nets. And a few other figures are included in the slide as well. This is just to give you an idea of how far we've come. When it comes to smart contracts, we also have a few interesting initiatives when it comes to accountability. We will be exploring those in the Q&A. So that was it for me, Rodrigo. Thank you. Wonderful. Yeah? In Latin America and the Caribbean, we're always looking for integration across countries. So how do we best organize the community in a way that provides security for all of them, in a way that is safe? Now, you mentioned a term which I wanted to discuss a bit further, because we're talking about governance of a digital public asset. Mariana spoke about public digital infrastructure, and that's PIX. PIX is just what that is. GovBR and Drex are also good examples. Now we're offering programmability and automation of blockchains, and in doing so, we need to be absolutely sure about how the distribution of powers will take place, and also how much power each player in the network will have. So governance is really paramount. We're soon going to open the floor for questions, but I have a few questions of my own that I wanted to pose to you guys. Italo, you spoke about interoperable network and updated smart contracts, okay? If this is a discussion that's led by a country or group, in this case we're in Brazil. If Brazil is going to open its own Drex platform to other countries, then how secure would that be? Would it be secure for other countries to take part in the same financial structure or infrastructure as we are? How do you see this from your perspective? Actually, there are thousands of ways to go about this. If each country has its own infrastructure, and interoperability is required between two or more infrastructures, then we'll be facing a similar problem as we do today, because you would need to trust the other country to keep your assets in their structure, in their chain. So how do you make sure that's not a problem? Well, you can use technology, but if you use technology and smart contracts, you could block an asset, for example, in a network belonging to a country that's not your own. But that doesn't mean much, because other countries will not recognize that at all. So a solution like the one proposed by Gladstone, where we're using a public, open network for that purpose, that could be a safer alternative in the relationship between two or more countries. I'm not saying this is the way it's got to be, no, but there are technology alternatives that can help bridge that gap, ensure that trust by using, for example, an intermediary network or some sort of assurance or legal contract to make sure things are safe. Now, I mentioned the concept of a unified ledger. Everything is much easier if everyone uses the same protocol and keeps all their assets in the same unified ledger. However, a degree of complexity is added when you think about the finternet. This means a number of separate networks that need to work together in an interoperable fashion. As soon as we start implementing interoperability across networks, we will truly experience a shock, because there will be many situations, many risks we need to cover.
And it's really a trade-off and a dilemma in terms of what you're going to choose to configure the interoperability among different countries. I think it's a good point. I don't know if Gladstone and Nahia have any points to add. I have a few of my own. When we talk about EVM, the smart contract, it doesn't change, but you can create mechanisms such as proxies that allow you to keep the same smart contract but change the rules of the game. This is nerd language for whatever, for all of the technicalities that happen behind the scenes. But if the changing of the rules is also managed by smart contract, that is, if the governance is also transparent, well, I'm anticipating this word transparency here, but if the governance is also blockchain, you are on the pathway to solving the problem, because you make sure that the changes of the smart contracts are also managed by smart contracts. So everything at the end of the day comes back to transparency. But would you trust Bitcoin, for example, if you had no access to it? Probably not. The expectation of transparency and the existing ecosystem of transparency, the expectation that you can also participate in the conversation if you wish to, and cryptography and decentralization, this is what brings trust. So effectively, when we are considering interoperability among networks, that's most likely how we're going to manage trust among different networks. If the technical characteristics of the blockchain are good, if the monitoring ecosystem is good, and if you have the expectation that you can also monitor it if you wish to do so, that will help you trust the system. So building a network so that paranoids can trust you can help you solve the problem of trust among the population and also trust among different countries. It's a matter of scale, isn't that the case? So if you scale up to the level of the country, well, it can be a solution. It's well, I'm not proposing a solution, it's a pathway towards the solution. You said something else. You called it Know Your Sender. So it's the guarantee that in addition of knowing who participates, who has the permission, and the consensus is granted by the party that was permitted to join the network. So I know my sender, I know who he is, I know who is executing something, and in a previous conversation you also mentioned this characteristic of bringing consensus, of stopping a halting a smart contract or freezing an address. This is important because of this matter of trust. Is there a best practice or a design that would seem more reasonable? And if so, what criteria are you using to decide how to change the rules, know the participants of a network? Well, if you have a problem, you need to point out, to be able to point out the responsible, the party responsible for the problem. That has to do with transactions or smart contracts. So you can, for example, do a transaction and add a personal data, which is against the law in the LGBT, and you need to know who did it. So in the case of RDD, we make sure from the start that everyone that receives a permission, so if you permission an address to send a transaction through the blockchain, the party that has made the transaction needs to maintain information about that person. So the responsibility of saying who was responsible for the illegal activity is the party that granted the permission. So we are moving in a direction in which you can, for example, block an address or blocking a smart contract, because it's possible in Basel, for example, if it is a network consensus. So what we need to do is bring everything into a smart contract, because it says it's like an extension of the protocol. That governance rule, for example, you can stop, you can halt a smart contract and address that is misbehaving. That all works as an extension of the protocol. So we have a very simple version of that, because there is no voting mechanism, but we need to upload the pilot and make it available and so on, but we are trying to implement these consensus that expand the protocol. They actually make part of the guarantees that at the end these are legal assurances, because this is a national network. So part of them should work as the protocol itself and would enjoy the same level of trust as the protocol. I wish you luck, my friend. Well, if it was easy, it would be ready already. What I like most about talking to tech people is that we always have this feeling of having a conversation and then just do it. But there are layers and layers and layers of consensus that need to be achieved, in fact. And I think you brought us the evolution of LAC-chain. So you create a layer of trust for it to become even more diverse and transparent. What affects all of the decisions taken downstream and smart contracts and tokens as well. Can you address a little bit decision making in LAC chain, LATNet, and how it has been discussed in the community, and what has the community mention in turn. Well, I'll go back to the specification because it has guided a lot of things. And we have 9 principles of governance for DLT platforms. Two of them are guaranteeing the explicit responsibility and guaranteeing identifiers for participant entities. These are 2 principles that are very important, and I'm very excited about on-chain governance, but when it was created, governments wanted to use, private entities wanted to use, and we needed to give a response to that. Okay, this is public, I enter, and then, so what? So in our terms, as they are today, not necessarily for the future, but what we have today is, if you agree to the terms, you can join the network. Okay. So you have a smart contract, and for your customer, you have to add a clause stating that I am responsible and not the network. So it's written down. So if you agree with that, this is already a term for behavior in the network. So you print a legal instrument, a document saying, well, we have no on-chain governance, but we have this. What about the roadmap? Well, do you change the consensus protocol? Formally, it is a civil organization. The organization is LACNIC, but we have events with society at large. We capture a lot of feedback and we present it. If there are controversial proposals, we would listen to it, but it hasn't happened so far. It's not a legal process, but for the purpose of transparency, we discussed with the board, and in the LACChain meeting, we exposed all of these issues. Well, okay, we're going to change the consensus algorithm. It will now go to version 2.0. Okay, so we upgraded, there is a window of opportunity, and so on. It's not a formal process, but it's a responsibility that LACChain as an ecosystem feeds, and LACNet as an institution also as a neutral party advocates for as well. Okay, this construction of community has a few different scales, and one of them is the global scale. And I believe you have experience with the global scale. So the main jurisdictions are in this process of building their networks, understanding the functions of contracts to guarantee that the contracts are auditable. Isn't that a very high cost for partners? In different scales, but even in the national level, what have you seen in terms of integration in BIS, or what have you seen around to make sure that governance and auditability is shared and distributed? This is such an important point indeed, because when you have smart contracts available in a blockchain network, I assume that you're using blockchain because you want to share the ledger with other people, and you need the smart contract to work properly. This is why we have audits. But these audits, just so you have an idea, in public networks we are talking about values of starting from $500,000 to millions to review smart contracts. And in time, there are many different audited codes. For example, you have Open Zeppelin and system. You can have a smart contract and just pick one, and you don't need to create your own smart contract. Actually, creating your own code is something not very well considered. It's not considered very good because it's a new code with unused lines, so it will be considered a risk. And when you update smart contracts that have been audited, each line you add is a risk you add to your solution. So I understand that with the evolution of the projects, and we have Drex here in Brazil, I hope that there is a sharing of the code at a global scale for different reasons. First, because even domestically, it makes no sense to create a smart contract that your commercial banks will not know what's being executed. They need to know to understand the risks they face when using the platform. And risk is not just a tax or something like that. I'm talking about simpler aspects, for example, availability. Do you have a stop button? It brings some safety, but you have the traditional system. The user wants to change to the new platform, and you mentioned there is a stop button. Do you think they will have the same confidence, the same trust they have in the traditional system, knowing that they can migrate at any point? And we are just talking about the stop system, but there are many different mechanisms that work in the same manner. So you have the resistance of participants of domestic networks, but when you start to implement interoperability across countries, that will naturally take place from country to country, and at the end everyone will start using it, which is exactly what happens in public networks. The code that is used, it's usually reused. They take existing code and reuse it, and I think it's actually smart. Instead of starting with your own smart contracts and quantifying them, it's using what the DeFi world has already used, because these are codes that hold a lot of money, so they become more reliable and more trustworthy than codes that have simply been audited. Due to the fact that they are exposed and are being used, that is already a guarantee or a safeguard. Well, I think I have to stand for my stop button here. I think that these are very different situations. RBB is a network that needs to be submitted to Brazilian legislation. So you need a stop button. But when you have networks or network integrations that go through legal barriers, I think that there's a matter of the public blockchain, which is much more interesting in this type of scenario, because effectively any type of stop button has to be agreed by the two instances, if it is applicable. But in the case of RBB, you cannot have a network in which you have something that is working and you need to stop by legal reasons, and no one can stop it. But no one person should have the individual right to press the stop button, but a consensus of the network by a legal demand or something like that. Then it makes a lot of sense within this context. Now, these are just different things. Rodrigo, I see that there is a huge opportunity for collaboration and discussion of this theme regionally. Brazil is very, very advanced, and we see that there are projects in other countries that are trying to catch up and trying to understand it, but this dialogue needs to be we need to discuss about that. It is a challenge of the blockchain and BitLab. And what is the interoperability that we need? We do have the cases, we have the CBDC project, and we have other countries interested in updating their game to bring digitization to their populations. So this window of opportunity is huge. And you said that 2025 is the year to do so, and so let's take this opportunity. I actually think that what we're doing right now is very important, and it's already going in that direction. Gladstone, I'll give the floor back to you, because RBB is really a very specific case, and we have learned a lot with this possibility and integrating with your proposal. You propose a public network from the start. We've had this discussion, and always taken into account the maturity or immaturity of technology. But you have a proposal of distributing trust on the infrastructure, in the governance, in the contract, and so on. So you talked about trust as a service. Can you elaborate on that? Because this really impacts. What should I trust? Should I trust the token, the contract, in the infrastructure? What are you thinking? How are you distributing? Well, RBB is so different. You should ask who operates the RBB. No one and everyone. So it's really similar to a public network, because we all have the right to monitor each other, but no one has the obligation. Trust as a service is the following. Sometimes you want to guarantee an attribute or something. So a good solution is to have an infrastructure that would guarantee those attributes. So one exercise that we did, this was in the BNDES token. Susana was ahead of this. She was with the team of the BNDES token, and we had a plan to do something similar. I talked to CPQD to see if we could implement something like that. So I want to develop a token, but I want to make sure that it only goes through addresses that are identifiable. Not the chain, but identifiable somehow. This is an attribute that you want. So you want a traceable token. So what have we started doing? And we advanced a lot, but we didn't actually do it. You build a smart contract that guarantees those attributes, and if you want a token, you expand the smart contract. So this implementation is mandated to follow what was specified by the smart contracts at the level of the infrastructure. So it has been a very interesting exercise, and this idea of attributing or attributes as a service can be very powerful, because sometimes what you want to safeguard in the context of smart contracts is, for example, a stop mechanism. You need to be able to stop it for legal reasons. So you should guarantee that in the bottom level, which is the infrastructure level. So there is this possibility of thinking about it and considering it and implementing something similar to that, even though it's not an easy challenge, because you will most likely need to build it from scratch, which also includes a lot of risks. But that's how we innovate.
So this idea with the token was prior to RBB, but we actually want to do it in RBB as well. We came up with RBB because we didn't want to use in public things that wouldn't be practical to do so. Okay, just as a reminder, we'll have an open Q&A session. We know that Marcelo is here. He really loves talking about this stuff. We saw him coming into the venue. Clarissa knows about Marcelo, right? She said, Marcelo's here, let's get ready. So from a blockchain perspective, you're exploring natural ways to improve governance for the network and also its smart contracts. What can you tell us about that? Give us a status update. 3 points I wanted to mention, one of which I've discussed before. One of the clauses in our terms of use says that users agree that whoever deploys this smart contract will be responsible for its execution. But as network orchestrators, should we ensure a minimum level of security, maybe a security checklist or a group of good practices maybe? I'm not saying that we should be an app store where everything has to be audited and everything has to have a check mark. No, that's not how we view LACNet. But it might not be suitable to just label someone as the responsible party and that's it, because, I mean, if there's a problem, who do we point our finger to? So there's a little bit of discussion that we still need to have. There might be a proof of concept that has undergone a verification, but nothing yet has been written in stone, and there's nothing mandatory along those lines. We often talk about decentralized systems, and people often ask about the service level agreements. What about the SLAs? Well, more than half of this network is not with LACNet. So what do you mean by SLA? There's a new validator, there's no boot in our topology, there's a writer node, there's another type of node. So what about the SLA? So we need to look more closely at what the SLA means in a context like this. We are the keys. Let's say we've got the validators and the boot agent in a network. In that case, those two have more responsibility than the rest. So it might be about saying that they need to ensure the DR. They need to ensure a certain level of service. Because it's not enough for LACNet to say that they're responsible for the SLA. What do we mean by this? It's one thing to provide support to participants, but if it fails to update, then what do we do? We shouldn't be in charge of the inner workings of the entire network. That's point number 2. My final point is the fact that we need to talk about interoperability. So we have a scorecard. We just recently introduced an interoperability working group. And now with LACChain as an ecosystem, we're putting together regional interoperability project. I'm not allowed to disclose which vertical we're focusing on, but that's a conversation we want to have, because there are other countries and other entities that want to have that conversation. They want to discuss it with the forerunner in the region. This is why LACNet will be facilitating that kind of discussion. Those are the 3 topics, the hot topics of the day. You mentioned interoperability. I'll give the floor back to Ítalo for his thoughts, and then we'll open for the Q&A, okay? This is actually similar to the Agora project. You're spearheading the construction of a programmable financial network with tokenized deposits, wholesale CBDCs. This is very similar to Drex, right? It's very similar. But in this case, there are 7 countries, 7 central banks involved, and over 40 participants from the private sector. So at some point, governance, smart contracts, token, and infrastructure discussions will need to be had, and those might be difficult. So what can you tell us about your project vision, where you're at, the importance of what you're doing? Well, I'm not part of the Agora project directly, and I don't really have a solution for it yet. But we are aware of the problems. All of this is common knowledge, and it's been announced. Tokenized deposits and the existence of multiple networks. We might have multiple networks and require them to be interoperable. Many of the banks involved in the project have their own internal network, but we don't know how that's going to evolve. But it's important that we allow for that interoperability to occur across networks, and the problems remain the same. When we rely on a network that we're not a part of, that means there are issues pertaining to trust that have to be contended with. You would need some sort of mechanism to rectify that. Because at the end of the day, all the rules need to be clear and transparent so everyone will be knowledgeable of the risks they're running. Many countries have signed bilateral agreements for instant payment purposes, and those agreements are already in effect. But you see, when we talk about levels of confidence, level of trust, this is because we're looking ahead. We will eventually have a free internet where everyone gets to participate. And in a situation like that, we need to accommodate extreme circumstances, for example, conflicts or war or conflicts between parties and countries that want to sever relations with each other. And in a case like that, we need to be a bit paranoid and think about the outliers who use that network. We need to be aware of all the risks, and all the participants need to know such risks clearly. Even if governance is top-notch and fully automated, that remains a requirement because there's the issue of keys. So you'd need to know how each country addresses cybersecurity and how it addresses its own keys. It's a thorny subject, and we'll need to explore different ways to solve this problem with a design that caters to all these requirements. So you have a question for Ítalo? Sure. I often talk to Ítalo, and he says, did you consider the member countries going to war with each other? No, sorry, that was in the backlog. We didn't really do it, sorry. Yeah, and if there's a war going on, a traditional contract wouldn't solve anything either. Right, but if you have a network where the consensus algorithm does not require known validators, then you can coexist and use the same language, or the same network, rather. Right, the intermediary network would be public. Okay, so people would go and mine it, and that's it. You'd be screwed. That's going to lead us to a war, really. Yeah, but when it comes to mining, if there's an attack happening, that's going to apply to a single block, and you'll know exactly who's perpetrating the attack because of transparency. So you and your allied countries would also need to start mining. Right, the conversation has started. If you'd like to ask any questions, that's fine. This is a wonderful panel. Now, I said to you that I had to study up on the panel, and it was great because all we had to do was ask questions. Let's do that. We have microphones around the room. If you have any questions for the speakers, just raise your hand, okay? Now, we have a question from Gustavo. At least Gustavo is the first to ask a question and not Marcelo.
Hello.
Hello.
My
name is Gustavo from Frintender. I have two questions. When you think about non-permissioned networks and DeFi, these networks can be seen as a sandbox for the global financial market, which we use to try out new things. So the questions we have today will not be solved by them because interoperability is a problem for non-permissioned networks. Many people are using zero nodes. There's a lot of tests being run. And when the public networks are implemented, we can just copy a little bit of what's there and use open source code. Interoperability, in my opinion, has a lot to do with standardization. How do we come up with standards? And the Ethereum network has done that by implementing EVM and a host of other solutions. So are countries indeed looking for standardization? Many are running to EVM. So I'd like to know, do the countries consider that when they develop their own networks? Was that question directed to me? Now, EVMs have become quite popular because of the size of its system. It's being adopted by the majority of players. Now, there are many projects at BIS. We have our own ALM project, where we test non-EVM solutions. Sometimes these aren't even blockchain solutions.
Mas essas soluções, geralmente, a minha sensação é que elas ficam mais isoladas, né?
But I get the feeling that these are increasingly isolated solutions. So you implement a solution, then you run an experiment, you do a proof of concept, then we publish it. But how will others replicate it if it's not disseminated technology, if there's no way to replicate it, if there's no one with the knowledge required to replicate it?
Eu acho que é muito a questão mesmo de a decisão está sendo pouco guiada pela adoção da tecnologia.
So this decision is actually going to be made by the technologies themselves and the technologies we adopt. We look at what works and implement that. So that's how I see things going forward. This is part of the criteria you use to choose the technology to be used by your country's own CBDC.
Gustavo, falando América Latina e
Okay,
Caribe,
Gustavo, let's look at Latin America and the Caribbean
eu vejo os
specifically.
países muito querendo, como já tem alguns lugares mais avançados, muitos
Some
querendo
countries
respaldo
are
de
ahead,
algo que já aconteceu, que eles falam, vamos aprender
others are
lições.
not,
Então,
so those that are lagging behind, they want to learn
fala
lessons
como foi,
from the other
me dá
countries.
esse
When people
caminho,
come to me,
porque eu quero
they
chegar mais
ask
rápido,
me what it
sem
was
muito
like,
debate.
and
Mas, tipo, eu quero seguir
they
o
wanted to
caminho
know
que
the
foi
path
trilhado,
we
que
followed
tem
because they just want to
perguntas
walk that path.
mapeadas e me
They
dá
want
certo
to
nível de
know the
segurança
answers to
para
the
eu
questions that
discutir
they've
isso.
mapped out.
Isso falando não especificamente de DeFi, mas falando de
Now, I'm not talking about
adoção da
DeFi specifically.
tecnologia e
This
desse
also
tipo de
applies
redes,
to
qual rede eu vou
technological
usar, qual eu não
adoption
vou
and the
usar.
choice of
Então,
new
EVM com
which
certeza,
networks to
mas depois ele
use.
tá, o que eu faço depois disso? Mas
So
e
once you've
depois? Será que
selected
eles vão
EVM,
lançar?
what do
Mas
we
isso
do
daqui. Então,
afterwards?
quando você vai para
What's the
diálogo
next
desse,
step?
sente que você já tem algumas das respostas, já tem caminho.
Now, in a conversation
preferência
like this,
catch up. Então, beleza.
the
Então,
preference is
vocês, o que
just
a
to
gente vai
catch
fazer e eu vou
up.
chegar mais rápido. Até talvez pela capacidade de execução do país, do time ou da organização, eles preferem. Mas aí entra a questão de neutralidade.
The team actually has a say in this, and this is where neutrality comes in.
Entra a questão, mas quem que está participando?
In the case of sovereign networks, you need to know who is a part of that network, who's participating in it. And those kinds of questions ultimately influence the journey itself. Okay, great, thank you. Who has the microphone? It's right there. Go ahead. You may ask your question, sir. Hello, good afternoon. First and foremost, thank you so much for your work. It was great to learn more about what you're trying to implement in Brazil. It will take a lot of innovation, a lot of technology. My name is Ismael Tokonavi, and I wanted to talk about the pain points. One of the pain points in blockchain is ensuring authorization, the 12-word seed phrase that we need to unlock our accounts. So what kinds of solutions are we putting in place to help the general public get access to blockchain technology? Another pain point that I often hear from people is the cost of adding more contract. This is a major challenge that we need to overcome when developing new solutions. I wanted to refer to Caitlin's work from Agile. She's doing just that. She's working to remove barriers, remove obstacles. The question is, what can we do to automate and systematize the auditing process to lower costs and to make sure that we can work with more trust and more speed than we do now? Those are the two main pain points. That's why I like being a moderator rather than a speaker, right? So let me just recap your question. Let's see if I understood. You mentioned the seed phrase, right, and how that's a flaw of the blockchain. How do we ensure proper governance, proper custody of the seed phrase? That's an important point. Now, what about auditability? There is a cost involved. We need to pay for something for the smart contracts, make sure that they're upheld. You see, the seed phrase is likely going to be the biggest barrier to adoption of the blockchain across the world. If you ask most people when the internet was created, they will most likely refer to the date when Facebook was created, or they're just going to say in the 1990s, because that's when the World Wide Web came about. But the www is just a user experience solution for a pre-existing internet. Now, to an extent, the internet had been around as ARPANET or something else since the 1970s, and it only became real to the rest of the world back in the 1990s when we suddenly solved the user experience problem. Hence the importance of usability. It's key to ensuring something may be or may not be adopted by the general public. There are a few movements. Ítalo has actually been a part of this, right, Ítalo? Alex van der Sande. There's also account abstraction now. Lots of people are trying to solve that problem, but it's not a problem an easy problem to solve. Most likely it will require some sort of social solution where you can recover your keys. So if you lose your key, you might have like 3 people that when they come together can recompose your key. That's an attempt at a solution. But once again, I agree with you when you say that that's perhaps the biggest pain point to blockchain adoption. Okay? Now, we've been talking for nearly an hour about smart contract governance, but we failed to reach a conclusion. Key management is equally important because at the end of the day, you're just defining governance. How do you recover a key like that? The simplest way to do it is to keep the 12 words in your seed phrase to yourself and use those to recover your key. And I believe the crypto exchanges are doing excellent work in that regard. They've had multiple cases, embarrassing cases, where they were hacked and they lost some of their customers' assets, and that led to a lot of mistrust. So they're probably at the forefront here, and there's no such thing as a perfect solution. There's always going to be a trade-off. A private key is a random number that you simply need to keep hidden from everyone else, and if you were to sign something with it, you need to recover it. So social mechanisms, in my opinion, are nothing more than a potential solution. Now, I don't want to keep my own keys. I prefer someone else to hand it to me because I'm afraid of maybe banging my head and not remembering my key anymore, so I don't even write it down on paper. It'd be great if the bank or someone else could look after my keys for me, and such service already exists. Of course, I'm half joking, but we need to think about this nonetheless. Many people are pushing the idea of self-sovereignty, the fact that you've got your own paper with your seed phrase to unlock your key, but if something were to happen to that seed phrase, depending on the number of or the assets in that account, that could be a big problem. So we need to improve the situation. There is no perfect solution. It's a trade-off. You might relinquish a little bit of security, but on the other hand, you'd have more comfort. You might want to delegate something to someone else who might not be the best choice, but it might be someone who you trust more than you trust yourself. So, there's definitely going to be an evolution. There could be new solutions, social solutions, and at some point, one of these solutions may be interesting. I mean, social solutions may be good for a family or for individuals. You could use your family or friends to recover your key, but these are also prone to attack. If someone were to kidnap your entire family, they could rebuild your key phrase.
The solution is having a digital twin to represent you. Well, just as an example, without judging the technical merit, but when we're talking about ecosystem, we are talking about abstractions, and on the other side of the ecosystem, there's an entrepreneur and is facing a problem and needs to solve it right now. Bringing the experience of what happens, for example, in a small avocado server in Peru, farmer in Peru, they don't even have smartphones. So the social function in that case was provided by the entrepreneurs, and they use facial recognition and voice recognition to authenticate the small farmers to authorize transactions and so on. I'm not judging the technical merit, but the ecosystem will not stop, the entrepreneurs will not stop, because they're faced with the real world problems right now. And we are discussing abstraction and so on, and entrepreneurs are trying to help the avocado farmers. So this is something that we'll need to solve in a moment. Just an example. One piece of detail here. Well, this is intermediary and so on. Well, you should continue with the expectation of doing yourself if necessary, but they shouldn't be mandatory. Shouldn't be compulsory. If it's not mandatory, if it's an option, I see advantages. So if I want to, I use the intermediary or the middleman. If I don't, I use it. I monitor it myself. That's the beauty of it. Just a quick addition to the cost of auditing smart contracts. Clarice, Porcino, and Fabio are faced with a problem, which is a promise. If the contract is running from Drex, you trust it. There's another layer in this discussion. Depending on where the contract is operating, you automatically trust the contract. It opens up a larger decision between who does the development and the deployment in the contract. And I'm not envying Cursino and Fabio Araújo and Tatiana at this moment, because you hyper centralized. So it's central bank who did it, it's central bank who implemented it. It is in the network of the central bank. So there's no problem with trust. The problem now is that the central bank needs 30,000 people working in the technology part. The other thing is, okay, I accept the contract, so if the central bank has it in its network, it's trustworthy. So in this process of governance, preventing this sort of thing is something that Fabio Araújo is probably thinking about. Okay, Marcelo has a question. My name is Marcel from Bradesco. I actually don't have any questions. I just want to congratulate you all for the initiatives. But now, I didn't want before, but now I now want to ask a question. My question is to Gladstone and Nayan, because they have production networks. I have two simple questions. The first is, do you have any problems for reimbursing operational cost for the validators of the network? And the second question is, considering that you are in an EVM network that does not charge for gas, do you have any mechanisms to prevent infinite looping or abusive looping for smart contract transactions? So that was easy. It was a yes or no question. Okay, Marcel, thank you. First question is no, in LACNet we don't have that, but for gas, we create a specific we create a specific smart contract for a franchising system. So for example, you deploy a smart contract, so you have all of that. So we have a franchise mechanism to prevent abuse and so on. So we have a protocol specific for the distribution of gas. Okay, but you need it, but you negotiate and so on. But today it is established. Starting with the incentives, RBB, as I said, is a network You can join for different reasons. If you want the TCU, for example, you have the institutional role and needs to be there. If you are data prévia ou prudente, you are probably providing service to public institutions, ministries, so on. If you are BNDES, you are in the network for a little bit of both reasons, to use network and because of the institutional role. So the incentive to be in the RBB needs to be very flexible. What is the incentive? Well, you have a piece of the network and you do with that part of the network whatever you want. So if you want to provide services with this piece you have of the network, which is measured in gas, you can. So let's suppose that's 10 institutions, each one has 10%, and Prudente, Data Prévia, etc. can use their 10% to sell access to someone. And yes, we use gas as a resource to say, and also actually that is an interesting technicality. So you permission a number of addresses, so that is conditioned to the amount of gas you have, and you have very simple protocols. SQL, right? Everyone develops an SQL, codes in SQL. So the addresses you permissioned ended up in too many guesses. So you end up rejecting transactions if they went over their quota. So the two responses are yes, the incentive scheme is very flexible. You have a piece of the gas of the network and you use it however you like it. And on the other hand, we have this mechanism which is very simple today, but it's being developed. But you don't need ether. The nomenclature is gasless, but it's actually etherless. You don't need ether or ether to buy the gas. So you use it, but you distribute ether because we wanted to prevent the possibility of ether being sold in secondary markets. Usability is terrible, so you have to have ether of the network in the token you're transactioning. So it's very bad for UX. And the other thing is, when you have ether, you need transactions to distribute ether and transactions that you actually want to do. And you reduce the capacity of the processing capacity of the network. So we're not using it so far. I want to thank Marcel for a simple question and thank Gladson for overcomplicating the simple question. But it has helped. And Marcel, thank you for the easy questions. We are at the end of the panel. In the last event we've had here, we were thanking the space, the institution, Central Bank, and I am in the same journey as you for the last 10 years. I am among friends here, but now I should say that I am among family members. Even my sister-in-law, my nephew, are here as well. Our thanks to the moderator, Rodrigo Henrique, and to the panelists for their valuable contributions. We'll now have a short coffee break and resume activities at 4 p.m. with the Forum Drex.
Seguindo agora com nossa programação, damos início ao Fórum Drex.
Let's continue with our agenda. We'll now have the Forum Drex discussing the challenges and the advancements in the implementation of Drex, our digital currency. To moderate this forum, we invite Mr. Rogério Luca, head of Banking Operations Department and Payments for Central Bank of Brazil, DEBAN, and coordinator of Forum Drex. Our panel of speakers will include Ms. Clarissa Souza, coordinator of the Department of Information Technology of the Central Bank and IT leader of the Drex pilot program. Also Mr. Alessandro Fraga, coordinator of DEBAN and manager of the Drex project, as well as Mr. Glaudson Arantes Jr. Just joking. Mr. Fábio Araújo, consultant for DEBAN and coordinator of the Drex Initiative. With the floor, Rogério Luca.
Obrigado, boa tarde a todos. Ok? Tá. Obrigado, boa tarde a todos. Bem-vindos ao Fórum Drex. Esse é fórum.
Welcome, good afternoon.
Agora sim, ok, obrigado. Boa tarde a todos.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the Forum Drex. It's coordinated by the Central Bank. I am head of banking operations and payment systems of the Central Bank of Brazil. Today, we have the 5th plenary session of the Drex Forum, 2 years after the first initiative. This forum has served as well as a permanent communication channel for all agents of entities regulated by the Central Bank and others. This forum addresses the pilot tests and other topics. We conduct consultations, exchange of information, and the update of society at large. A major point of highlight is the diversity of the participants, which allows us to have very different perspectives and opinions, which makes this forum very interesting. We have representatives from participants under the financial systems, the capital market representatives. We have developers of applications and services based on DLT. We have IT service providers and civil servants from the Central Bank and other regulators that participate somehow in this initiative. Since the forum's last edition, we have closed phase 1 of the pilot program. Central Bank and the participants have assessed the benefits of interoperability. It was a multi-asset ecosystem in which we simulated operations with tokenized digital assets. The main challenges in this initial phase of the pilot was to guarantee the privacy of the transactions and data and the maintenance of the decentralization and interoperability. The pilot had 16 consortiums with around 70 participants, including representatives from financial institutions in all of the prudential sectors, from bigger to smaller financial institutions, payment institutions, cooperatives, public banks, developers of services and apps, market operators, and payment institutions. The use cases involve public bonds, bank reserves, and others. The pilot brought forth an innovation to the design of the system at large, which was a simulation of the final liquidation, irrevocable transactions for public bonds at the level of the final customer. In the design of the architecture that we have today, the final liquidation happens at the level of the participants of the systems that are usually financial institutions. The pilot project has innovated when allowing the notion that the liquidation should happen in the final customer's environment. The final report will be published next month. One other hallmark that we had at the end, since the last forum, was the beginning of the second phase. We started the second phase with the CVM and the Secretariat of the National Treasury, with 3 use cases that was selected and started to be debated in the second phase of the pilot program. This second phase is focused on testing the implementation of financial services made available with smart contracts managed by third parties that manage the platform. So this is an innovation. The first phase, only the central bank conducted the interoperability and the uploading of files in the platform. Now we innovate with potentially other use cases. One of the main purposes of the second phase is to test use cases with the possibility of the participants to work out the contracts and the assets. The contacts were initiated between participants and implementators, discussing the implementation, the governance of the new services, and the privacy solutions available.
Lastly, since the last forum, we've had a number of submissions of business cases coming from multiple entities that at the moment are not taking part in the pilot project. So for today, we'll begin with the presentations with the main findings from phase 1 of the pilot project. That will be followed by the developments and the next steps we're envisioning for phase 2. After that, we'll have a Q&A session. Questions can only be asked in person, so only those in attendance here in the venue will be allowed to ask questions. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank all the attendees at the forum, also those who took part in the pilot program, including the financial industry and the maintainers of these different solutions who have been contributing to the DEX project. I'll give the floor now to Clarice, our pilot tech lead, and she'll be presenting the main findings of phase 1. You have the floor, Clarice. Okay, thank you all for attending. Now, I know I have very little time and I'm fond of speaking, so I'll try to do this quickly. In my presentation, I'll give you a recap of phase 1. Phase 1 started in January 2023. So like my colleague said, we're about to turn 2 years old and much has happened since we started. So generally speaking, this is how we started. This is how our pilot program started. We started with Vote 31 by the Central Bank of Brazil, which contained all the guidelines and long-term vision for what we back then called the digital real, and we today call it Drex. So generally speaking, this was a source of inspiration. It allowed us to design a model similar to what you would find in DeFi. This also allowed us to bring in the concept of asset tokenization. This means that assets could be represented in multiple ways in the network. Programmability, interoperability were also important factors. We had a long-term view when doing this. That's what we had in mind back then, and it's what we have in mind now during the pilot program where we're testing our solutions. After the vote, we moved on to a pilot program. The objective for that program was to assess, to create and assess a long-term platform. Back then, there was the design was technically rather immature because it works very well in a public environment, but now we were bringing this all to a regulated environment, which is very different from the outside world, as you know. So the idea with the pilot was to validate whether all the directives would apply to a public environment, whether all the components of the platform would work, and also conducting exploratory testing as needed when compiling a final report. The idea was to dive deeply into all the details, check the inner workings, observe everything, and then compile a report. That was the main objective for our pilot program. Okay, so these were the requirements coming from the vote. They served as our guidance in the pilot. We have a platform. This is called the DLT EVM platform. It was mandatory. We were required to use that particular platform. But we didn't want to just have a DLT EVM. No. We wanted programmability. We also wanted the ability to add and provide services, get all of the network participants to offer their own services. It would also need to have proper privacy in accordance with our regulatory framework. We also wanted this platform to encompass a number of different assets, not just CBDCs, not just coins. We also wanted to include real estate assets, financial assets, TradFi assets. We also wanted a decentralized platform. And by decentralized, we mean we refer to node distribution as well. We wanted the provision of services to be decentralized, also governance to be decentralized. This was under a limited scope because it was just a pilot project, but we were laying down the infrastructure to be used in the future. And we also wanted this platform to be regulated by any regulatory agencies that may eventually join the network.
Bom, aí, dentro de todos esses requisitos, a gente colocou lá
In view of all of these requirements, this is our trilemma. Now, I changed this triangle a little bit. I'm sure you've all seen this on many occasions, right? But this is nonetheless our trilemma. It contains all three variables: decentralization, programmability, and privacy. Those three are our main challenges. We wanted to take a platform where all the information is displayed openly because of trust and transparency reasons, and we wanted to add an additional variable to it to ensure people's privacy, while at the same time maintaining the same level of programmability, decentralization.
Bom, aí o caso de uso também
This is the use case. I'm sure you've all seen this on many occasions. This is our end use case. It shows the exchange of a public security issued by the federal government by a Drex offered in the retail market. So we have a buyer and a seller, and they're exchanging assets. And when they do, the asset gets exchanged into wholesale Drex, while a wholesale asset gets transformed into a retail Drex coin. This is nothing new. So we put together the network. We tried to have it decentralized and distributed as much as possible, or as much as we could in the pilot program. Each participant is assigned a node in the network. Then we distribute the validation powers to the central bank in Brazil. In both locations, we have the documentation in the hands of Central Bank here in Brazil, and also half of it is in Rio de Janeiro because they're physically separated. We wanted resilience. If we lost a site here, we could still recover or maintain the network based on the backup node in Rio de Janeiro. That wasn't the main focus, by the way. Each participant was given a node, and from the participant side, we haven't really focused that much on ensuring their resilience, even though each participant could, by its own volition, focus on that on their own. It was nonetheless an important factor, the fact that we had two different validators in two different and physically separated BCB sites, one in each city. These are the main guidelines or directives. Now, we've always been questioned about privacy. So these are the main points we took into account throughout the pilot program. We wanted to make sure the requirements, pertaining to the privacy of all individuals was indeed protected. Balances are known by the authorities as well as by the owner of a given wallet, or even by a representative when allowed. Transactions are private and anonymous for third parties, but they're well known to all the parties involved. Governance of such assets or governance is provided by the authorities, and the authorities can indeed intervene when necessary or when required by law.
Bom, aí a gente selecionou algumas soluções de privacidade.
So with this in mind, we've selected a few privacy options we wanted to put to the test. We conducted a comprehensive survey of the market. We studied a lot with the assistance of consultants. We commissioned consultants that work on many CBDC projects around the world. Ultimately, we narrowed it down to 3 solutions: Anonymous, Zethar, Starlight, and Rails. Earlier this year, we also announced that we were considering Microsoft's solution called Nova 2XP. So we were trying to find the differences between the different solutions. Why would we have 2 ZKP solutions? Why would we have an account-based solution? Starlight, as you know, is designed to focus mostly on tokens. OKXO is the model of inspiration here. Rails, however, is a bit different. It uses a different architecture. Its privacy measures are focused on network segregation. Microsoft Nova 2KP also does that, but in Rails, you'll see that the tokens can actually move around across private ledgers, whereas in Microsoft's solution, the tokens never move around. So we started by implementing all the contracts, including, and we performed a number of transactions and transfers across different customers, because we wanted to really understand what the design was going to be based on our business requirements. We started adding privacy solutions as closed boxes that could be made available for example, open contracts or any private contracts that 2 or more individuals may engage in. I'll quickly describe all the different solutions. The idea here is not to go into too much detail about each one of them, because this is going to be discussed in a different opportunity. If you're interested, you can go into the Piloto Drex webpage and you can see all the information about all of these solutions. Now, I do want to give you a little bit of information about the concepts for each solution so as to drive this home at the end. Zethar is a privacy and anonymity solution in the network, and the proof of knowledge is 0. The actual proof is generated off-chain, and it's added to the transaction for validation purposes. This proof of knowledge uses the balance to ensure that the operation is as it should. Now, between the time when the proof is generated and when the transaction is finalized, the balance is not allowed to change, and as a result of this particular restriction, there's a time slot that's been put aside. It's what they call an epoch. And during that epoch, during that period of time, the balance cannot change in any way. We've been able to implement 2 separate flows with this solution, and in doing so, we transferred wholesale Drex from our reserve, from our participants, and we also conducted a DVP involving a bond tied to a Drex. We weren't able to get all the way to the customer, and therefore weren't able to implement the final use case. I'm not saying this isn't possible. No, it is a possibility, but it would be overly complex. The complexities that were required were too much, and what we had done until then was enough to understand how the platform was working, and maybe other types of applications simply wouldn't be needed.
Do ponto de vista de avaliação técnica
Now, let's talk about technical assessment by the bank. So we know that from a privacy perspective, this actually meets all of the privacy and anonymity criteria required by the transaction. However, the transaction is taking place as part of a private contract, which is sort of a black box. So no one gets any visibility into what's happening inside the black box. No one knows what's going on. The authorities don't get to see it. Regulators don't get to see it. No one else gets to see it. This means that we've lost governance. There's no governance possible in a case like this. So if an account is frozen, think about an extrajudicial liquidation of an institution, for example. In that case, we would need to recover that amount as part of the liquidation process, but that wouldn't be possible. Once a coin goes into the black box, we can never find it again. There's no way to get it back or to claw it back. As for programmability, there were issues about synchrony. Only one operation can take place in a given epoch per wallet, so that was a limitation vis-à-vis programmability. There were other aspects as well. Scalability. Even though scalability was not one of the items we were looking at during phase 1, i.e. no one actually looked closely at ways of improving scalability. Nonetheless, we concluded that it would be very difficult to implement a solution like this because of the epoch concept. Now, as for the keys, this system uses its own key to move assets from one place to another within the private contract. And if you were to lose that key, say bye-bye to the asset.
Bom, aí a gente fez uma consulta aos participantes.
So we reached out to the participants, we got them to test the different flows, and then we asked them for their feedback. And I'm going to have to read it out, actually, for you.
Bom, foi apontado que a solução realmente é capaz de trazer privacidade.
It was said that the solution could indeed provide safe security and programmability for the solutions. However, they said that once the transaction is complete, no more visibility. Even retail Drex would lose visibility. There were many failures in the DVP flow because of the limitations we faced at the time, because of the need to keep everything synchronized. If I do something, the other part has to do it, the other side has to do it. If they don't do it together right away, then the opportunity is lost and the transaction never happens. So that was an issue. And there were also challenges vis-à-vis scalability. So the feedback we got from the participants really mirrored those of the central bank. They came to the same conclusions as we did. We then moved on to the second solution. It's called Starlight, and it was developed by Ernst & Young, EY. This is also based on a zero proof of knowledge, but it allows for the abstraction in implementation, the cryptographic or the encryption circuits, which is not easy to do. This is not something that programmers typically do because it requires a lot of cryptography knowledge. So in this case, we decided to focus on our own business rules, and whatever's private, then I would just place a note and the tool would take care of the privacy issue for you. We thought that that actually set this solution apart from the rest. So we decided to go ahead and test it. I've included the main components behind the solution. It includes an orchestrator, private contracts, and also tiller. I will show you this as an image later on. This is just to show you that this solution is composed of two components, off-chain and on-chain. We've also implemented a flow to transfer Drex from wholesale and also to exchange securities for them. The first such attempt was conducted by our consultants working for the central bank. The DVP flow, however, was conducted by the UI team, by the solution developers themselves. They implemented it, and then we put it to the test with the participants.
So this design is just, this picture is also just to illustrate. You create a code and a language code, Solid, that abstracts privacy attributes, and then it generates a code that is placed in the on-chain. So in the on-chain you have a private contract, there is a manager, management of the tree, of Merkle tree to validate the proof of zero knowledge, and then there off-chain you also have the balance of the participants in the synchronization. So there is one part there and one part here.
Bom, avaliação técnica do BCB.
Technical assessment of the BCB. It's also a solution that fulfills the objective of privacy of operations, and just as in Zeta, we don't have this visibility because of, but on the part of the visibility of the operations and the governance is repeated. In terms of programmability, what we observe is that it always depends on the solidity capacity to support business characteristics. It might support a lot of things, but one thing or another would not show up, such as the case of the DVP. We counted with the support of UI to develop the DVP, but at the time we didn't have the capacity of developing it. But we do now. In Solidity we now have it, but we depend on a specific characteristic of the business. And other aspects that were observed: data storage, off-chain. So we have this need for having a very resilient data structure, data frameworks, the typical systems centralized so that we can maintain it operational and always synchronizing it with the network. We have a single key, and the average time of transaction, once again, was not submitted to any in-depth and the average time is 15 to 20 seconds. And it was not object of improvement so far. On the part of the participants, they were capable of conducting transactions in an anonymous and private manner, simplifying the solution, especially with the Zeta anonymous, simplifying privacy aspects and points of warning, the need to synchronize the off-chain with the chain, and the critical aspect, which is the monitoring of this off-chain framework, so that we wouldn't lose synchronism. Observations that were very similar to what we did before, and which shows that participants are engaged and trying to understand how the solution worked. Then we moved to Rails. Rails was developed by BaFin. It has private ledgers based in EVM. The participants' assets are kept in different ledgers, so they can operate everything which is in the ledger in a completely private manner. on their own ledgers. Transferring assets means to transfer the assets from one ledger to another. So they use our Brasil network, which was called the commit chain. We have a protocol which, with the Rails atomic teleport, not only with regards to Rails but other tests as well. Every validation that was made in the report was based on what we placed on the network. Everything that was developed afterwards by the companies was not assessed. This is a picture in time of what was in the network when we began the report. So that's not the current situation. It might have developed so far. But with the Rails, we have implemented all of the flows, transfer and DVP for wholesale and retail Drex. This is the same picture as you already know. Participants have their privacy ledgers, and the central bank has its own commit chain in the middle to run the transfer of the assets when necessary. So privacy is the same thing, okay? Same observation as the last two. It has achieved privacy, but in the version we used, there was no visibility of the transfer, and the governance was not tested. Programmability. So within the private average, programmability is the DLT. But in terms of components, we might have the need to create a new ledger to exchange the assets. In our case, we had bonds and currency. What we did to be able to move it was do everything in this Selic ledger and bring it back. But thinking about the situation of 3 or 4 assets involved, and we couldn't move everything to one specific ledger, we would have to create another ledger that would play that function to pass everything on. Other aspects. For the interoperability to come to fruition among the ledgers, they have a component in the commit chain, which is the relayer. And the function is the same of the typical integration systems. So they have to control the direction of the transaction, come back, reverse, was it okay or not. So there's this need of synchronicity among the ledgers, which are just typical strategies for integrating systems. There's an asynchronous assessment. If anything should happen outside of the rules, there is a component that is running, and it issues a warning when something happens, but it's synchronous. It happens after the transaction happens. And the time of transaction was between 10 seconds and 4 minutes. That includes the transfer of a simple asset, for example, a transfer for wholesale Drex among institutions, and also DVP and its higher limit. Observations of participants. They stated as positive points. It's capable of operating with other EVMs, to conduct transactions anonymously and privately. It was always noted that privacy was achieved, and indeed it has been. But the biggest difficulty we have in the project is not privacy. It's privacy plus programmability. So the complexity of the architecture and infrastructure necessary, and the dependency of the relayer component to run the synchronization. So the system is highly dependent on this component. These were the points made by the participants. Inovação KP, we announced that we would take a look at it, but until the drafting of the report, we haven't finished the assessment or implementation of the use cases of Inovação KP. it's an ongoing
Bom, e por
initiative.
fim,
Lastly,
toda a parte de não escopo.
the non-scope part, which we will include in the report. The idea here is to know the number of things that still need to be verified and discussed. These are not simple matters. Governance, interoperability, scalability, regulation, evolution. How could we evolve a platform like this? How can we change it if necessary? Security, legacy. But this is my last slide, and as a final message, I should say that I'm very happy with the result of this first phase. I think that we did a very complete and thorough work. It's invisible work, and it has been made in other places. We see a lot of projects and tests, but when we ask about privacy, for example, it's always a non-scope. So we decided to bring the question of privacy into the scope to assess, and we have really tested a lot. We saw many things, we talked to many people, and it hasn't been easy, but we managed. We did a lot, and we progressed with the platform a lot. And as Rogério said, I have to thank all of the participants for the effort in the tests, and especially the maintenance teams for the development of the solutions. It's not something that already exists. It's not ready, it's not simple to be done. And they have really came up to the challenge, and it's not the purpose of the central bank to issue judgment and to say that this or that platform is good or bad. Our only purpose here is to say if it adheres to the central bank's requirements or not. It might not be adhering to our requirements, but it is complying with other platforms that are different from the central bank. For example, the prior conversation that we had here, what Gladstone said, I was very curious because he was mentioning transparency a lot. We have to focus on transparency and transparency and transparency. And here, well, he mentioned the paranoids, right? The problem here is that our paranoids, if you will, we cannot hold the information, because if we do hold the information, then it's the state control over the currency, and then the paranoids will go crazy. So we face a huge challenge of trying to use a platform that is based on transparency. But there is a limit to the transparency. It's very hard. It was not designed to be fully transparent. There are cases and cases, but one solution might fit completely one use case and not fit another. I'd like to thank Tami, Jeff, Bruna. Thank you, everyone. It was excellent work. Thank you so much. I think I spoke too much. Well, thank you, Clarice. What I have here is a summary for Phase 1 and the business perspective. Clarice talked about the details, and this is a summary of the business vision and the transition to Phase 2 that Fabio will present to us. As we've seen in the pilot, like the Phase 1, we had important advances in the field of privacy with interoperability, and solutions that were tested present challenges for Drex, and we need adaptation efforts so that the Drex can remain as an infrastructure, will continue to be an infrastructure for innovative services. What challenges were those? Limitations in the adoption due to business needs. That is, the lack of control of the tokens by the authorities. This is a challenge. Limitations in the programmability and in this scenario.
Detectamos também a necessidade de maior maturidade, né, das soluções para sistema
financeiro
robusto, que é o que a gente
quer. Need for a better maturity of the robust financial system.
Qual é o caminho que a gente vê para a evolução?
What is the pathway towards evolution considering those challenges? The importance of continuous development. So there's this whole effort of continuing. It is a time for research and development. So we should all bear that in mind, and also the collaboration among regulators, developers, academia, market. So the continuity of this mutual collaboration is very important, so that we can overcome the barriers that were identified in phase 1.
So what are the first few steps we must take? Well, the challenges we've detected have led us to phase 2 of the pilot project. Now, in phase 2, we've allowed space for new participants and suggestions for new use cases. We want to make progress in privacy concerns, and even compare some of the privacy solutions out there. Some of the privacy solutions may jive well with one use case and another one with a different one. So the more use cases we can ascertain, the better. So that by the end of phase 2, we will have collected as much data as we can. As upcoming steps, it's important that participants suggest new use cases so as to expand our testing. This is to be under the guidance of regulatory agencies, such as the Brazilian Central Bank. This is to make sure that what we're including in Drex are use cases that will indeed make the most of this technology. It's better to encompass all of these use cases that will allow us to unleash the full potential of Drex. We also want to identify specific needs and opportunities when it comes to innovation. This is user-centric innovation. We're all citizens, we're all users, so Drex has to consider all the use cases coming from us, from the actual users, everyone that's around the system. What benefits do we expect from the next stage? First, adaptation and evolution of technologies to make sure the requirements of the financial system are indeed met. We want the system to be modern, to be efficient, and we want it to have potential for truly innovative services that can bring benefits to society. Well, that's it for me. I'll give the floor now to Fabio. He's going to go into more detail about phase 2. Now, before I start, I just wanted to point out the importance of cooperation. The central bank has been cooperating with the market to develop this solution. Because there are many challenges we must overcome without proper support from the market, from the direct participants we've used in our testing. Not just that, but also other technology providers have also provided us with a few more ideas about how to improve the ecosystem. That has helped us improve the rationale behind Drex. Now, Vanessa was talking about us, and when she said us, I thought she meant me and others as well. When we first came up with the use case for phase 1, as well as other specifications like privacy, for example, we decided to choose a use case. We said we wanted to have everything in order to ensure the highest possible level of security for the population. Now, we knew we had to test a lot of things, and in some use cases, some of the information has to be public, and the law requires it. For our testing purposes, we chose a situation where everything was to be kept private. And if we could cater to privacy rules within that particular use case, that would mean that our solution for the ecosystem was complete.
Peculiaridade de a gente ter conjunto muito restrito de
We had a very narrow set of specifications to work with initially, but now in phase 2 we're considering other use cases. Each use case has its own set of different privacy expectations. The law is applied to each case. So, from the perspective of the central bank, the idea is to ensure all regulatory and legal requirements are met. This includes online data protection acts and other such secrecy laws that may apply to transactions. This will vary, of course, depending on the use case. Hence, the need to continuously develop the solution. So in phase 2, the focus would be to look at more mature use cases. The market was a big, important partner in the first phase, but ultimately, at the end of the day, the smart contracts were developed and deployed by the central bank and its team. Now, the market is bustling with ideas. Now, there's an application that's about to complete this week, and I was told about 20 different cases we're expecting to see going forward. In phase 2, we're very excited with this application, because for each case, the potential for the use of privacy is different, and we also require that the market be mature enough to design these business models and use distributed technology so as to unlock its full potential. In the market, we often favor vertically designed products, and when you move to a decentralized solution, then you often wonder, do I need to do this? Is this service in any way different from that service? Many of the services we see today are found as packages or baskets. But things don't have to be that way. They're only that way because of convenience, because the market is largely vertical. So this entire discussion is really beneficial to the central bank and to the participants. This is why we decided to launch phase 2. Now, I wanted to give you a general overview of the pilot program. I don't want you to get lost, though, because there are 2 phases and 2 stages. Phase 1 was focused on the trilemma, as Clarice and Alessandro mentioned. We had a total of 16 consortia in participation, so more than 16 companies in total. A single use case, DVP peer-to-peer of public federal bonds was the case we chose because of its complexity, and now the report is on the verge of being published, maybe next month. Once phase 1 was done, we moved on to phase 2, where the focus is governance for the environment. Now, governance for phase 1 of the pilot program was rather simplistic because smart contracts were only deployed by the central bank. All the other network participants would only test it to check whether they could be used. But in a financial ecosystem, we also need the participants to also offer their own services in the form of smart contracts. So we need to determine what governance will be like in this case. Now, the previous panel was on governance of smart contracts. We had my lookalike in that panel as well, and that's important. We need mechanisms in place to ensure the Brazilian law is upheld within the ecosystem. Now, the code is the law, so says DeFi, right? But that, unfortunately, does not apply to a regulated environment. The law is the law, and the code merely helps enforce the law. And that's what we are looking to do. Off-chain governance would no longer be needed. This is what we do in a centralized environment. We need to trust our participants and check them every once in a while. However, in a DLT, distributed ledger technology environment, part of that governance can be done on-chain. And in doing so, you can facilitate things, simplify processes, and that's one of the big promises of tokenization, the fact that we can simplify processes and get rid of some of the intermediaries, thus improving the delivery of financial services. So in Stage 1 of Phase 2, we reached out to the 16 participants from Phase 1. They presented a number of use cases. We selected 13 topics, and discussions have already started about those topics. We're trying to add maturity to our business models and trying to adapt and improve our technology, the underlying technology for distributed assets. Now we want to expand this system and this conversation as a whole. So along with the central bank, we want the entire market to deepen its understanding of the process, to become more mature, so to speak. Now, with Stage 2 in Phase 2, on Friday is the deadline for the projects to be submitted. Then over the next few weeks, we'll be selecting the projects. We'll stop for the holiday weekends, but over the next few weeks and months, we'll be finalizing the selection process. And hopefully by the end of next year, we can start incorporating new use cases, adding those new use cases to our Drex pilot. So let's give you a recap. During Stage 1, we implemented an open version of Drex. It's a permissioned open. We offer Drex both for retail and wholesale. Now, wholesale Drex is known as Drex. We also have government bonds that have also been tokenized and can be represented in that same environment. And we also have the Drex, the retail Drex, which applies to the different institutions that took part in the experiment. 3 privacy solutions have been implemented and tested to address the DVT peer-to-peer transfer of federal bonds. Now, in Phase 2, we've gone beyond. In addition to what we had before, we also proposed to the market that we include new assets into the environment, not just financial assets under the responsibility of the central bank, but also other assets that could be under the remit of other authorities, other officials in Brazil. And in order to improve privacy as much as possible, we've opened up a challenge. We've posed a challenge to our partners. We wanted to test other privacy solutions alongside the ones we were doing now. So, in this environment, in a given business case, I would be able to choose from any of the privacy solutions available. ZKP Nova is a solution that we're also testing at the moment. Participants, however, can bring to the table other solutions they believe can help us from a privacy and programmability perspective, one that might be suitable to their specific business case. Now, there's a wide range of possibilities here. And the end goal is to ensure the legislation is complied with. That's the final objective. Now, when it comes to specifications, we're testing a whole host of certifications, and we're checking to see whether they abide by the legislation. Now, if you have a different view about privacy, then you perform the test, and you find that the technology does meet the requirements of the law, then we're open to discussing that particular solution with other participants. We believe this way of working is really useful. It allows us to expand on what Drex can do. Now, in stage 1 of phase 2, we selected 3 use cases, and I can't read the slide behind me, so I'll have to do it here on my phone. One is, well, the registration and negotiation of receivables, credit card receivables more specifically. This market has been gaining ground in Brazil. You can use receivables to fund small businesses. That would really help small and medium-sized companies manage their cash flow. Also, provision of credit with collateral based on CDBs and public securities. Now, the use of collateral, the mechanics are the same, but there are restrictions as to the types of assets that you can use for collateral purposes. We've selected these 2 assets because they're very close to the central bank, and we believe that once we get Drex to the real world, once we start operating with it, we'll make a lot of headway in issuing collateralized credit across the country, which is something we badly need to do.
We also have a project for funding export, financing and exports, which is taking place in a partnership between the Central Bank of Brazil and the Central Bank Authority of Hong Kong. We have a modernization project for the exchange market in Brazil, which makes us have space for testing and innovating using technologies of digital assets. We have a liquidity pool project for public bonds and an environment operating 24/7. It would be unfeasible to have a central bank panel working for 24/7 to test these public bonds. So we need to test the possibility of having mechanisms for automatic market formation to guarantee the functioning of the market. In addition to these business models, we have tokenization of assets, of real-world assets, actually, and this is a very important point of Drex. Well, we are talking about blockchain and a lot about Bitcoin in previous lectures, but the main focus here is to bring the efficiency of the negotiation of digital assets into the traditional environment, so that we can improve efficiency and improve the access of the population to these services. So we are testing transactions with CCB, debentures, agribusiness assets, which is natural to test in Brazil. It's an important part of the economy. Decarbonization credits, and considering the topic this morning, it's clear that Brazil needs to stimulate this type of debate and market creation as well. Transactions with automobiles and real estate properties, these are real-world assets. They're not in the financial system, so these are also challenges. We are working with the registries of real estate and traffic departments and transactions with virtual assets. Since we are bringing forth all of these assets to the environment, we have to bring together to ensure proper governance the regulators of these assets. So I'd like to acknowledge the involvement of CVM, which has been an incredible partner in the discussions of tokenization and the creation of a digital assets market in Brazil. So there are projects in CVM in that direction. We have this mutual collaboration. So and we are bringing to the table other regulators, such as real estate and automobile registration regulatory instances. So just to close and to wrap up the general overview, in the beginning of 2023, we started the pilot program, which finished in October of this year. We immediately moved to the second phase, and the participants of phase 1 proposed projects and began discussing the topics that I just mentioned. And now we are on stage 2 of phase 2, and we will select more projects to discuss with the stakeholders of the Brazilian financial system. And we have a checkpoint scheduled for June of 2025 to provide transparency to this process, so that we can report back to society and tell society about the Drex ongoing developments. Thank you. Thank you, Clarissa, Alessandro, and Fábio. We have some time for questions. Just a general prop-up. Thank you very much for your presentations. It really caught my eye when Clarissa said about the depth of this first phase. It really is something unseen in the world in other experiences, and the scope that of everything that was tested. We still need to discuss a lot of things, but I think that the presentations were very clear. Regarding phase 2, we really changed the scope from the moment we opened to not only the Central Bank of Brazil, but also participants to upload contracts and assets. So we start to have a very important discussion about governance, which is one of the focuses of phase 2, and prospection of business cases that would benefit from the architecture we are building. As Fábio said, well, we are still in the beginning. There is a planned checkpoint for the middle of next year, and I think we'll have a better picture of what was developed in phase 2. So that we can think of the next steps. But as Fábio said, I think this is very clear to me. The use of assets, generally speaking, both for property as well as and using it for guarantees, so collateralized credit as a potential business case can draw a lot of benefit from it, real world assets, real estate, financial assets, and so on. I think we have a very well-established pathway to follow until next year. We have some time for questions, if there are any. Here, please. Thank you very much. Excellent presentations. Looking towards the future, there's a COP30. We'll have an international event, and we will be there. And I'd like to know, what are your expectations for COP30? Well, with regards to COP30, we have this partnership with the TechSprint, focusing specifically on environmental aspects, sustainability, and so on, and sharing this focus with bringing the digital assets technology conversation, because these two topics are in the strategic agenda of the central bank. They are greatly important and they work very well together. You see problems with the green market, especially because of problems with the traceability or verifiability of the information. So when you have an agent doing a contract within a blockchain, from there on, all of the information that is incorporated through negotiations are believable, and you can track and know where the information came from. So one of the major problems of this aspect of green assets, which is the lack of transparency and fear of greenwashing, so this can be addressed. You have a tool embedded in the discussion, so in the digital assets like Drex to address this type of problem. One other point of attention with regards to green assets is the low range of secondary markets. Most of the projects we see, there are issuings for institutional buyers. So I issue currency, it can be tokenized or not, but I am always stuck to an institutional investor that ends up doing price formation in a manner that is not transparent, because they don't know what would be the best price. So you have a difficulty of pricing here. So when you use a platform like Drex that we are building as a unified ledger where all participants of the financial market can have access to, you no longer need an institutional investor. You don't need to be attached to an institutional investor to launch the currency. You can issue currency in an own wallet, and then you open up for a marketplace or an auction system, and with that you tackle yet another point, which is price formation. And lastly, you have liquidity. Why do you operate with an institutional investor? Because today, if I do not, I end up not moving the bond, not being able to move the bonds around, and if they do, we have access to more liquidity. This can be good or bad because it facilitates an adequate price formation. So we are getting closer to the theoretical price, which may be bad in some situations if I have an institutional investor that has an advantage with that type of pricing. So going to decentralized market using a platform like Drex, you would have advantages. This is why we came up with this line of work, and in addition we're considering other uses of technology of the financial sector to try to ensure sustainability to the market of green assets, to ensure the traceability of the information. For the agricultural sector, this is very important, so we should ensure sustainable practices in the agricultural production chain. So we are designing new hackathons so that we can engage the market in this development, but we are still only in the beginning. Even though we use a specific case here of green assets, he highlighted the transparency, gains in the price formation and liquidity that can be specific. It needs not to be specific for any single asset. I'm not asking a question. I'm just being an apple polisher here. Clarissa really gave us a great presentation. It's the third year. The detail is that our central bank, the first time we had this forum here, there were a number of signs here asking for raises, support, and so on. I don't know about the salary, but the support was not here. I took a picture of 10 people, and ECB is working in a smaller project with a budget of 6 billion euros and hundreds of people. So what we are doing here today is something that only Brazilians could do. We are against all odds doing an amazing job. So congratulations to the team.
Deixa eu estender aos meus colegas, né?
And let me expand that to my colleagues. We're all central bank, and indeed, we are doing a lot with very little resources. But my team is 5 people. Within the bank, we have 5 people, and the bank also has very reduced participation. So it's a general situation, but we always try to be as best as we can. Thank you. Thank you for the acknowledgement, but I would like to highlight the acknowledgements by Clarissa and Fabio. This work was not of the central bank alone. We had a lot of other partners, especially CVM, and the participants and maintaining institutions. They should all be applauded.
Hello, my name is Cesario from Lupi. In phase 2, each participant chooses its own privacy solution and builds its own use case on top of it. Now, we know that for everything to be composable, we need a single privacy solution. So how do you see that funnel? How do you expect to move forward? Will there be a phase 3? Maybe I'm getting ahead of myself. I was just wondering, though. Okay, well, if we have 3 or 4 or 5 solutions that can uphold our specs, then that's going to be a good problem to have. We'll find a way to solve it. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it. No, I was just concerned. What number did you say? Number 3, third phase. Okay, are you thinking about that? Do you expect a third stage to ever happen? Well, I see 15 different stages. Hello, my name is Nicásio from BitShop. My question is about privacy solutions. Now that we're entering phase 2 and we get to choose our preferred solution, my question is, what about everything that was working before with the previous privacy solution? Will that continue to work? Can we continue to run tests? Can we continue to conduct transactions with all 3 solutions that were there in phase 1? Is that still available? Can we still use those solutions, or do we now have to talk to the providers of these solutions to find a way to adapt the solutions to our respective flows? Everything that's been implemented continues to work at this time. So we've got a use case for smart contracts without privacy, that's also there, and all the flows that we've also implemented with their respective privacy solutions. Everything is there. Now, anything new that's been implemented, that's something you'll need to do yourself or by reaching out to the right people and saying, look, I'm looking to implement this, could you help me, yada, yada, yada. You're referring to new participants in stage 2 of phase 2, right? Not the new participants. I was referring to transactions we were doing with the digital BRL and basically the privacy solutions. Yeah, the network continues to operate the same way. No change. I thought your question was about newcomers. People who are coming into the pilot will have access to the infrastructure, much like those in Phase 1. You can use pre-made smart contracts for your own use cases. Okay, so let's say a bond is about to expire, and there have been constant improvements and everything has been maintained, right? Well, there's no one from DMAP here, so I couldn't tell you. I don't know if there are any active bonds there. If not, DMAP can actually generate one with a new due date for testing purposes. All you need to do is get in touch with them and ask them to add a test bond to your wallet, and they will. Thank you.
Não, agora é uma pergunta mesmo.
Now, this is actually a question. It's an actual question. Fabio, we've seen a few privacy solutions in smart contracts using monomorphic encryption. Do you think that's feasible for Phase 15? Well, right now we're in Phase 2, but we're opening Phase 2 to tests. We're going to be testing these kinds of solutions. Now, we need to be convinced that the data protection laws are being complied with. Now, if you have a solution ready, then we're all ears. Yeah, in Phase 2, we're going to be discussing the feasibility of all this. Any more questions? Okay. Thank you, everyone. I'll give the floor back to the Master of Ceremonies. Thank you all for your participation. Thank you, Rogério de Luca. He is the coordinator of the Drex Forum. Also, Clarissa Souza. She is IT coordinator for the Drex pilot. Alessandro Fraga. He's the manager of the Drex project. And Fabio Araújo. He's a consultant at the Department of Bank Operations, as well as the coordinator of the Drex incentives. This brings us to the end of the Drex Forum. We're now closing in on the most awaited part of the day, which is the TechSprint results. Now, TechSprint has been organized by the BIS and by the presidency of the G20. This is a competition that focuses on public and private cooperation to present technology solutions that can be used to tackle global challenges as identified by the community of central banks. At this time, we will be switching languages. The award ceremony will be conducted in English with simultaneous translation into Portuguese. We ask that, if necessary, you get your receivers at the back of the auditorium, and on YouTube you can listen to this in Portuguese or in English. The interpreters also request that any English speaker...
Ladies and gentlemen, we now transition to the most awaited moment of today's event, the G20 TechSprint 2024 award ceremony. The Governor of Banco Central do Brasil, Mr. Roberto de Oliveira Campos Neto, along with other distinguished speakers, will address the audience and celebrate the winners of this remarkable challenge. We are pleased to welcome Mr. Roberto de Oliveira Campos Neto, who is joining us through video conference.
Hello, everyone. I was told to speak Portuguese. So, can you hear me? Yeah.
Yes,
Is
we
it
can
working?
hear you, Governor.
Okay. So, I was told to speak Portuguese. So, hello, everyone. Eu gostaria de começar agradecendo algumas pessoas que foram fundamentais, que têm trabalhado nesse projeto.
People who were crucial to this project. This includes Cecilia. She's the head of innovation at the Innovation Hub. This is an important organization for the Central Bank in terms of innovation. I would also like to thank the former governor of the Central Bank, Ian Goldfarb. He's been a strong supporter of TechSprint during his administration. There was a lot of innovation coming out of the Central Bank. I would also like to thank Director Rodrigo Alves. He's also here in attendance. And I'd like to thank my dear friend João. He was one of the panels before. He's the president of CVM, JP as we call him. He's fully engaged in our innovation project, and he's been helping us a lot in open finance and open capital markets. So, yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome. I'd like to greet everyone who's here today to celebrate. Sorry, just a second.
Eu acho que eu estou de volta agora. Está funcionando?
Okay, we're back. Is this working?
Yes, Governor, we can hear and see you.
Sim, presidente.
Por favor, presidente, só pode continuar.
Go ahead.
Presidente, o senhor nos ouve do auditório?
Okay.
Governor, can you hear us?
Okay, agora sim. I made a
Yes,
mistake.
I can hear you.
Trying to switch to the presentations here, and I realized I have to do it in English. So sorry for some of you who had to hear part of it in Portuguese, but I will start over again. First, I want to say thanks to all the people who helped us organize this event, starting with Cecilia, the head of Innovation Hub, followed by Ilan, the ex-president of the Central Bank. I also want to say thanks to Rodrigo Alves, our director, and JP, the head of the CVM, who was earlier with you today. So good afternoon, distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, and innovators. It is a pleasure to join you here today for this special closing session of the 2024 G20 TechSprint and the annual Drex Forum. Today's events mark an inspiring milestone, not only for those who have been directly involved with this year's TechSprint, but for everyone dedicated to building a more resilient and sustainable global financial system. As Governor of the Central Bank of Brazil, I feel a deep sense of pride and purpose as I address this group of thinkers and challenge makers. This year's TechSprint has brought together ideas, innovations, and partnership that represent the best of what international communities can achieve. Our teams were nature-based solutions, enhanced ESG data, and sustainable development investments. Those are essential not only for financial sector, but the future of our planet. This fifth edition of the G20 TechSprint focused on sustainable finance, specifically on solutions that align with Sustainable Development Goals. I drew a record-breaking 110 proposals from every corner of the world, each offering a vision and a pathway to address the complex, often interconnected challenges of sustainable finance. After a careful review, 15 finalists emerged, representing a true cross-section of ideas and approaches to solve today's most urgent financial and environmental issues. Throughout this process, we have seen incredible achievements, from innovations that use blockchain to promote transparency in ESG data, to AI and to IoT applications that support biodiversity. These solutions are not only conception. They are tools to transform our financial system, making them more equitable, transparent, and sustainable. As a host of this year's event, Brazil is also deeply committed to these goals. With Drex, we aim to bring our unbanked and underbanked population into the formal financial system, ensuring that financial opportunities are accessible and equitable. Our ambition for Drex extends beyond financial inclusion. We envision it as a platform that integrates seamlessly with sustainable financial, enabling Brazil to lead in green financial products, climate-aligned investment, and innovative approaches to sustainable development. This effort aligns with the work presented by the TechSprint participants, whose solutions have set the new standards for how digital finance can be leveraged to support our global commitment to a sustainable economy. The themes of this year's TechSprint serves as a powerful reminder that innovation can no longer happen in silos. Sustainable finance consists of defining what finance can do and what responsibilities it must take on. We see that responsibility clearly, whether in developing transparent ESG standards, harnessing nature-based solutions, or creating investment frameworks that actively contribute to sustainable development goals. Each of the participants has shown us what it means to push boundaries, to think beyond the immediate, and to pursue a world where finance serves as a greater good. The solutions presented today are not only inspirational, they are blueprints for a financial system that is resilient, transparent, and inclusive. To our finalists, I want to say this. Your work represents the future of sustainable finance. You have demonstrated the courage and creativity needed to address complex challenges and have provided solutions that will resonate far beyond this event. As we recognize the top 3 winning teams, I encourage each of you to continue pushing forward, taking your innovation from concept to reality. Each solution developed here has the potential to become a benchmark, not only for sustainable finance, but for financial innovation globally. To those teams who will be celebrated shortly, know that this recognition is just the beginning. To push forward is one of the real-world impact, and we all are eager to see the contributions that you will make in the years to come. To conclude, let me extend my deepest thanks to everyone who has made this event possible. The participants, our esteemed partners, the judges, and my colleagues who have worked tirelessly to ensure the success of this year's TechSprint. This has been a powerful demonstration of the impact we can achieve when we reunite behind shared goals. As we prepare to announce this year's winners, let us keep in mind that the solutions reflect the collective effort, vision, and the passion of everyone involved. Together, we have taken significantly steps toward a more sustainable financial future. Thank you to all who have been part of this journey. I'm honored to open this final session of our program and invite you all to celebrate the outstanding achievements of our participants. Let us continue to move forward together towards a brighter, more sustainable tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Roberto de Oliveira Campos Neto, Banco Central do Brasil Governor. We are now honored to welcome the head of the BIS Innovation Hub, Ms. Cecilia Kingsley.
Obrigada. Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to join you all today, distinguished guests, partners, fellow innovators, TechSprint participants, and our soon-to-be winners. Boa tarde a prazer estar aqui. Obrigada. I also want to thank our host, Banco Central do Brasil. I'm very excited to be here. Your country is rapidly becoming a great role model for many other countries when it comes to financial innovation. You got PIX, now you got Drex, and God knows what people around in this room and in this country will teach the rest of us in the years to come. I would also like to express my sincere admiration and gratitude to your outgoing Governor Campos Neto. He's been a great role model. He's a governor that has seen the future as a place of opportunities to explore rather than threats to be worried about. And he will be, I can say, sorely missed in the world of central banking community. Today we gather not only to celebrate outstanding work, but to honor spirit of innovation. This is a competition that came into existence 5 years ago. It was born from a shared vision between the G20 and the BIS Innovation Hub, where I'm proud to be the head. And together we saw the potential to foster solutions for some of the most critical issues facing the global central banking and regulatory community, the needed change to ultimately make sure that the financial services in the world really cater the needs that we see in our societies. The G20 TechSprint, we aspire to have since then become a global platform pushing boundaries for financial technology to address problems in finance that impact economies and societies alike. The Bank for International Settlement aspires to promote global monetary and financial stability through international cooperation. And in today's world, this stability includes addressing impact that climate change and the transition to green economy has on financial systems and our economies. And it's clear that finance play an important role in managing climate-related risks. This includes both physical risks from more frequent extreme weather events, as well as transition risks as economies shift towards a smaller carbon footprint. And the important question is, what impact will these risks have on the real economy, and what are the implications for central banks and other financial authorities? And while respecting that the mandate of our member central banks differ, the BIS is ready and happy to support them all in their climate change-related risk management through all areas of its work, from research and analysis to capacity building. Addressing climate change requires global concerted efforts from all sectors of society, and that is why we also work with other international partners to share knowledge and collaborate on sustainability. We have very many types of events. BIS hosts on a regular basis the Green Swan Conference. We've also done tech sprints with other counterparts like the COP28. The Green Swan Conference, for instance, brings together policymakers and experts in finance and the environment to discuss solutions that deal with climate risks. And our aim is to offer central banks, financial institutions, and governments with the tools that they need to manage the climate-related risks and ensure a smooth transition to a more sustainable economy. But we are here today to celebrate innovation, so let me take a few moments to share with you how the BIS Innovation Hub, in particular, is working towards towards a shared goal of a sustainable green global economy. So we research technologies and challenges that matter to central banks by building proof of concepts or prototypes. And in more 30 projects to date across a variety of subjects, but green finance is one of them, we collaborate with central banks and other partners demonstrating the art of the possible. And green finance, obviously, is one of our priority themes. Our projects in this area aim to find public good solutions to common climate change and green finance-related policy challenges. And by exploring technologies like blockchain, AI, these initiatives, we hope, offer possible solutions for central banks and financial institutions in their strive to manage climate risks more effectively. Let me give you 3 short examples by way of illustration. Our team in Hong Kong is currently working on a project called Symbiosis, where we use AI and big data methodologies to reduce the information gap related to Scope 3 emissions. Another is Project Gaia, that comes from our Eurosystem Center, that also explores AI to automate the extraction of climate-related indicators that we can discover from corporate reports. And this is to find the unstructured data, turn it into structured data, to enable supervisors to do better analysis of financial system risks. And a third example, in the Singapore Center, we have spearheaded Project Viridis, which is about developing a climate risk platform, gathering the correct data, helping supervisors and other types of authorities better understand what the impact of climate-related risks can have on financial stability. There are also other examples, and I invite you all to learn and perhaps guide us more about what we try to do on the BIS website. We're happy to share the learnings from these experiments, but it's really up to individual jurisdictions to decide which tools, if any, they may want to implement in line with their own needs and mandates. But we are very happy to be there to help. Turning to this year's G20 TechSprint, we asked the teams to address issues at the heart of sustainable finance. You know which ones they are: enhancing nature-based solutions, improving ESG data reporting, and creating open source tools for SDG. And these challenges are complex and vital, and this tech sprint on sustainable finance is a powerful example of what we can achieve by working together, and it has really demonstrated how technology can make sustainable finance more accessible, transparent, and effective. Today we recognize the winners of the 2024 G20 TechSprint for their transformative solutions. Your work addresses crucial issues, and your solutions are practical but also very visionary. Each of you has really contributed something invaluable to the field of sustainable finance. You have shown us and inspired us that sustainable finance is just not an idea, but very much a reality we can work toward with determination and collaboration. And I know that your achievements are inspiration to others to think boldly and strive for meaningful impact. So on behalf of a representative of the BIS, congratulations. But as we also celebrate today, we should celebrate our victories. Also keep in mind that the job is not yet done. Climate change is an ongoing challenge, demanding a vigilant and proactive approach. The solutions we honor today are critical, but they are only part of a larger journey. And the BIS remains committed to supporting innovations that continue to address environmental challenges. And we will continue to work alongside central banks, financial institutions, policymakers, and innovators worldwide. So to everyone that has been involved over this long journey over the course of this year, participants, judges, mentors, organizers, and supporters, thank you. Your dedication, your skills, and your belief in power of innovation to shape a better world are inspiring. We are all better off for your efforts. Thank you. Merci. Obrigada.
Thank you, Ms. Cecilia Kingsley, head of the BIS Innovation Hub. É prazer tê-la aqui também. We are now honored to welcome the President of the Inter-American Development Bank, IDB, Mr. Ilan Goldfein.
Boa tarde a todos, é prazer estar aqui. Vou falar em inglês, mas não vou interromper. Good afternoon to all. To Roberto Campos Neto, my friend and my successor in the job. To Cecilia Kingsley, head of BIS Innovation Hub, which gave us this wonderful speech. To Rodrigo Teixeira, to all the board members, to staff, I miss you all. Distinguished innovators, colleagues, friends, we are gathering here to celebrate the power of innovation, technology in addressing global challenges like sustainability and biodiversity. When Roberto approached me to contribute to the 2024 TechSprint, I was delighted to partner with these initiatives. This initiative is aligned to the IDB, Inter-American Development Bank, or how we call it in Portuguese, BIG, or BG. Brazil was hosting this year G20, still hosting this year. And the IDB was very involved in several areas. From the G20 roadmap of MDBs to the Global Alliance on Hunger. So I really like to also participate here. Number two, this also means when you're contributing to the TechSprint, we're also focusing on innovation and technology that aligns perfectly with what we call our IDB Lab. IDB Lab is our laboratory, our startup at the IDB. From the opening ceremony in April, sponsored by the IDB Lab, and I had the pleasure to speak, to today's closing ceremony, the IDB and the IDB Lab have been deeply engaged in ensuring the success of these initiatives. Number three, our involvement aligns seamlessly with the core priorities in advancing the SDGs. In our daily work, we are advancing key areas that the TechSprint focus on: the ESG, the SDGs, the biodiversity, through innovative solutions and strategic initiatives. Let me give you examples. The biodiversity, for example. In 2023, 30% of our loans supported nature finance, with half of them qualifying as nature-positive investment. IDB Lab is advancing technologies, has the blockchain for tokenizing natural assets and natural tech like for Amazon conservation. In the ESG, we launched the Green Bond Transparency Platform. It covers now 80% of LAC's green bond marking, and we are expanding to include sustainability links and what we are gonna now issue the guidelines, the Amazon bonds. Finally, the SDGs. We have efforts to rechannel SDRs into the Global Alliance Against Poverty and Hunger to eradicate extreme poverty in Latin America and the Caribbean by 2030. Last but not least, TechSprint means advancing our relationship with the BIS and with the Banco Central do Brasil. These reasons bring me to today's awardees. I want to congratulate the 15 finalists who were selected from a total of 110 proposals. This is not small feat. We saw applications for blockchain, Internet of Things, and even advanced techniques such as multimodal satellite and physics-guided AI. These technologies solve issues ranging from ecological data processing to financing SMEs. Your innovative solutions exemplify the global entrepreneurial spirit needed to tackle critical challenges like sustainable finance and advancing the SDGs. These efforts, all of them, demonstrate how innovation can drive meaningful impact, laying a foundation for progress that benefits the world. Thank you for the G20, for the BIS, for the Presidency of Brazil, for the Central Bank of Brazil, for championing innovation and collaboration in sustainable finance. We are proud to have contributed to this significant event with my colleague, Morgan Doyle, our manager for the Southern Cone, serving as juror in the award process. Congratulations to all the finalists, and especially to the organizers of TechSprint for spearheading this change and driving progress towards a sustainable and equitable future. As we've seen today, the intersection of innovation, biodiversity, finance can truly change lives. At the IDB, we are going to continue working in this direction. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ilan Goldfein, President of the Inter-American Development Bank, IDB, and former Governor of Banco Central do Brasil. É prazer tê-lo aqui mais uma vez. We are now honored to welcome Banco Central do Brasil Deputy Governor for Administration, Mr. Rodrigo Teixeira.
Good afternoon, esteemed guests, colleagues, and participants. It's my great privilege to be here at this pivotal moment as we recognize the remarkable achievements of this year's G20 TechSprint. Today, we celebrate innovation, dedication, and the power of collaboration to shape the future of sustainable finance. The teams before us have taken on challenges that will have lasting implications for our financial systems and the well-being of societies across the globe. Each of the finalists' solutions represents a leap forward in how we approach finance with a commitment to transparency, sustainability, and inclusivity. It's no easy task to address issues as complex as sustainable finance, ESG data transparency, and climate-aligned investments. Yet the finalists here today have done just that. Every team that participated has made an invaluable contribution. You've shown us that finance is more than transactions. It's a means to advance policy, social equity, environmental stewardship, and economic resilience. This event has underscored how critical it is that we continue supporting such innovation and harnessing the best of technology to address global challenges. The Central Bank of Brazil is inspired by the vision demonstrated here today. We are committed to continuing the journey of building a sustainable financial landscape, one that aligns with both national and global goals. Together, through initiatives like the G20 TechSprint and the Drex project, we are laying the foundations for a future where finance serves not just economies, but societies and ecosystems. And now, it's time to celebrate the top 3 teams whose solutions have been selected as the most innovative and impactful contributions to this year's TechSprint. Each of you has inspired us, and we look forward to the real-world impact your solutions will undoubtedly make. Congratulations to all of you. It's my honor to invite each winning team forward to accept their award. May this recognition inspire you to continue pushing the boundaries of what's possible. Your work today paves the way for a brighter, more sustainable future in finance and beyond. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rodrigo Teixeira, Banco Central do Brasil Deputy Governor for Administration. Breaking the protocol, Deputy Governor, would you kindly take a seat at the table for the award ceremony? And Ms. Cecilia Kingsley and Mr. Elan Goldfein, would you join Deputy Governor Rodrigo, please? Thank you. The long-awaited moment has arrived. The suspense will soon be over. Ms. Cecilia Kingsley will hand the plaque to the winning team of Problem Statement 1, Nature-Based Solutions. And the winner is Econavi. We are honored to invite the Econavi team to receive the plaque.
Hello. Boa noite, todo mundo. In the good spirit of this international TechSprint, we'll be talking in English here. So thank you, everyone. Thanks very much for everybody organizing this event. Many thanks to the G20 organization, together with the BIS, the Inter-American Development Bank, and the Central Bank of Brazil. President Campos Neto, for his innovative vision and incentive for the technological development of our economy, being a leadership for Brazilian business ecosystem. I also extend gratitude to the organizations driving climate resilience and sustainability, namely the other G20 TechSprint finalists, and to my colleagues and our community of planters for their unwavering dedication to innovation and regeneration of land. I'm Breno, I'm a farmer, and for the last 10 years I have been working with agroforest systems, a technique developed in Brazil, and it was from the fields that I started building this idea to build technology for farming incentives and for nature-based solutions. One of humanity's greatest strengths is the ability to identify the opportunities and challenges of the future and act to shape it. This has enabled us to optimize resources and build harmonious societies. Effective governance integrates rather than eliminates sectors and resources, creating a balanced and sustainable system for the people and for the planet. Climate change is a reality with effects visible in our communities and our ecosystems. While the future is uncertain, science warns us that our current path is unsustainable. But this isn't a call to fear, it's a call to action. Technologies like blockchain and tokenization allow us to value ecosystem, to build transparent markets, and to reimagine our economies, demonstrating that preserving natural resources can be more profitable than only exploiting them. Brazil and the Global South can and will lead this transformation, setting an example for sustainable development that benefits the economy, the environment, and the future generations. This will be a collective effort, and I hope that with the fellow TechSprint finalists and the institutions here present, we can find ways to collaborate. Because when it comes to save our planet, we will either all be losers or winners. Let us then seize on our mission to innovate and to design systems that ensure a better, more abundant, and balanced future for all. Simbora plantar. Thank you very much. Viva!
Congratulations to Echo Navi. Are you ready for problem statement number 2? To receive the plaque from Mr. Elan Goldfein for the best ESG solution focused on environmental, social, and governance factors, the winner is Pezzi.
Distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, what an honor to accept this award. Building a company with impact at its core is nothing less than a team sport. And so I'd like to accept this award on behalf of the entire team at TESE. At TESE, we believe that we can achieve significant impact in the world when we work together. Indeed, that is the very meaning of the word TESE, together, in the local language of Zimbabwe, my country, which is Shona. To that end, we're grateful for the opportunity to support SMEs on their journeys towards sustainability and sustainable development, and to work with a broad community of stakeholders who stand ready to support them on that journey. Thank you for believing in the possibility that we can do that. We look forward to building on that coalition, working hand in hand with many of you here, and helping to address our collective global challenges in climate and sustainable development together. Thank you to the organizers who made this possible. Thank you to my team for all of the hard work and dedication that you put into TESE every day. Thank you to our investors and advisors for believing in us. And thank you to God, through whom all things are possible. Thank you.
Congratulations to Tazzy. And now, to receive the plaque from Mr. Rodrigo Teixeira for the best solution focused on the Sustainable Development Goals, the SDGs, problem statement 3, the winner is Kaleidofin.
Good evening, everyone. This is a momentous occasion in Brazil today, as the world leaders just concluded the G20 summit last week. The G20 declaration reaffirmed its commitment to the UN SDG goals, and we feel proud to receive this award in this category that resonates with our customers. Kaleidofin believes that both technology and data science must be used as forces of good. Chi-score is a great example, an ML-based credit score that is expanding responsible finance to make customers' real-life goals, and therefore SDGs a reality. We would like to thank the judges for picking us as the winner. We are very glad to have won this award in a segment that had multiple path-breaking initiatives. And we also take this opportunity to congratulate our fellow participants. We would also like to call out the efforts of our entire team, our founders, investors, various teams involved in building Chi-score, technology, data science, and business. But more importantly, our clients, without whom Chi-score wouldn't have been where it is. And last but not the least, it is because Chi-score benefits the customer on the ground, whose feedback ensures that our clients continues to use Chi-score and grow with it. We humbly thank them as well. We look forward to building more on Chi-score. Currently, Chi-score is in India, Bangladesh, and Kenya, and we will try our best to take this solution all across the globe so that maximum number of clients and customers can benefit from it. Thank you.
Congratulations to Kaleidofin. Our event is not over yet. To receive honorable mentions for problem statements 1, 2, and 3, respectively, we're happy to welcome One Amazon, Clara ESG, and Energy Lab. And with this, ladies and gentlemen, we conclude the G20 TechSprint 2024 final event and the Drex Forum. Thank you all for your presence and participation, whether in person or online. See you in our next edition. Have a great evening, all of you.